Councillor Myers, Councillor Matlow, please take your seat. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Hello, everyone. Councillor Bravo, everybody please take their seats so we can start. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 17.7, review of the order paper. There are 37 items left on the agenda, including 16 member motions. The mayor has timed her second key matter item, CC 17.1, headed immediate actions to address the 2023 taxation year of the vacant home tax, as the first item of business this morning. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Come on, I'm waiting. No releases?
Speaker, I'm sorry, I can't get to my section to put my name in.
I'm waiting.
Speaker, can you hear me? It's Councillor Crescenti here. I have.
Okay, Councillor Crescenti, we're just doing release of holds right now.
Okay, sorry, got it.
Okay. All those in... Yeah, sure.
Shall we go in that order or go back?
Okay. All those in favor? No, okay. Okay, so members, hello, please listen very carefully. So yesterday, we did have a number of timed items. So our first timed item will be the mayor's timed item, but also what we discussed was the IE 12.4, which is the cycling network, and PH 11.8, rent safe, and the alcohol in parks. That was going to be following the IE timed items. So my question to you is, when we complete the mayor's key item, do we want to go to top of the agenda, or do we want to do these three following? Do the three? Do I have a consensus with that? Okay. All right. So we'll do the three. All right. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the order paper? Carried. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. We will put those motions up now. Councillor Cheng. Councillor Cheng, do you want to get off the phone? Okay, you have a motion you're introducing. It's on the screen.
Yes, I would like to add this to the agenda. It's to move Section 37 funds towards the development of a permanent memorial for the Yonge Street tragedy. And because we're approaching the 6-year commemoration, that's the reason for urgency.
Okay, all in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Morley? Sorry. Councillor Moyes, you have one? It's on the screen, Councillor Moyes. Oh, just one sec. There you go.
I'd like to waive permit fees charges for 2024 bum run in support of colon cancer awareness. It's urgent because of the date it's attached to it, April 20th, 2024.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm just waiting for it to appear on the screen to remind me of how it appears. Yes, there you go. This is a required reopening. It's a technical matter around a development. In making an amendment, we removed something that's crucial to the eventual building permit.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Bravo.
Sorry. Just give me a sec. Thank you. I just hit my knee really hard. I'd like to reopen TE 10.37, term prohibitions, Bloor Street West and Perth Avenue. This motion is urgent as changes to term prohibition at this time are needed to address road safety and local traffic concerns.
All in favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I have an urgent motion. This is on 1071 King Street West, a rezoning application, and the reason for urgency is the city and the applicant are finalizing the Section 37 agreement, which must happen before the owner is able to pull building permits and commence with construction.
Carried. Councillor Crisanti.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So, yeah, this motion is an urgent motion. The MLSC Foundation, they're prepared to make a significant investment for Dixon Park. And the reason for the, just one second.
All in favor? Carried.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right.
Releases. We'll go to the mayor's, yeah, I know, just say. Before we go to the mayor's key item, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. Speaker and Mayor, I rise to announce the following. We have within our chamber and within the larger corporate entity of this great city and its corporation, amazing men and women who do great work. And on a daily basis, a number of those amazing men and women recently received a very prestigious award. Specifically, as it relates to an award from the Security Industry Association, which is a globally recognized association. This association recently met in Las Vegas, and they honored two of our distinguished security staff here in the city of Toronto. The association leads with respect to the following message. The Security Industry Association is the leading trade association for global security solutions providers and the Women in Security Forum, WISF, Power 100 program honors 100 exceptional women in security who are raising the bar, changing expectations, and breaking barriers. This association is recognizing women who lead, inspire, and innovate in the global security industry. Our own Sergeant of Arms, Senior Consultant Coordinator, Yanette Quinn, who stands to my right, Speaker, to your left, has been bestowed this prestigious honor and I'd like to recognize her and ask members of council to recognize and appreciate what she has done. There's also one other after that as well. Thank you. But Speaker, it continues because we have additionally Kenya Pinnock, who's corporate security, and she works at the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal. She's also received such an award, so I think it would be fitting for us to just acknowledge her as well. I don't believe she's here. And then finally, Speaker, I would also like to recognize Dwayne Nichols, who's a Director of Corporate Security and Sergeant of Arms with the City of Toronto. Dwayne was recently recognized as the corporate security, or for winning the Outstanding Corporate Security category of Canadian Security Director. This is a great achievement. It just shows you the ability of our men and women who are actually doing amazing service in this chamber and around in terms of protecting our properties and so on. They go unnoticed for the most part. They do their jobs amazingly well. And it is really fitting that an international organization like this recognize our amazing team. So once again, I want to congratulate Kenya and Yanette, and of course Dwayne, for their great achievements. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Deputy Mayor Malik, you would like to make a short announcement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to rise here to invite us all to recognize that last Wednesday, Muslims across our city celebrated Eid al-Fitr to mark the end of the month of Ramadan. As you know, Ramadan is the Muslim month of fasting that is characterized by a focus on acts of service and generosity and charity, and most of all, community connection. I personally welcome it as a break from ingrained habits, an increase in my consciousness about our consumption, and the opportunity for that deeper connection and contribution to my communities near and far. And it was wonderful to gather throughout the month in many communities across our city, including with Scarborough councillors and neighbours at the Scarborough Civic Centre, all the way to community-organized iftars in our civic spaces and community recreation centres right here in my ward of Spadina, Fort York. We marked Eid last Wednesday by gathering in neighborhoods for meals, prayer, reflection, community joy, and our collective work for a better, more just city and world. And the hope expressed at the conclusion of every Ramadan is that the month of conscious restraint leaves us with the benefit of an expanded perspective on what makes a better way of living, and our work together to do that, and calls on us to renew our commitment to what matters most. So as we gather today for our second day of council, happy Eid and Eid Mubarak to all. And I encourage us to take this opportunity to renew our commitments to building a city together where we all thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On April 23, 2018, people across Willowdale, Toronto, and Canada were shocked by the Yonge Street tragedy. Most of the victims that day were women, and we later found out the murderer held an anger towards women. Unfortunately, only a few days ago, a man in Sydney also targeted women in a violent attack. It should not be dangerous for women to walk on sunny streets and in malls. Next week, our community will spend time remembering the victims whose lives were cruelly taken away on a beautiful sunny day. Anne-Marie D'Amico, Dorothy Sewell, Renuka Amarsinga, Munir Najjar, Chulman Eddie Kong, Mary Elizabeth Forsyth, Sohei Chung, Andrea Braden, Geraldine Brady, and Ji-Hun Kim. We will also remark on the impact this tragedy had on our community. The scars of trauma many still carry when they walk down Yonge Street, as well as the resilience and hope that emerged in our neighborhood as we walked together towards healing. Today, I'll be moving two motions related to the tragedy. First is the Section 32 allocation, Section 37 allocation towards a permanent memorial, as well as a ceremonial street naming championed by local resident Diane Broom, who has spent 6 years appreciating the tremendous courage and care extended to our community by first responders after the tragedy. We Love Willowdale is a movement that I co-founded on the evening after the attack. We reclaimed Yonge Street with a walk of 10,000 people under the banner of We Love Willowdale, and together we started a neighborhood volunteer network during COVID and a food bank. Beauty can rise from the ashes, and that is what we will choose to remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to the mayor's key item now. If you have questions, if you can please put your name on the screen. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to staff. What happened, why, and how can we prevent this from happening again?
Through you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question, Councillor. With the second year of the introduction of the vacant home tax, I think what was very obvious is we experienced challenges with being able to generate declarations. In large part, I think there was challenges with messaging as it related to being able to get across the requirement for an annual declaration process. I think there were also program design issues that hindered our ability to be able to adjust and be flexible in terms of how and when bills may have gone out and things of that nature. And as a result of this, what ended up happening is over 160,000 vacant home tax charges were administered across properties in the city, for which likely all of around 10 to 11,000 so were occupied. So immediately after that, actions had been taken to try to address the issue, try to correct and make actions, and we have seen some positive gains since that time. As of this morning, I think we've received about 120,000 notice of complaint processes that we've processed or will have processed by tomorrow, leaving us with about 40,000 remaining properties with recommendations here in front of council to be able to address those. There are many lessons learned from the rollout of the program as well as the design of the program. The report we've brought in front of you does identify some of the initial observations and some opportunities to adjust the program design. There's opportunities as it relates to the timing, the issues of the billing, flexibility for either myself or the city manager in terms of when bills would go out based on a target that's achieved. There's some opportunities as it relates to ease of declaration itself, technology and the interface, and even our communication strategy, which we'll all be undertaking as part of a report back that we'll bring forward later this year.
So we are not the first jurisdiction that has introduced the VHT. Would I be correct with respect to that assessment?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's true. And within Canada alone, Vancouver first introduced the VHT. We also have a VHT process that is running on a similar time frame with Ottawa. So what did we not learn from Vancouver in order to have gone through the conditions that so many residents were faced with and the pressures? Some of them suggest to me that they almost had heart attacks, quite frankly, when they received the totals of the VHT bills that was sent to them, because this is a very serious matter. So what did we not learn from other jurisdictions? Through you, Madam Speaker, so we very much did replicate the Vancouver model in terms of the program design that was introduced. We also worked with colleagues in Vancouver, understanding how it was introduced, how it was implemented, but also their success. Even in working with Vancouver, what we found was in their second year of implementation, which did require an annual declaration, they actually achieved, I believe, a 98% declaration rate, which was above the rate that they achieved in the first year. And looking at that and looking at our challenges we faced this year, it became incredibly evident that we did not do a good enough job in terms of ensuring residents knew they needed to make a declaration on an annual basis, in a program design that mirrored that of Vancouver's. I think the other challenge overall with the program design is we are far too reliant on a notice of complaint process to be able to rectify issues where vacancies have been deemed, and you put that added stress on homeowners who may have not understood or had the opportunity to provide a declaration.
How much revenues did we generate the first year of the VHT? And the second year, how much revenue are we projecting?
The budgeted revenue amounts for the VHT itself, we have built a program, and again, looking at the Vancouver experience, where we estimated that there would be about a 1% vacancy rate initially with the program. 1% vacancy rate is what we use to determine the budget, which is about $55 million. Our experience for the first year, while we're still assessing the final notice of complaints and some of the audit requirements, we believe will likely land between 1.1 to 1.3% vacancy rate, which would be greater than the first year experience, slightly. We expected that we would continue to receive about $55 million this year, with the expectation that moving forward, and especially with the council direction to increase the rate from 1% to 3%, that you would see a decrease in that vacancy rate, which is really the intent of the program. The intent of the program is to increase housing supply.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Through you, Madam Speaker, would you direct us to where in the report does it indicate, or does it indicate a report back date, and to where?
Through you, Madam Speaker, recommendation 2 of the report from myself indicates that staff would review the initial observations as well as work with those that have been impacted this year with a particular focus on seniors, individuals who don't have access to the internet, individuals for whom English may not be a first language, as well as counselors in your offices that obviously experienced the challenges as a result of the program this year. We did, the report recommends that it comes back prior to the budget process.
I understand.
And speaking with staff, we were targeting likely late summer, early fall in terms of all of the work that would need to be done to be able to bring back.
Why is there not a date, though? Nobody here wants to get surprised. I learned about this fiasco through hearing directly from an old family friend who was really scared when they received a bill for no good reason. And then after that, of course, there were many, many hundreds more after that. So I just want to make sure that council has an opportunity to ask the right questions, to provide the right guidance, and to work with you to make sure that we get it right.
Absolutely, and I'm assuming right now that it would likely come to the October council meeting. There's considerable work that needs to be done with our partners in technology services, our partners in communications, as well as within finance and treasury, and I want to ensure that there's adequate time for all of that thorough review to be done, as well as consulting with those that have been impacted this year. I think being able to get that to the July meeting would be rushing it and wouldn't do the justice that's required for the redesign that's needed.
But you're making a commitment and an undertaking that it will come with reasonable time for us to work with you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councillor Diane Sachs has asked some, I think, incredibly thoughtful and helpful questions in the past. One was about, why can we not use utility bills, for example? It's fair to assume that if one is living in a residence, they'll be using utilities. I've heard that one of the challenges might be with regard to privacy. If that's true, is there a way to explore, for example, allowing people to provide consent so that that's not an issue? Like, are these the kind of things that are in play for you to consider to bring back to us?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we will absolutely be looking at where we have permission and the feasibility of using data. I would caution on utility bills, work has been done on this. There is privacy concerns, specifically to charter concerns and MFIPA concerns around the use of utility data for this purpose, especially data that would give us information on not just occupancy of residents, but the use of utilities at certain times of day, which challenges our ability to use it. There's also an issue around being able to secure consent. So within our requirements, we would not actually be able to secure consent for the use of the data. There's also practical challenges.
Sorry, may I just,
yes.
just on that, but we were asking to secure declarations. So, I mean, somebody doesn't need to, if they don't get around to doing it, they don't do it. Or if they don't choose to, they won't. What's the difference?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy legislation does have some very strict rules about use of data, consent, and notice, and we will be looking at all of this.
You will?
And working with the CFO so that it can be addressed in the report back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. So to Steve Comforti, so I heard you say earlier, Steve, and I apologize, my voice is a bit rough for the last few days here. The principle and the purpose of this program was to increase housing supply. The financial part of it is just a byproduct. Steve, is that correct?
The VHT was introduced as a policy tool to encourage greater housing supply.
So can you determine from any data that you might have if there's a property type that has a higher trend in vacancies than others, or is there a particular type of housing that is proving to have a pattern of vacancies based on what you do have, what little bit of information you do have?
Sure, thank you, and through you, Madam Speaker. We are in the second year, and we're still finalizing the declarations as part of the second year, so it is somewhat challenging to have all of the information to be able to determine the trends. The areas where we do have information for an apples-to-apples comparison are the amount of properties that declared themselves as vacant. That number for the 2022 taxation year was just over 2,000 properties. For the 2023 taxation year, it was about just around 1,500 properties. So we're seeing about a 25% reduction in that. We've also had the benefit of looking at the experience in Vancouver. What we found is in Vancouver from 2017 to 2022, there was actually a 54% drop in vacancies. What that equated to was an additional 600 units that were now available, either occupied or tenanted, which was greater than the experience prior to the introduction of the vacant home tax.
All right, Steve, thank you. So based on what you just told me, do you have any mechanism to verify the validity or the accuracy of these the information you just got and the properties that are declared vacant? Anybody verify?
Yes. Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker. So we do have an audit process that's embedded in the vacant home tax. Declarations can be audited for up to 3 years. We do essentially a spot audit on all of the declarations. It's roughly 5% of the declarations will be audited over that 3-year period. And based on that audit, there might be information that we review or seek out to be able to confirm the declaration status. We would also focus primarily on some of the exemptions that have been filed to be able to confirm the validity of the exemptions.
So, Steve, on that note, there's so many people that have, hundreds that have come to me and they feel this is a very invasive a program or tax. How do you police that? How do you do spot checks? Somebody knocks on a door. We have no authority to go and inspect in that way. So how is that even performed? We've already gone, I think, too far in terms of invading people's personal financial business. So how do you even attempt to verify?
Through you, Madam Speaker, and just to be clear, there would not be knocking on any individual's doors as part of the audit process. There would be correspondence that would be submitted requesting information that would be able to support the validity of the declaration or the exemption status that has been submitted.
During this process of designing this program, were any seniors or vulnerable groups considered during the design of this process and creating the VHT, and any considerations given to provide financial relief for seniors or low-income households if they're late or whatever?
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker. So As we would look at the program design and even the implementation of the program design, there would have been consideration of seniors, vulnerable individuals, individuals for which English would not be a first language, and efforts were made as part of our communication strategies, as part of the portals themselves. I would note we've seen challenges with that, and that is absolutely going to be part of the review that we undertake. It's going to be part of the changes that we take to the program. In terms of collecting information on individual statuses, be it if a homeowner is a senior or not, that is something we can take back and look at. I would caution it adds an additional element of declaration requirements for those whom which we feel would be challenged in providing declarations. But we will take that back and consider it.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you, Speaker.
Councillor.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Conforti. Speaker Nunziata.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a few questions. At the last council meeting, when we debated, and I ruled some of the motions out of order, when we were debating extending the time. Now, at that time, I believe that we were told by staff that there was a huge percentage of residents that didn't declare. So my question is, if we knew at that time that there was an issue and a problem, wasn't that a red light? Let's stop and find out what's going on rather than send out all these tax bills? Like, I find that very confusing why we didn't, at that point, understand that there was really an issue.
Through you, Madam Speaker, you're absolutely correct. An issue arose very late in February where we identified that we had only received roughly 50% declarations. There was also concern that the declaration deadline was closing on February 29th. Immediate actions were taken to be able to extend the declaration deadline while still adhering to the VHT bylaw requirements in terms of the issuance of the bill by the end of March. We were able to make significant gains in the level of declarations. We increased the rate from 50% to over just around 80% by March 15th, with the hope that the momentum that we had seen over those 2 weeks would continue with the immediate release of the bills following that.
Yeah, but at that point, we should have put a hold on sending out tax bills until we had the problem resolved. Because at that point, we knew. And another question is, what I'm hearing from residents as well is that the residents that did declare online, that in fact, they still got a bill. When you declare online, there's no confirmation number for the resident. So they're saying, what the hell? Like I did declare, no confirmation number, but I get a $9,000 bill. That does not make any sense. So whoever set up the system, or the system is set up, there has to be a confirmation number. When you go online and purchase anything, you get a confirmation. On whatever if you purchase something online and you use your Visa, you get a confirmation that they've accepted it, and that. But this didn't happen, so there's a real problem in the system. Do you not agree?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, absolutely. And as noted, part of the redesign will be looking at the technology that's used to be able to collect the data, which will include a confirmation email, phone, text, whatever it might be, to be able to ensure that the residents are aware that we have received their declaration status.
Yeah, but so my question is that if we knew the system was not up and running and there was no confirmation, then why didn't we just put a hold until we rectified all the issues, outstanding issues? Why did we proceed with it and have us go through this drama? Over 100,000 residents, having residents call our office crying, not understanding what's going on. I just don't know why we just didn't put a hold on that point if the system wasn't set up the way it should be. Now, as far as late fees, I'm told that even if you declared and they sent you a bill, or you didn't declare, you put a notice of complaint, you still have to pay the late fees. Like, why would you have to pay a late fee if we made the error?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so I guess to your first question, we have done some review with technology services. The system itself, there's a challenge in that it didn't provide a declaration status. The system did, evidence is that it was operating and it was functioning and there weren't system issues itself, so there wouldn't have been a flag necessarily that there were system issues. In terms of an individual who did submit but did not receive a confirmation and were provided with a late fee. There was instructions that went out early in the process whereby, provided an individual simply attested that they had submitted, we would waive the late fee. Further to that, there's a recommendation in front of council today that we actually waive the late fees and reverse the charges for all individuals.
For all of them?
Yes.
Okay, because this is this is huge. Like, this was a huge mistake that we made. Now, with 311, I've even heard from residents that contacted 311 and that the staff didn't know how to respond to them, and some of them even hung up on some of the residents because the complaint, they were very irate. So was there not any communication? Did we not provide proper information? Like, I just don't understand what was going on. And how many calls went into 311?
Through the chair, there was some communication going back between the organizations. In regards to if there was any calls that were terminated, they were terminated based upon the code of conduct. We understand that there's some very irate residents and what have you, but some certain behaviors were a little bit beyond, what was deemed to be professional or acceptable. In regards to the actual content and the calls, there were at least 2 to 3 times the amount of calls that came into the system, to a degree that it actually shut down the phone system as an act of emergency. So, for example, if it was a storm or a major thing happening in the city of Toronto, it actually impacted the city to that degree. So there's some technical challenges that we had to overcome, and we worked with revenue services and technology services to increase the bandwidth to make sure that was rectified in a timely fashion.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that, but just a comment, we should not be hanging up on residents that are irate. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. So last year, Councillor Bravo and I spent a lot of time working on this as we both had large communities that had English as a second language. And one of the suggestions we had made was to just mail the forms physically with the notice. Rather than saying that you have to pay the form, just mail the form so that seniors, people who don't have access to internet, could just fill the form out and mail it in. Why was that suggestion not implemented this year?
Through you, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I can't speak to why the decision was made not to mail the forms individually. I do know, based on the feedback from last year, there was enhanced efforts as it related to multilingual ads, radio ads, and things of that. Obviously, there were challenges that existed. In terms of the decision not to mail individually, I think it's very evident with what we've seen this year. We need much more we need to be looking at more opportunities to ensure messaging is out there, especially given the challenges we've seen with individuals not appreciating or not understanding that we're required to make declarations on an annual basis.
Thank you. And can you just clarify, for the people who may have accidentally paid the vacant home tax by accident, are they entitled to a refund, or how do they recuperate those funds?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Speaker, we've actually done a review of how many individuals have paid the vacant home
or
tax.
Or the late penalty fee.
So we've done a review of how many have actually paid the tax itself. For the tax itself, I think as of last week, it was around 227 individuals. We are undertaken or will be undertaking a review of each of those individuals against did they or did they not declare as vacant, and are they part of that remaining 11,000 properties who, based on our analysis, are likely vacant. In the event that they're not part of those two sets, we will be reaching out to all of them, confirming that they did in fact pay the vacant home tax because they were required to, and if they were not, they will be provided with one of two options. The first option will be to leverage that payment as a credit against their property tax bill, or for the city to directly reimburse them with a check. In terms of anyone who's paid a late fee, anyone who paid that $21.24 late fee, subject to council's decision today, those charges will be completely reversed from everyone's bill, and anyone who's paid it will automatically be credited against this year's property tax bill.
Thank you. And when will staff have any sense as to whether the vacant home tax is actually working in its intent of actually reducing the number of vacant homes?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Speaker. There is going to be a requirement for us to have years of data. At least, I would say a minimum, we should see 3 years of data where we can see a demonstrated trend and reductions in properties. We do have the benefit of being able to leverage data from Vancouver, who's had the tax in place for roughly 8 years now, and there is evidence that it has worked. It has increased the housing supply. Even looking at some of our original numbers, we've seen some reductions in those who have declared. But moving forward, it is going to continue to be a focus. It's going to continue to be information we provide back to council on an annual basis in terms of what have we achieved. I'll even be working with the team to understand, is there an ability to look at different property types or different areas of the city to be able to show the success of the program in terms of increasing housing supply.
Thank you. And are we going to actually be sure that we are reducing the number of vacant homes if we're strictly relying on compliance? What we're really looking is who's paying the tax, and but that's not really showing the number of actual vacant homes, as you can just fill out a form and say your home is vacant or not.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Madam Speaker. So the program is going to continue to be reliant on an audit process. And again, we generally audit about 5% of the properties on an annual basis.
How are those homes selected? Sorry.
So there is a random selection. There's also opportunities. We have a vacant home tax hotline where individuals can submit addresses if they know that there's has not been any residents within that property for a period of time. We will also be working as part of the redesign. We will ensure that there's an actual program lead assigned to the vacant home tax who can even work with councillors who are often receive information or have information as it relates to the properties themselves, and ensure that that's in place moving forward. So there's multiple channels for us to be able to supplement the audit process that will exist.
Thank you. And my final question, have we ever actually...
That was your last question. Thank you.
Can I ask my last question? Can I finish it?
Okay, go ahead. Ask
you.
just one more question, but that's the last one.
Thank you. Has council ever actually received the official opinion from the privacy commissioner explaining why use of data was not permitted?
So we have not. What we've received, so we've worked closely with legal staff around the review of MFIPA and Charter around some of the limitations and the challenges with implementing a program that relies on that data. There was similar work that was also done in Vancouver, and it was a similar experience. But we have not specifically received any feedback, or not feedback, but any confirmation from Privacy Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Back in, I guess, June of 2021, staff had asked for, or estimated, a preliminary budget of $11 million to set up this program. Is there anything left of that $11 million, or was more needed? And was any of that money used for the second year of operation?
Through you, Madam Speaker, and based on my recollection, the $11 million was the initial startup costs associated with introducing the program. Through the budget, there was a payback that was established through the VHT revenue that were collected to reimburse a reserve that was leveraged to pay for that initial startup. Going forward, there are ongoing costs, both associated with staffing, communication strategies, to be able to support the program moving forward. But I would need to confirm with staff if any funds were left within the original implementation. I'm not certain.
So your estimate at that time that the ongoing annual operating cost was $3 million per year to run this program. It looks like we're under budgeting if this is what we're going to go through every year. Do you think $3 million is still enough, or we need more, or this was just more of a logistical issue?
Based on my initial observations, we will need to apply more resources to our communication efforts. I don't believe $3 million will be adequate on a go-forward basis in terms of ensuring the successful implementation of the program.
All right, in that same report, we were told that the critical path would include a declaration date of February the 1st and 2 months before bills going out. Now, in this case, we had an original deadline of the end of February, and then we extended to March 15th. And we started getting hundreds of complaints the first week of April. Now, so council approved a 2-month gap between deadline and bills. Why was it narrowed to just really a few weeks in this case?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so for the first year of implementation, the original deadline was February 2nd, with the billing required to go out essentially end of March, beginning of April. What had happened both in the first year of the implementation and the second year was the deadline for the declarations was extended. So that was the recommendation that came forward. I will say it is very evident that there is a flaw in the program design. There is not adequate time for declarations. There is also not any flexibility in terms of having the ability to actually defer when the bills go out. I would also support moving forward an opportunity for a warning or some sort of a notice of what the bill would be, with the ability for an actual bill to follow and only to be sent once an actual declaration target is achieved. So again, these are challenges that I've observed with the program design that we will be looking to change moving forward.
All right, so I just want to understand this. So did staff shrink the gap between due date and billing on its own, or?
So what was changed was there was an extension in both years of the program. There was an extension to the declaration date. By virtue of extending the declaration date, that time between when the declarations would have been received and when the bills would have gone out would have been shortened, but in terms of the impact on that, that would have really resulted in an impact in staff's ability to be able to turn around the billing requirement.
All right, so this is, okay.
Yep.
So this is something we're going to have to look at.
Absolutely.
In fixing this program, the gap time between deadline for filing and the bills going out. And basically, these bills went out way too quickly with no warning in between, no second notice. I mean, if someone doesn't pay their bill to, to a telecom company or to a credit card company, you usually get some kind of warning that you missed your bill.
Yes.
We just hammered these people with these bills. My other question is that the look of the notice changed quite dramatically between the first year, which was this yellow notice, and I thought aesthetically it's really quite effective. And then we replaced it with this little thing that thousands of people seem to miss. Was there a reason why we went from what appears to be a successful format for alerting people to this program and the tax they could owe, and this thing, which I assume most people just threw in the garbage?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would, again, based on initial observations, I feel in both instances, we would actually need to do far more than an initial notice on a yellow paper, a second notice that's part of your interim tax bill. I think there needs to be a multi-phase communication strategy with direct mailing provided in multiple languages, clear communication that this is from the city, what the requirements are. Needs to be followed up with other methods. There were some methods that were undertaken in March that actually achieved some significant gains. There was direct emails that were sent out to those individuals for which we had email addresses. There's other opportunities that we're looking that have been undertaken in Ottawa as it might relate to phone calls. So there is going to need to be significant review on all of the strategies that we undertake, including direct mailing, continuation of direct mailing, multiple languages in a clear, easy-to-read format in a way that it grabs the attention of the homeowner.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. So the number, just to confirm, the number of vacant homes went down from, is it 2,200 to 1,500 in a year?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the number of homes that declared themselves as vacant went down from the experience in our prior year was 2,164. The experience this year was 1,475. But again, those are not necessarily the amount of vacant properties. Those are the amount of properties that declared themselves as vacant.
Would you agree that there's a financial incentive to declare yourself, your residence or the home occupied as opposed to unoccupied. So once you've gotten the bill for however many thousands of dollars, there's an incentive to actually declare that the house is lived in?
I would agree that if you declare a home as occupied and it is actually vacant, you wouldn't be subject to the initial tax. I would say you'd be subject to the audit process,
Sure.
which is intended to ensure compliance.
So we actually, those 600 odd homes that have, we don't know if that number is actually smaller.
So again, and this would be work that we would do with the team in understanding what is the change from the declarations from prior years to the current experience and ensure that our audit process does have an ability to have a somewhat emphasized group in terms of ensuring compliance.
Okay, thanks. So my next question is, you have this number, 600, 700 more homes or fewer homes that are declared vacant. Are you able to say that's because of the actual vacant home tax system, or would it possibly be because interest rates in that period went up by about 4%? So the cost of actually maintaining a vacant home went up substantially. Like, are you able to parse that out, or are you just sort of, are we taking credit for something that may not actually be entirely of the doing of the vacant home tax?
I would agree with you that there could be other factors at play. I think what we're looking at today is comparing the data we have available to us. It is limited. The sample size is essentially 2 years in a subgroup, so I wouldn't rely on that information to be able to determine the success of the program. We will need multiple years as well as the other examples that we see.
Okay, and given staff involved, problems we've had, anguish with residents, do you think this is the most efficient way to potentially increase housing stock by 600?
So again, the amount of vacancies that we expect in the city are closer to 10 or 11,000. 600 is simply what we're seeing on the declaration status. I do believe that there are some challenges. There has been quite a bit of challenges with the introduction of the program this year. I think that is on us as staff to be able to correct those challenges and ensure an ease and implementation of the process to achieve our ultimate objective.
Okay. Now, is there a number of vacant homes, if we get that number down, for whatever reason, a number of vacant homes, if it gets to a low enough number where the vacant home tax is no longer required, and what do you think that number would be? Like, there's always going to be a certain number of homes that are vacant. It's 100, 500, 2,000. Like, there gets to a point where the returns, the diminishing returns, right?
So the intent of the program is just that. The intent of the program is we would see it diminish. I would say even in terms of overall vacancies, there is a list of exemptions that are available that we would expect always to be true. Somebody moving, there might be someone in care, there could be individuals where it's their primary residence but they vacation. So we would always expect a level of vacancy, but in terms of those that we are targeting, I would likely need to work with our colleagues in affordable housing in terms of when have we hit that target and what is that right threshold?
So would you think that might be a worthwhile endeavor, given
Absolutely.
that we've done something on the front end, but we don't really understand what the ultimate goal is, or, well, the goal is zero, but recognizing we may not get there, there might be a point where it's no longer necessary? Okay. Hey, my last question is, were any staff fired as a result of the rollout? Through the speaker, no. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the chair, is it now possible for people to pay for their property taxes online and not receive a printed bill anymore?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, it is.
And so how will these residents be notified moving forward on the vacant home tax if they're not getting that printed sheet of paper?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we have received about almost 120,000 notice of complaints. We've processed those notice of complaints and reversed the charges. The first batch was done the Friday prior, last Friday, and there will be another batch going this Friday where they will receive a notice within 3 to 5 days that this charge is being reversed from their bill.
So my question is that last year, I think we were reliant on a yellow piece of paper that was included in the printed mail out of the the bill, the property tax bill, but now we're encouraging people, don't get a paper bill, just go online. So now will we have two different ways to let people know about the need for a declaration?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So the yellow notice that went out last year, that was a notice that was directly mailed out to residents that was not part of an interim property tax bill.
Okay.
One of the changes that happened this year was there was a slip included in the interim property tax bill. The notice of the vacant home tax charge is separate from that. It was mailed out later. This is the challenges that we've seen in early
people
April.
who registered for online billing, how would they have known to make a declaration?
Still received that. Sorry, say that again. So there would have been a note on the bill to look back to the webpage.
If
about
they
the
didn't
VHT
get a
charge.
paper bill, I'm sorry. So online billing people did not get a paper notification, is what I'm gathering.
Okay, through you, Madam Speaker. Again, where there might have been a challenge with an interim tax bill, this is likely part of the program design challenges that we've seen and the implementation challenges. One thing that I'll note is we are going to completely review all of the communication efforts. There will not be a reliance solely on direct mailing, on slips that come out in tax bills. There will be a series of actions coupled with calendarized rates of declaration targets over time, with an ability for us to track the success of our efforts against those targets, and ability for us as staff to pause any bills that would go out if we aren't achieving those targets.
So who mapped out this process this year in terms of the logistics? Because it seems to me there's two failures that happened. One was the logistics and one was the communications. Is this a joint effort between Stratcom and Revenue Services, or is the whole thing in Revenue Services? Like, what divisions were part of the implementation, including the communication strategy?
So there are partners across the city. So the vacant home tax itself is led within Finance and Treasury Services. We do partner with other areas across the city in terms of the implementation, including communications, including technology. Again, when we look at some of the challenges that we saw this year, there was a very real and evident challenge in being able to ensure that the messaging around the need for annual declarations resonated with our property owners.
So communication seems like a very important part of this process. Was the communications division, Stratcom, were they taking lead of the communication strategy, or were they supporting the city in terms of the execution?
Hi, Councillor Chang. Thanks for the question. So our approach to communication was to communicate the program that was. So we were not part of the program design. We communicated the existing program. We had 4 waves of communication. The first was the...
I don't need to know
Okay.
how you did it. I just wanted to know
Yeah.
who worked together and who was the lead, because I'm trying to identify who created the communication plan to ensure that maximum amount of people knew that this was happening and would have identified gaps, such as people who are on online billing.
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you.
I can start, and maybe Beth, you can. So absolutely would have worked with strategic communications as it relates to the communication plan itself. I will know the communication plan hadn't changed much from the prior year, where we actually received a 95% declaration rate. While there's absolutely challenges in the messaging, there's also challenges as it relates to our ability to ensure that the approach that we've taken on the communication plan was actually resonating with our residents and being able to generate the declarations we needed so that communication Stratcom would be in a position to be able to alter approaches and ensure we are increasing communication. So I think there were challenges throughout the process. There was also limited flexibility in program design. There is many opportunities for us to completely revamp the process and come forward with something that would be much more efficient and be able to ensure the outcomes that we're after as part of future years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I don't need to ask a lot of questions about the redesign. You're being asked to go away and redesign by the mayor today. So you're going to go and do that. But I think a lot of the questions about what happened are because we want to make sure there's an appropriate amount of analysis of what happened that feeds that redesign process. And so, I've advanced circulated a motion of things I'd like to be looked at that I've heard from councillors, heard from residents, et cetera. So that's already there. But if I can just highlight, I had 3 scenarios happening in my office, and I heard 311 saying the same thing. I heard councillors saying there were those who didn't understand they had to declare anything a second time, got a bill and they're upset about it. There are people who absolutely did declare. They swear up and down they declared and got a bill. I also have a third subgroup of people who said, I've never declared ever, and nothing happened to me last year. I just suddenly got a bill, but I've never known about this. So we're hearing these, and we've had that reported. It's coming in phone calls. So I'm wondering, is there going to be analysis of those to make sure? Because if it's not just a failure of communication, but there is actually a system failure, are we going to analyze some of those through before presenting a redesign?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, absolutely. I'd also note, we had also noticed as part of the declaration process, we were receiving declarations for individuals that were not subject to the tax. An example might be individuals that lived in a multi-residential building. So even looking at that information, it might be an individual that feels that they should have been subject to the tax but actually aren't based on the program design. Okay. And then to the communication, you're being asked to redesign including communication. But it seems to me that in terms of improving the communication, if we really analyze our data, there are key demographics that we seem to not be reaching. So are we going to do that demographic analysis before redesigning the communication plan?
Thanks, and through the speaker, you raised a good point. We did do 2 waves of multilingual communications this year. We only did 1 last year, so this is something that you'll see.
What were the 2 waves, if you don't mind my asking?
The 2 waves, one was in January and one was in February.
Oh, I thought you said ways, W-A-Y-S, sorry.
So it was top 10 languages plus French. Both digital and print.
And how do we disseminate? Oh, digitally through some of the digital networks and such?
And print publications.
Okay.
But of course, there's more we can do, and we're looking forward to it.
Yes. 311, I mentioned already, they did a stellar job in the early hours of letting us know what exactly was coming in. And they have a lot to say. But it's great to hear from them in a crisis. But they're also hearing from people as soon as the portal opens for declaration. In the redesign, are we going to look at if they've tracked it, what experiences they were hearing about before this crisis throughout the declaration process?
Through you, Madam Speaker, and I can turn to Mr. York to add to this. We will be working with all the parties that are going to be able to support this, including our Service Excellence Group and staff that work in 311, and I can ask Gary to speak further.
Some of that data might still be available?
Through the chair, the data will be available. We will analyze it. We'll also have journey mapping and user experiences. So we'll have dedicated staff that'll be looking at the processes from an end-to-end perspective to align with the revenue services and their endeavors as well.
Okay. And then finally, and one other question. We're going to get a redesign back, and we're going to be comforted by it, certainly. We're waiving fees today with council's authorization and doing all of that sort of thing. When it comes back, I know that there's a worry that giving council too much detail may be a problem. So if you don't want to put every component of the redesign and the communications, is there going to be any touch point conversations with councillors between now and when you report back on a one-on-one basis, group table, whatever? What's the plan for making sure that we're on the right track in terms of creating the best user-friendly redesign?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we will absolutely ensure that there is time in the process for us to be able to reach out with councillors, not just to share the changes and the redesigns coming forward, but understand how do those designs address the challenges that they and their offices experienced this year with the rollout.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, questions.
So just remind me, how many bills did you send out how many bills were sent out?
Bills for both properties that were deemed vacant and those that declared were sent out for
bills that you sent, the people that lined up at
about 167,000.
How many?
167,000.
Okay. So 167,000. So somebody there in your department looks at this and says, we're going to send out 167,000 bills, right? Knowing that you're going to create a bureaucratic kerfuffle, unnerve all of these hundreds of thousands of property owners whose homes are not vacant. Why wouldn't you, in that bill, include a notice that says, if you are not vacant, here's how you declare, go and declare, without penalty, or fill and tick in the box here on this little notice, mail it back to us so that you properly declare, and if you're not vacant, don't worry, don't pay the bill. Because you finally got their attention, right? Like, why wouldn't you do that? Why would you have them line up at our office door, at all our offices in a panic?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the bill itself does include information on what the steps are to take.
I get it. But the people that lined up at our door.
Absolutely. So the challenge is, it should not have been sent out to 167,000 people. The program design is such where we are required by the VHT bylaw to have issued the bill by the end of March. That is an absolute flaw in the program design. There needs to be a discretion to hold off on the issuance of those bills if we do not achieve a declaration target.
Okay, so folks line up at all our offices, right? Not understanding this bill that you've just sent them. You've sent it to 165,000 knowing, like I suspect you knew, or somebody knew there, knowing that these bills are being sent out in error. The majority, the vast majority of them, an overwhelming majority of them. 165,000 stamps worth, right? 165,000 envelopes worth, 165,000 forms worth, right? Those all have value, right? But you sent, okay, I get it. So these folks haven't declared. You need to administer this thing. So you say, okay, these folks haven't declared. Why don't we do this? Why don't we include in this bill that's going to get their attention a little note that says, by the way, if you're living in the home, don't panic, because you don't got to pay. Just go online and click. Or tick the box here in the form and mail it back to us, right? And life is good. Like, why wouldn't we do that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the messaging was flawed in terms of the bill, and that absolutely needs to be communicated, coupled with the fact that it should not have been sent out to that many residents, and this is a challenge with the program design. I would even take it a step further to say there should be an issued warning letter. There should be other actions and opportunities before a bill comes forward. So these are all part of the program design changes we'll undertake, and I'm more than happy to work with yourself and all councillors around opportunities to address it.
Yeah, I guess hindsight's 20/20. So going forward, would it be okay to ask you folks to do this? To include in the bill, in those 2,000 bills you're going to send out at the end of the day, right? Because you're going to take all the right steps to make sure that everybody declares. But in order to catch those, in order to sort of allay the fears of those last 300 or 400 people who have been tardy been away in Florida or something, right, and didn't come back, and I don't know what they did, right? But they were here for the 6 months, right? To say in that bill, by the way, if you are there and it's not vacant, here's what you do, and don't panic, you don't gotta pay.
That was
right?
your last
Yeah, through you,
question.
Madam Speaker, absolutely.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to ask the Mayor a couple of questions, please. Madam Mayor, there's a headline. It says, "Person responsible for vacant home tax rollout no longer with the city." Chow says as she vows to fix the program. It should be Mayor Chow, but... And the quote is, "The person that designed the program is no longer with the city." Chow said when asked if there were any consequences for the disastrous rollout. And I wondered if we could clear that up about the details of that, because would you agree that someone reading this might get a variety of ideas about what this means?
Councillor Holliday, you know that we should not be discussing human resources matter in this chamber. What I said and what the headline is very different. I do not write the headline.
Thank you.
So I do not think we should go and wander into a personnel confidential matter, and you know better.
Oh, I don't suggest we go into somewhere where we shouldn't. I just want, are you able to say the position at least that this refers to?
Sorry, hang on a
Councillor
second.
Holliday, I agree with the mayor. We can't discuss personnel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't intend to go
I'm
into
sorry, if you
personal
want to ask a
details.
question on what we have before us, the vacant home tax?
That's the story.
No, I know
Okay.
that's the story,
All
but this
right.
is not the time.
I will cease.
Okay.
I will cease. I'll ask some other questions. Mr. York, there was an answer earlier that there were circumstances when 311 would terminate a call. Could you elaborate on what extreme circumstances that would be?
Through the chair, we do not take pleasure in terminating calls. That is another stance. But if a call is terminated, it's done so after certain warnings are sent to the public. Human rights issues are actually identified, racial slurs or aggressive behavior to a certain degree are tolerated, then we have to terminate the call.
So a threat to a staff member, vulgar language, a personal remark, are those the type of things?
Through the chair, yes.
So, but 311 doesn't hang up a call because someone's irate, because people get mad about stuff all the time.
No, through the chair, we actually do not do that. We do let them know that if this continues down that path, we may have to go down that termination path, but we do give the person on the other line to rectify their behavior before we terminate.
Thank you. Mr. Conforti, if I may, I just want to clarify some things I heard earlier. I thought I heard the vacant rate was 1.1% in, I guess, 2022. I'm going to just say the year before. And then 1.3 is what you're expecting for 2023? Through you, Madam Speaker, no. What I was mentioning was the notice of complaint process and audit process are still finalizing for the 2022 taxation year. We expect it to be between 1.1 to 1.3%. We are obviously still in the early stages of those processes for 2023 taxation year, so I wouldn't yet have an estimate for where we may land. But there was another comment along the lines of that you had thought that the vacant rate was actually going to go up. Could you clarify what that meant? Sorry, I'm not sure. If I said that, I apologize. So the expectation was that we would have a vacancy rate of 1.1 to 1.3. The program itself was designed to increase the housing supply. What we would expect to increase was units that are available for tenancy or to be occupied, not that we would expect the rates of vacancy to increase. Do we have any sense of what the vacancy is going to be from 2022 to 2023, the change, the delta? So the only data I have today as an apples to apples comparison are those individuals that declared as vacant. Based on that information, it's roughly 2,000 properties, that declared as vacant to about 1,500 that declared as vacant today. How many were deemed vacant by the city?
So deemed vacant is a challenging number as a comparison because deemed vacant will be impacted by the rate of declaration.
and then reliant on the notice of complaint process to have a final determination of the amount of actual vacancies that exist.
How many ended up ultimately being found to be vacant in 2022? And
So-
do you have any sense of what that number will be in 2023?
So we estimate that about 11,000 properties
Yes.
are actually vacant in 2022 without an exemption.
Right.
Based on our initial analysis, where we've reviewed some of the declarations against 2022 data, we think we're around 10,000, possibly up to 11.
Thank
Well,
you.
probably
That
closer
was
to
your
10.
last question. Councillor Fletcher. Just a sec. There you go.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. It won't take too long. But in the last meeting, when we heard that the declarations weren't quite up to what we thought, but everything would be okay, anticipating that there'd be maybe an issue, did you alert 311? Did you alert Mr. York and say, fasten your seatbelts, we may have a lot of calls coming in?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's my understanding that there was information passed on to 311 and meetings that would have been established, but I can defer to Gary in terms of the adequacy of the information that was
So
provided.
you were all ready for an onslaught then, Mr. York?
Through the chair, I think we were more in a reactive stance.
Pardon, sorry?
I think we were more in a reactive stance.
So you did, yes?
So we were ramping up after the fact, so we weren't necessarily.
So ramping up, my question was, were you advised, like, we may have a problem? I would assume that divisions, when they know there's going to be something, may say, okay, the gardener is going down to 2 lanes, you may get a lot of calls. Is that the standard that we're using right now, or do you just, it's a reactive mode? Which is our, how we operate?
Through the chair, they normally get proactive notification.
Normally get proactive notification. So you can plan a bit and know ceiling's going to fall in, we better be careful. But that wasn't quite the case with this, was it? You had to scramble in order to meet the hundreds and hundreds of calls.
Just given the parameters that were very dynamic, it was very hard to plan proactively.
Pardon me, very hard to plan for?
Proactively. So what happened was, we definitely had communication going on, but the timelines that happened were very different by the actual impacts of the public or reactions of the public.
I see. So we weren't able to anticipate, oh, there's Councillor Peruzza. Hello, it's Anthony Peruzza, can I help you? The question now really has to do with, since we had the fan covered in something, that was maybe how many days ago, 10, that I would assume that right away, I'm not going to ask you, I'm going to ask over here, thank you, that there would have been some immediate steps taken with the website, because one of the things that everybody heard was there's no confirmation that you've paid, or there's no confirmation, there's no interaction. I don't believe that's been changed since then. I'd like to know why.
Through the speaker, yes, the website has been updated with the current messaging. As well, we've continued to message on social media.
Messaging that says, the messaging is, thank you for your payment, or we're reviewing this, everybody who wrote in. It's what exactly did you change between now and when the fan was met with?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the portal itself, there was no confirmation available in the portal itself as the way that it was designed. I do know that we
The way it
quickly
was designed.
the way that we did quickly engage with staff and technical services in
Is there
terms
a
of creating
confirmation now?
scripts. And I will.
Is there a confirmation when you write in and you say, I'm paying, or you write in and say, here's my 2124, whether or not you're supposed to pay it? Is there a confirmation now being sent out? That's a yes or no question.
So if the question is as it relates to the portal for the declaration, the portal did not have a confirmation, and that is a change that is going to happen. If the question is around payments,
Yes.
which is a different system,
Yes.
the payment system does have a, I'm going to look to my staff.
2124, if
Would there
you
be a
somehow
confirmation?
paid that, you have a confirmation of payment? Yes or no?
The online
I'll-
portal will show.
I think it's no, but.
So through you, Councillor, I'll follow up in terms
Yeah,
of the
it is
confirmation
no.
that exists.
So who designed a system in 2024 where for an online payment, you don't get a confirmation. Was that an external vendor?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll ask my colleague, Mr. Jollymore, to respond.
Thank
Through you,
Was
Madam
that an
Speaker.
external vendor that designed that?
No, through you, Madam Speaker, it was city staff that designed the application in use.
So how many times when you buy something online or pay online, do you not get a confirmation, Mr. Jollymore?
So we agree, through you, Madam Speaker, we agree that the system wasn't designed the most effective way, and we can design it to provide a confirmation, including an email back to the resident.
Now, how many
Last
households?
question.
How many households were expected to pay a vacant home tax online which had no confirmation and which a system was designed with zero confirmation?
Through you, Madam Speaker,
the
expectation is that there would be approximately 10 to 11,000 vacant home tax charges. I'm not certain what avenues they would take in terms of making payment.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to our city manager. Is it true that a number of the individuals who designed the program have in fact retired from the City of Toronto?
So through the Speaker, yes, programs that are of this duration, there's change in the public service, so that's an accurate statement.
Okay, and in fact, the Director of Revenue Services retired
Okay,
in
Councillor
February.
Councillor Bradford, I already ruled on that with Councillor Holiday. It's inappropriate to talk about staffing. If you want to ask questions on the vacant home tax, you're welcome to do that.
Fair enough, I'll continue. The administrative inquiry response states that there were no meetings held between city staff and the mayor's office specifically about the rollout for the second year of the vacant home tax. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. So in terms of the rollout, we were following the protocol and practices that happened. Lots of talk about vacant home tax in two other ways. One is, as part of the long-term financial plan, changes to vacant home tax were being contemplated. The mayor was involved in that.
Right, increasing the tax.
And secondly, the other component was report was brought, an interim report and an update report in October. And so through the normal course of that conversation, there were discussions as well.
So I'm going to just flip over to Madam Mayor. Just to clarify and echo what we heard from our city manager, I just want to confirm you did not meet with city staff or your office about the rollout of the vacant home tax for this year.
Councillor Bradford, the rollout of the tax started in June. I did not get sworn in until July.
Okay, but in all those other months, August, September, October, November, December.
Hang on a second.
Councillor Bradford, please.
It's a pretty fair question.
Just
a lot of
ask
months.
questions on the report that we have before
Well,
us.
this is,
Please.
respectfully, it's the administrative
Yeah,
inquiry
okay.
where the city manager states that he did not have a meeting with the mayor or the mayor's office about the rollout of the vacant home tax
No,
for this
because
year.
the rollout started, it was in June.
But all those other months afterwards, you didn't have a meeting.
The signed, Mr.
Okay.
Bradford.
Let me
allow
rephrase the question.
allow me-
Let me just rephrase the
hang
question,
on.
Madam Speaker.
Since you asked me a question,
I'll
allow
rephrase
me
it.
to answer it. Okay?
In all those months afterwards, no
Hang
meeting.
on, Councillor Bradford, let me do
Councillor
this.
Bradford, allow the mayor to answer,
Of course,
please.
I'd love it.
Okay, thank you. The program, this deeply flawed program, was designed and approved by you and other council members in December 2021. And it was rolled out first time in 2023.
With problems.
And at that time, just one second, there were 112,000 calls to the 311 calls and the tax line. You did nothing to fix it. It's already a problem. You knew it was a problem. It didn't get fixed. And then the same deeply flawed program and the deeply flawed communication plan
Madam
started
Speaker,
rolling out
respectfully,
in
she's not answering the
June
question at all.
of
I'd like you to
last
rule
year.
on that.
Hang on.
No,
It got
there's
rolled
not
out
answering
in
the question. We're
June
burning
of
my
last
time.
year.
Madam Speaker,
Mayor,
please.
Mayor, okay.
Yeah. It's clear that in the 9 months afterwards, she never met with staff?
Okay,
That's
Councillor-
No,
it.
that's not true.
All right,
Okay,
that
Councillor-
is established,
Okay,
correct.
hold on.
Not
So,
true.
here we go. I'd like to get back to my questions,
Okay,
please.
Councillor Bradford.
Thank you.
You
So,
Please
didn't
ask-
fix the mess.
Mayor,
that,
Mayor.
You know, I inherited
Madam Speaker,
a
please,
complete
if you could get some
Okay.
order here, please, Madam Speaker.
Councillor, okay.
Maybe you could turn off the
Mayor,
microphone.
Mayor,
Yeah,
Councillor Bradford,
all worked up.
just ask a question on the report that we have before us.
I was, Madam Speaker.
No, you were not. That's not what's
The
before us.
administrative inquiry which
Yeah.
you added to this
Okay.
is in
Go-
front of us.
go ahead.
Thank you. From the administrative inquiry, Madam Speaker,
Yeah.
and to city staff, can you share the number of calls to the tax and utility line complaining about this received in 2023, the entire calendar year, versus the first several months of 2024? It's question 5. Sorry, question 2. It is a question for staff.
So through you, Madam Speaker, question 2 of the administrative inquiry noted that 311 responded to 49,400 calls to the tax and utility line. There was about 76,900 calls this year, but there was also a differentiating number within 311 itself as it related to calls that were received through that channel.
Okay. Last October, the staff report on increasing the vacant home tax said there was 19,598 vacant properties in the city in 2022. The report now cut that number down to only 11,000. So people were still filing notices of complaint for 2022 up until a few days ago in 2024. Is that correct?
That was your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, the process itself enabled up until just the other day for notice of declarations and reviews as it related to properties that were deemed vacant for the 2022 process. The roughly 20,000 number was a point in time. I believe that was the October number. And further work was done as it related to those properties that had been deemed vacant to the point where we're now residing approximately 11,000 properties.
Councillor McKelvey, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't recall a flood of calls or emails to my office last year. So why this year? What's the difference between the 2 years?
So last year, we did achieve a 95% declaration status. This year, as of March 15th, we were only able to achieve around 80% declaration status. Again, based on initial observations, one of the major challenges that we saw was our messaging ensuring that residents understood that there was an annual requirement for declaration. So that, coupled with challenges and flaws in the design of the program itself, which let very little flexibility in terms of being able to address that.
So there's a failure to communicate this year that you had to fill it in for the second year.
So communications wasn't much different than the first year. There was definitely an issue with messaging reaching individuals in terms of the requirement for an annual declaration.
Okay. And my husband this year, he was one of the ones that was surprised he had to do it a second year, but he did, so that was good. There's been talk that this program is fatally flawed. To me, if something's fatally flawed, you should cancel it. Should we cancel it?
So I think the current design is flawed. I think even just based on initial observations over the last few weeks, there are some immediate fixes that I do believe can address. I think one of the first fixes is ensuring that there's a communication strategy coupled with a declaration target with more enhanced messaging, giving staff the ability to monitor the success of our communication against actual declarations and flexibility to postpone the billing. I think that alone can ensure bills do not go out until we've hit a minimum threshold in terms of declaration targets with increased resources and flexibility to be able to achieve that where needed.
I had a resident that sent me an email that after we rolled out the vacant home tax, she sold her vacant home. So it was achieving a policy objective. So if we turned around and canceled it today, what would I say to that resident?
So I do believe the vacant home tax was introduced as a policy tool to be able to increase the supply of housing. I think there's adequate experience just in the Vancouver situation where we have seen significant increases, not just in properties, but decreases in vacancies and considerable decreases in vacancy rates, which helps achieve that policy objective. This program, coupled with some of the other really incredible initiatives that we're undertaking to be able to increase the supply of housing in the city, is essential for us to be able to support the goals and mandates that we have.
Okay, and this resident understood this as a policy driver. She made that choice. She sold that home. Somebody else is now living in there. So your recommendation today is to improve the program, not cancel it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct. Our recommendation is to give us an opportunity to take the lessons learned this year and revamp the program in a way where we're able to address ease of implementation, enhanced communication strategies, the technology and user interface itself, coupled with all the other opportunities to be able to amend the program going forward.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your hard work on this.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, I only have one question for staff. We know that some residents were already paid this surcharge. When will they expect a refund from the city?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the surcharge you're referring to the late fee?
The late fee, yes.
Yes. So subject to Council's approval today of the recommendations that are brought forward in the Mayor's report, staff will undertake immediate steps to reverse those charges and credit their accounts.
So what's the timeline? Just for that people know when that will be seen in their account?
Within a few weeks, they would see that against their bills.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go to speakers now. Mayor Chow. So if you can put the speakers list. Okay, Mayor Chow to speak. And if I can ask Councillor Fletcher to come down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are living in the middle of a housing crisis. We see the impact of it on the street. We see it in our food bank. We see the rent increase, the desperation in people's eyes. And we all know that. So a few years ago, following the lead of all levels of government, Government of Canada have an underused housing tax. Provincial government, other municipalities, Vancouver has an empty homes tax. This city had a vacancy home tax. Great concept, works. Unfortunately, the design of the program was deeply flawed, and so was the communication, even right at the beginning. In the first year, 112,000 calls came in on 311 and the tax bills because people didn't know what to do. Sometimes when they go online, the website was not ready. It was only done in English. It was just not well put together. But because the number that, a lot of people, because it's a new program, thought, okay, we'll just proceed. And unfortunately, in June, the same flawed program, the same flawed communication went ahead. And once something gets started, because the design was already baked in, what happened was really tragic. You had people crying on the phone, people, I heard, having heart attacks almost, people desperate, people scrambling, trying to get into the office here, lined up everywhere, call up the counselor's office, oh my God, and the only language they had on the bill, and wasn't even in yellow, is a piece of paper, and they didn't know. They didn't look. Many of them already declared last year. They didn't know that you have to declare this year again. Not their fault. They didn't know. And we failed in many ways on the communication front. The program was designed in a way that was just flawed. But what was, and yes, it caused grief and anxiety, and it should not have happened. One thing that was encouraging, though, because all your office, all the council's office rose to the occasion. You helped people out. Their extra staff came online for 311 and downstairs in all the city council, city civic centers, and 120,000 people now sent in the appeal. But the program was, the design that we approved, you approved, I wasn't here at the time, in 2021, said that the bill needs to go out. So last year, you heard, only 11,000 properties were declared vacant. But you know how many notices went out? 165,000. That's math, it's easy. How is it that if last year we got 11,000 home or vacancy, like how could it? How could anyone justify pressing the send button of the 165,000 bills? Of course people reacted. And thank God, you know, we tried to fix it, right? We're cleaning it up, we're cleaning up the mess, and all of you and all the staff deserve credit. When that happened, we all rushed to try to fix it. So I inherited this mess in many ways, unfortunately, and we are now fixing it together. This year, now, as of this council, no late fees. Those that pay will get a refund. They will get a credit in their property tax bill, okay? Number one. And Budget Chief Shirley Carroll did a lot of work on this. Number two, all those people that have appealed, last year it took 6 weeks for them to get a notice. This year, bang, 2 weeks. They got a notice saying, okay, reversing the charge. Whew, 120,000 people got the charge reversed. Because the deadline was May 15th, right? They have to pay. Now they got a notice, they don't have to pay. And then there's 40+ thousand that are probably, some are not reading English, others are seniors and may not be able to notice all the paper that's piling up. And then the other might be in Florida, or they are away. They're just returning. They're returning to this huge bill. We are sending a notice to them, a letter saying that do not pay. We are reversing the onus and assume that they are living in their homes and it's not going to be vacant, okay? Whew, they won't be like, no more anguish or guilt or grief, forget it. So, and then there is a promise that our staff, our senior staff understood now that the pain and the anxiety caused by this deeply flawed program, they are working closely with us to redesign this entire program. Not only just the design of it, but also the communication piece. Let us partner with other agencies. Remember how well you folks did in the vaccination rate? It was amazing. You know, it was one of the best in the country by far. One of the best percentage in the world. So we know how to do this. We know how to do this. A big piece is partnering with people that are on the ground, right, in different languages. Let's do it. We know how to do it. Let's redesign this program and let's move forward because it's a good policy. It was just originally the design was flawed, the communication was flawed. We learned the lesson. I apologize on behalf of the city, and so did the budget chief. We apologize. Let's redesign it together because there's a lot of good ideas. All of you have many years of experience. Let's have the best implementation plan ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up, Speaker Nunzia. Oh, sorry, there's a request to question. Councillor Bradford, do you want to question the mayor? 1 minute, please. Go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Just a couple quick questions. Madam Mayor, how long was the extension provided for residents to file last year?
Oh, I wasn't here last year.
But you're familiar with the program.
Well, I think Mayor Tory extended it also. I believe there was an extension. It was very similar to the extension that was done this year. And it's in the administrative inquiry answer. Okay, it's right here, actually. The extension last year was done, and then so was this year. It was also extended. And it's not the extension that's the problem, it's the design flaw of the program that in many ways.
So respectfully, it's not in the administrative inquiry. I believe it's 4 weeks.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I appreciate.
Oh, I wasn't here. You were, so I wasn't the mayor.
So 4 weeks. So then the follow-up question is, all the red flags that I think we can agree were on the horizon back in February when Casey Brennan answered questions of councillors.
February of this year, not
correct,
talking about last
when you were
year.
here.
Yeah.
Why did you only provide a 2-week extension instead of a 4-week extension?
Well, I think all councillor members did the same thing. We said the staff said they only needed 2 weeks, and so which we did. Now remember, Councillor Bradford, it's not the extension that's the problem. You know what's the problem? It's the design of the entire program is flawed, and you were on council. How could it be that you got 100, citywide, 112,000 calls between the tax line and the 311 line?
So, Madam Deputy Speaker,
and nothing was done to clean up the situation.
She's answering your question.
No, she's not. No, she's
Well,
not.
you know how it works. You know how it works, Councillor. Everyone has a chance to answer the question. If you don't like the answer,
Okay.
you can keep trying to
So
get
just
it.
to confirm, last year when there were problems, there was a 4-week extension, but when you moved your motion at Executive Committee this year, despite the avalanche of calls and inquiries coming in, you opted for a 2-week extension. Is that correct?
The avalanche of what?
Well, for example, last year we had 49,000 calls to the tax and utility line. This year we've had 76,000
Oh,
calls
but
to
if
the
you
tax
add
and
it up,
utility lines.
excuse me.
And that's only 3 months.
If you add it up, but allow me to actually answer your question. If you add up the 311 and the tax line call, this year is 111,000 calls, okay? It's actually lower than last year. Last year, you received more calls, 112,215 calls compared to this year.
Could you break that down for me on a per month basis? Because this year we're only looking at 4 months of data, and last year we're looking at 12 months of data.
I'm looking at, as in terms
Yes,
of life calls.
I read the report.
I'm just doing the math for you.
Well, we all know how it works. You just sort of.
The math said to me that we received less call this year than last year.
But we're only 4 months into the year, correct?
Excuse me, what is, last year, surely you would have known that there's a problem. You know why? Allow me to answer this. Because I was out of town when the first notice came in. And then I appealed. I appealed on April 6th. You know when I got the final notice that the appeal was done? End of May. But I was told that I need to pay on May 1st. So what am I to do? I appeal on April 4th because I was away. It took 2 months in order to get an appeal turnaround. No, I did not receive a receipt. And thank God I didn't have to pay. I decided not to pay on May 1st, even though I was told to. And
Sorry,
so you
Councillor, I
already
think
see,
your time is up.
you already see that the program was flawed last year, that I was supposed to pay while the appeal was going on, and that's grossly unfair.
So then the question would be, why did you sit on it for 9 months and not fix it?
Okay, thank you. You have another question, Councillor Bradford?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we both could agree that the program design from last year was flawed. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So what steps have you taken during the 9 months since you assumed office to correct the program if we both agreed that it was flawed?
Well, it was rolled out in June before I became a
No,
mayor.
but
allow me to finish.
Yeah, please answer.
I meet with the city manager every week.
But not on this, as he said.
And
Sorry, can you allow the
have-
mayor to answer the question?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'd love her to answer the question.
No,
I
I'd
met
love
with-
you to let her answer the question. Thank you.
I met with, and every week, once a week, I meet with the city manager. I mentioned it in 3 occasions with the city manager that I detect there will be problems. I especially mentioned the multilingual challenges. The problem was the program was designed in such a flawed way that it didn't get fixed. Okay?
Clearly.
So yes, I did mention it to the city manager
Thanks, Madam
a few times.
Deputy Speaker.
We did not have a full-fledged staff meeting. You know why? Because by the time I got here, the program was rolling out. It
Mayor,
rolled out in
thank you.
June.
There is another question for you from Councillor Holliday. 1 second, please. Just got to find the H's. There we are, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, the word flawed has come up a number of times today, just a moment ago. In your estimation, is the reverse onus on 816,000 residents to prove that they're not vacant a flaw?
That's a very good question, Councillor Holliday. There had been experience from Vancouver, Ottawa, Government of Canada, province of Ontario and other places. What we need to do is to say to the speculators and some foreign owners that they cannot leave their units vacant in the middle of housing crisis. So that would then free up the space for people to actually rent. We have 1.5 million renters, and they're desperate. We need more units into the market. So what is the best way to do it? One of the way is through the vacancy home tax, the VHT. The VHT, if you have heard Deputy Mayor McAlfee answer to the question, was that, and our CFO said, that there has been research done in other municipalities that because of this VHT, we saw the result is that there are less vacant homes. And Councillor McAlfee actually gave an example of someone that sold her house and now it's on the market, and someone have moved in. So we are creating housing with this program. It just needs to be designed a whole lot better and revamped.
Madam Mayor, would you agree to changing the program so that it's no longer a reverse onus and that you could still have a tax, but make it a positive onus? If the home is vacant, then the person has to declare it's vacant and they pay the tax.
I asked that question to the staff previously in my conversation with the city manager and the CFO. Excuse me. But they have a lot of reservation about that. And at the end of the day, I think it's important to let our staff to design something for us. It will come back for a conversation. And collectively, let's look at whether the redesign actually meet our standards. I hope it does. I think there are a lot of suggestions out there using the utility bills, etc. There are many suggestions. Your question about reversing the onus is another suggestion. You notice, Councillor Holliday, that is exactly what we're doing with the 40,000 people that have not declared. As long as they're not part of the 11,000 households that have now declared it vacant, then we assume these folks live in that space. So we are already doing that in order to help fix the program for this year. We're cleaning it up, and we are applying the principle of reversing onus to that 40,000 plus people. We're telling them that they do not have to pay.
Thank you. Can you tell council what you see as the measure of success of this program? Is it the amount of money that we raise as a city, Or is it a magic number and a reduction of the number of vacant homes? Is it worth it to reduce it by 1 home, 1,000 homes, 1%, 5%? You know, what is the measure of success that makes all of this worth it?
This is an excellent question. I think is a target of zero vacancy. I like that. It's a target that if we could, out of the 11,000 homes, for example, that are now declared vacant, if a certain percentage of them would now come onto the market, then it would be worthwhile. I think that is a good question that we should ask the staff to set some kind of targets based on other municipalities that have a longer experience. This is only the 2nd year, whereas Vancouver have had more years and they had more success in getting these vacant units back into the market.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is our speaker, Nunziata.
Thank you. So I do have 2 amendments on the mayor's report. One is motion A, which is, we'll put it on the screen, which is highlighted. So and I've added in where the highlighted is in refund residents who have already paid. And then the second amendment is B, which is the highlighted portion, that such report to include the vacant home tax declaration process for 2025 in a standard practice of providing a confirmation number receipt when declaring online. So those are my 2 amendments to the mayor's report. So I did ask my questions, but it's obvious we screwed up, right? And, you know, and I mean, we just can't put a blame on just one person. I mean, everybody. Now, and as the questions I asked, what concerned me is that when we discussed this at the last council meeting, is that we knew at that point that there was an issue with the program. And what surprises me is that instead of putting everything on hold, we actually sent out tax bills. And there were residents that actually declared, and there was no confirmation number, and they get a bill in for $9,000, $10,000. And then we had some seniors that could not understand, and some of them don't speak the language. And we sent out these bills. I had a senior in my ward that contacted me that was in tears. His wife had just passed away 2 weeks before, and he gets this $10,000 tax bill in, and he's crying like, please help me, please help me. And what I had my office doing is that we actually had residents come into my Constitut office, but as well, we went and made home calls and tried to help them. You know, this should have never happened. And, you know, in light that we just sent out we just approved the budget for this year. It's over 9% tax increase, and then they get this bill in. You know, I think we need to really focus and bring forward recommendations in when that report comes back from staff. I think everything should be put on hold. Nobody pays anything. And until we proceed with this program, we have to ensure that it is correct this time. And if we have to cancel it, we cancel it. But we cannot continue unless we know that the program is going to work and that there's not going to be any serious issues. This was a total nightmare for the residents of Toronto. This is this was even worse than the pandemic. I mean, we had more people screaming and yelling about us on this, not understanding. And the mayor is correct. I mean, the people that were on vacation came back, didn't know. In the hospital for a couple months, they come back, they got this tax bill. So it was very, very confusing to residents. And And I think that in the motion that Councillor Fletcher and I put forward, I think the amendment that I put through here on the mayor's report covers our intent of the motion. And I understand there's other members' motion as well. But this can never happen again. And rather than try to blame people, let's move on and try to get it fixed. That's what we're here for, not to put blame on who did what, who had meetings here. That is not the issue today. The issue is let's fix it so this doesn't happen again. So thank you for the report, and I hope I can count on members of council to support my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next up, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
My motion puts the supplementary recommendation that speaks exactly to what the Speaker has just said. Let's fix it. But I'm amending it to add, here we are. So what you see before you, we'll scroll up, but what you're looking at now are the supplementary recommendations. And what do community members want to hear if it's not that we are directing today all of the parties that can be a part of the solution to report back on a completely revised vacant home tax program design for the 2024 taxation year prior to the 2025 budget process, so that we're fully attentive to the issue. The list of things that I'm adding to the motion is to the best of my ability, a reflection of what's coming in from councillors, what's coming in from residents. It's to reflect the user experience so that the process of redesign includes consideration of these things. My questions during the question period were about the analysis. We could spend the next 4 hours of the day going through what went wrong. All I care about is that staff will analyze what went wrong deeply and then incorporate what they've learned into the design. If we spend the next 4 hours talking about what went wrong, that will be 4 hours of vehement agreement. We all agree that our residents were hurt, were upset. Madam Speaker, talking about a grown man in tears. This was terrifying for some people. But what it speaks to more than anything is the power of communication. Its power when it goes right is our best outcome. Its power when it goes wrong. To truly flatline families and to have them in chaos. Communication going right, I hope you will agree, is very quickly. All of us began communicating. In those first 48 hours, every one of us as political representatives was putting something out to the people we represent. Staff were putting out corporate communications as best they could. The mayor and the CFO on the air talking about how quickly we're going to fix this, and don't worry, it needs council's authority, but we're going to get that late fee dealt with. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for adding that we should refund those who did go ahead and pay it. We need to fix this. We need to incorporate all of the things that you want looked at. But let's be clear. Let's be clear. Things do go wrong. Things do go wrong. And as much as we'd like to blame it on one person, one of my colleagues would like to blame the entire thing on Mayor Chow. But does that fix it? What do we gain by doing that? We certainly don't fix anything. The fix is going to take all of us having faith in the public service to do what they have spent this morning telling us they're going to do. And ultimately, we're going to have to go out and communicate and in a way sell that redesign. Because we need this tool right now. We need it. We actually do need to turn every house that can be a home in this city into that home. So we need this tool right now. Staff are going to do their very best work to redesign for us because they're alive to how painful this was. We're going to have to go out there and sell it. So at a certain point in time, we're going to have to convert from commiserating about how terrible this was to we're fixing it. But it happens. Just recently, Tens of thousands of Canadians were told by Tim Hortons that they want a boat. That was a technological error and a failure in communications. But you know what? They should have learned something, because exactly a year ago, their app told tens of thousands of people that they won $10,000. That was a bad rollout, a bad communication, and they had a lot of pain. Did they fix it perfectly in time for the second year? No, they did not. Do we think that they're now going to do the deep analysis to figure out how everyone thought they won 10 grand and then a following year thought they won 55 grand? I'll bet they're having the conversation we're having in their boardroom, and they're going to have the faith in their staff to fix it or scrap the app altogether. But at a certain point, that corporation is going to have to turn around and help the community gain the confidence that we can fix it, we are fixing it, and this won't happen next year. That will be our jobs, all of our jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Through you, Speaker, I think that one thing that we know in life is a mistake is a chance to learn. There's a lot that needs to be learned here. I'm going to be supporting the motions that are before us that I think are thoughtful, helpful, and we do need to get on a path where we restore the confidence that we need to have from the people of Toronto that we can run this program effectively, because it is important that we have it. It was the right decision to bring in this tax, to increase the amount of housing supply in the city, and at the same time for that revenue to be invested in really important pieces. And we're in the business with this kind of tax of getting out of business. I do think that many comments have been made already that I would have liked to make, and I didn't ask questions because I think that all the questions were asked. What I do want to say, however, is that last year I was a new councillor, and I went on a journey with my colleague here, Councillor Myers, when we started to get calls about a new tax and new notices that were terrifying our residents with a form that was incomprehensible to them, delivered in a format that was unfamiliar and without contact information. We made huge efforts to reach out to staff and to speak to them and understand how is it that we could support our residents. Many of the people have moved on, so I think that I want to look forward. We did hear at the last council meeting that, councillors complained about the yellow form, so we went with this different approach. I think that strategic communications is built on a couple of principles. Number one is that the people that are running a piece of a program should not be the people that design the communications. We have to make sure that we're identifying and lifting up really good, effective practices from other divisions, from other cities, and in general, if things are incomprehensible, they're not effective. There are really proven practices, particularly around speaking to adults, popular education approaches that we could take, and we need to really think very carefully, I think, as well, from a culture shift perspective about what is the role of the councillor here and the council offices. I don't think our job is to go in and do an audit of the program and then ourselves know every single factoid. I don't want the Mayor of Toronto to know numbers for 311 from last week, because that's not governing. Governing is setting a course and an agenda and then making sure that we have the touch points so that those objectives are being met. I think that our role has to be also to be informants for when a program like this is being designed. I'll go back to the example of Councillor Myers and myself. We kept getting explained about why this tax was important. On the outside, before we got elected, we were both in support of this. In fact, I collected signatures with civil society organizations because it was a way to generate, to ensure that we had more housing and generate some needed revenue. Getting explained the purpose of the tax wasn't what we needed. We needed people to understand that our residents, we have some of the highest concentrations of English as a second language and seniors. These are house rich and income poor people, our problem wasn't that we needed to have declarations of, that people weren't making declarations that they were, that they owned unoccupied homes. They were having difficulty declaring that they occupied their home. So I think that there is a role for councillors to play. We are on the front line in many ways. We talk to our residents. I had to take many calls in different languages to explain to people who, as the speaker said, were crying. They were crying last year, and it was even worse this year. Two wrongs don't make a right. We need to go back and take a look, yes, at the design and the back end of how it's collected, but I really want to just emphasize that there are really proven practices for how we communicate with people, and we need to get really good at this. Because in every single way that I can imagine, there were not visual prompts, the way that it looked, the way that it was written, the way that it was presented, the kind of paper it was presented in, and the lack of touch points for different people with different experiences to interact with this is problematic. And please, can we get to the era where we recognize that texting and other forms of communication are useful? There are many people that don't have smartphones and don't have internet access, but boy, do they have access to text. So that would be my last
Okay,
comment.
thank you. Before we go to the next speaker, Councillor Cheng, you have a class that's in here. Just a couple minutes, please.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to welcome Ms. Nicole Levy and the grade 5 students of the Toronto Waldorf School. We welcome you to Toronto City Hall and watching Democracy in Action.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first thing I'd like to do really is to thank all the councillors' staff and the great work they did, the heroic work they did when the hundreds of calls came into our offices for the bills that went out unjustifiably. And I was going to have a motion to that effect, but told that we couldn't move a motion to that effect. So I want to thank my staff, my team at City Hall, and as well as other councillor staff for the heroic work they did when this hit. Obviously, it was a mess, and I think I can repeat my common phraseology that the people of Toronto aren't looking for bigger government, they're not looking for smaller government, they're looking for better government. And in this situation, we did not provide better government. I don't understand why, when we had a high success rate with this notice, we then changed it to something that someone would pay no attention to, this notice. When we have some success with a format, we should build on that success. We shouldn't take a step backwards. You know, if you connect the dots to some of the difficult situations that we faced over the last few years, whether it's through the Auditor General's report, whether it's slip-ups in policy, whether it's things falling through the cracks with the delivery of services. You connect, I believe, with one thing, and that's the over-remote working of our public service. Complex organizations, like a municipality of the City of Toronto, cannot be run by kitchen tables. We need to take a sober second look on how it's being done and why it's being done. When it comes to the rollout of strategic initiatives, there should be collaborative, in-person consultation, making sure that everybody is around the table, going from person to person to make sure everything is right, looking for nuance, looking for body language, and getting the answers. And the more this city goes remote, the more we're going to have situations like this. You know, we have a revenue services team at North York Civic Centre. It's in the basement. It was built there with a lot of fanfare. They moved the councillors out. They moved them upstairs. They built all these cubicles. We haven't seen them in years. We haven't seen anyone working there in years. And we're wondering, where are these people? That being said, in defense of staff, the vacant home tax was on the mainstream media. Excuse me. It was covered by Global News. It was covered by breakfast television. It was on CTV. It was on CP24. It was in our new e-newsletters. It was on social media. It was in some of the ethnic press. I know it was in some of the Italian press. But at the same time, we had a problem. We had a big problem. And what strikes me is, as most problematic about this is, when we saw the clouds of trouble coming, there was no alert from finance. Where were the alerts to councillors' offices? Prepare yourself for the wave. Where was the ramp up from 311 to handle the calls? Where was the training on 311 so that the staff there could understand what was happening and what was going wrong? When things go wrong, people want to know early so they can adjust and tinker to make sure they get it right. At the end of the day, there's a lot of correcting to do. How we market this, how we explain this, how we roll it out next time. I mean, one of the big flaws also, I mentioned a few, is the fact that there was no second notice saying, I'm sorry we missed your filing. I mean, we get notices from everyone. We get notices from the bell companies, from our credit card companies. We get notices from our banks and everything else. There was no second notice saying, I'm sorry you missed your filing deadline. It's very important that you get your information in. We have to fix this as we go forward. We have to restore confidence of the people of Toronto, and we have to apologize for the mess we've made. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Speaker, I'm tempted to gloat and say I told you so, but I'm not going to do that. The situation is so grievous and people have been through so much heartache on this that this is not the time. You know what I heard today? There's no goals. There's no measure of success. You know what we heard before? Was that the number of vacant homes from last year to this year is expected to be about the same. But I'll tell you, what is absolute rubbish is how some members of council have made comments and pointed fingers to the Toronto Public Service on this. This is a council that at the March 20th council meeting was discussing this very issue. We were told that 80% of people had filed and not filed at the deadline. You know what council did? They ended debate. They ended the debate early because people were not interested in talking about it. And then all of this reaction later on, pointing at the public service, accusing them of making a mess. When you know what they did? They pulled out all the stops. They ran the call center to the point the call center couldn't take any more calls. They processed, in under 2 weeks, 120,000 notices of complaints. I can't imagine who worked through the night to do that. I'm going to spend my time, though, talking about something else that is troubling. There's a media report out there, and there's a quote. And that leaves questions. People will speculate, who was this? Why did they leave? Why are they being blamed? Members, the air needs to be cleared on this. All this does, without resolving this, is opens a rift between council and the public service. You know, how can we expect this to get better if we can't even solve basic things like this? I don't have a lot of faith in this going forward because this council has intentionally set up the design of this. The core policy is a reverse onus on citizens to prove to the government that they simply live in their homes. That's at the heart of this. I asked if there's appetite to change that. I didn't really get an answer. Until we do that, I cannot see a path forward in how we will resolve this. I can't see a path forward if we don't even have a measure of success. I certainly hope it's not about the money, because there's a lot of money here. Unfortunately, you put all of this together, you know, and maybe you can complain a little bit about the font size or the color of the buck slip. But until these fundamental issues are fixed, I don't have a lot of hope going forward. I hope that council will realize what has gone on here. I hope members will take a look in the mirror about who has been pointing fingers at who, about who got it wrong, because it was council that got it wrong. 14 members are still here. 25 voted for it for a reverse onus. 11 are gone, 1 against. Those 14 have to answer the question. They're the ones that set up the flawed process, not the public service. That's what needs to be fixed, Madam Speaker. Take away the reverse onus. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues and the staff for the important questions, the thoughtful discussion, and for us to be able to reflect on the experience that we've had over the last year when it comes to this particular tax, and that we can all agree that the rollout of the vacant homes tax this year, and it's an understatement to say, but I'll put it this way, left a lot to be desired. And I do want to thank residents from across the city, but particularly in my ward, that shared their concerns and have come forward as well with their important ideas on how we can work together to improve the program, its implementation, and its effectiveness. And I'm really happy to see recommendations before us, both to waive late fees this year and to have a full study that is complete and thorough and responsive to improve this item when it comes forward for the coming year. And while this year's implementation has had serious concerns, it is so important that we as a council keep our sights on the critical role that the vacant homes tax plays in addressing our housing crisis, a policy tool used effectively in other jurisdictions and that can be used effectively for us right here. It increases what is returned back into the housing supply, discouraging owners from taking housing off the market. It curbs speculation, disincentivizes investors from buying properties solely to hold on to them vacant in hopes of future price appreciations, and it has the byproduct of generating revenue without increasing taxes on residents' primary homes. I want to take this moment to thank staff, to thank my council colleagues, the mayor, the budget chief, for their quick action on this item, and looking forward to working together for a better system so that we can realize the benefits that started this engagement on this policy tool in the first place. Thank you very much.
Cute. Maybe we can get this done before lunch. Councillor Fletcher. Oh, just a sec. Well, Councillor Fletcher, if you can go first. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. And just before I start my remarks, I just want to also say that, Councillor Holyday, I appreciate your approach, but we don't design programs here. We just vote on things that staff say are going to work. And we have questions and try to refine things, but certainly isn't our job to decide how to run the city services. That's why we have these great staff, very well paid. Our job is to approve things, and we believe that when staff bring things to us, particularly important matters, that's we're going to be getting good things, and we can tinker and say, is this right, is that right? But we certainly don't sit here and design them. So I think we should be clear on that. And I would just ask my colleagues to stop talking. Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. So just to clarify that, I did also want to reflect, Councillor Pasternak thanked our staff. I mean, our office staff, our staff teams, because they got the calls and they were on it and they didn't know what to do. Councillor Carroll, you jumped on that right away, and our speaker right away, and our mayor right away, and worked with Mr. Conforti to get some messaging, to get things moving, to explain what had happened and what you should now do. So I guess I wasn't going to ask any questions earlier, and I did. From our last meeting, when we talked about the vacant home tax, I got the impression it was, oh, don't worry, everything's under control. That seemed to be the approach. But now we find out, ooh, it wasn't quite under control. We have these problems. We find out that 311 wasn't teed up for an avalanche, given that there were so many more people that hadn't declared than last year, and that certain kinds of things just hadn't happened. And I just want to say three things. Number one, the digital issues that we're finding here are very serious to me. I don't know about you, but I shop a lot online. I order things, they tell me when it's coming, I get, here's your receipt for such and such. How do we have a digital program designed that does not have a confirmation that you've paid, that you've declared? It's one of the things that's a bottom line 2024 part of the digital world, paying, getting information, declaring, etc. Even when I pay my parking ticket, and yes, I get them, and yes, I pay them, I get a confirmation. I have paid. Thank you very much. In case I get, why was there no confirmation on dealing with your largest piece of equity that anybody has generally in this city? Your home, your precious home. So I think that is a big lesson here. It's a digital program. Right now, well, yesterday in the House of Commons, the head of Vacant had to go and explain himself for his digital program, which didn't work. So I think that's a bar that needs to be moved up. And I'm sorry the city manager isn't here, because I would be looking at him and saying, that's a bar, we didn't meet it, got to fix it, number one. Messaging. Even after, I happened to meet one of Councillor Ainsley's constituents. She'd taken a taxi from your ward, Councillor Ainsley, because when she called to say, what can I do, she was told you can pay at City Hall or you can pay at North York Civic Centre, and that was this, even after all the civic centres have been added on. So our messaging even then wasn't up to the date and up to the minute, the same as if this was like an emergency. So how did that happen? $80 that way, $80 this way, and she was very upset. I would be very upset. That should be fixed. Then you check, is it everywhere? Has the media got that? Does everybody know exactly where you can go to pay? That didn't happen either. That didn't happen either. That bothers me for my constituents. So really, the standard of practice that we would set around a new program, fine, there's a number of people that aren't in that program, and then how are we going to have a reaction? What are we watching for? How are we acknowledging things? Didn't happen. I'm just going to go back to, it didn't happen fast enough. Yes, it's happening, but as I found in the questioning and from people that are going on, there's still not a confirmation. You still go on and you're not told, you probably don't pay your 21-24 because you're probably not going to have to pay it. Wait until after the council meeting. And it's just that kind of live, up-to-the-minute processes that I actually do expect in 2024. I expect from our very professional staff. I expect on a digital platform. And I will just say that I think we have a lot more to do in the digital world, because we just have a lot to do, and that is whoever's in charge of that. These standards need to be upped, and I'm going to support all the motions. I'm particularly going to support your speaker, because those came out of the motion that you and I had immediately gotten done and sent in. So I hope we don't have to have another meeting like this about this or any other matter in the very near future or ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, you want to acknowledge students that you have here in the council chambers?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Yes, although the timing's not quite right, they just missed me moving the motion on this issue and having my comments. But what's important is that council know the students that are with us today are from the ARS Armenian School, and this is a particularly important week for them. This weekend will be the commemoration of the Armenian genocide. I don't know if the students know that Councillor Matlow, he was right there a minute ago, some of the people who made sure that the Armenian genocide that will be commemorated this weekend was added to public school curriculum by Councillor Matlow, who now joins me as a colleague in council. They learn a lot. Armenian School is a private school, but they learn a lot about community responsibility, and they take part in that commemoration. They remember their own ancestors and relatives who lived through that difficulty 100 years ago, many of whom came to North America and parts of Europe, and were homeless just like the people that we struggle to serve now, and made their start in North America and Canada and the US. Georgetown is something they learn about, the Georgetown boys. And so that they're here on this very special week is, I think, something that we should all applaud. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So, Speaker, members of council, so I have two motions, first of all. My first motion is quite clear. It speaks to the immediate cancellation of the vacant home tax. Simple, straightforward. Second motion also speaks for itself. It is seeking an exemption for seniors and other vulnerable groups from receiving a penalty fee and requesting report back no later than Q 2024, and to make the VHT a more user-friendly for seniors. So, Mayor and colleagues, a lot has happened, and I'm not going to recap everything that's happened. But right now, the right thing to do, as the mayor did, is to stand up and apologize. But to take it a step further, this apology has to come with a full and complete cancellation of this program. So Councillor Carroll mentioned that we need this as a tool. The mere definition of a tool means that maybe something could be fixed. This is unfixable. We need to come at this from an angle of common sense and reason. And many of you may not agree, but that's the angle I believe I'm coming from. So we've all received hundreds of phone calls, emails, walk-ins because of the hefty tax bills that caused a stir of confusion, panic, frustration, and despair. My constituency office assisted over 100 residents only in the first 2 days after receiving their vacant home tax penalty bills. I'm sure many of you have had those same experiences. Seniors on fixed incomes are especially shocked and traumatized seeing a tax bill in the thousands that arrived in the mail. No excuse for that. It's done. The damage is done. It was so heartbreaking to see constituents coming into my office, some of them virtually in tears, shaking, and their voices trembling in anger. But what hurt the most was to see and witness an elderly lady shaking so much she could not even sign her own declaration form. We need to pay attention to these real stories. To this day, we are still experiencing a regular flow of angry constituents, frustrated constituents coming into my office with concerns, complaints about this additional unwanted tax. I have heard, seen, and experienced unique and emotional stories. Just a couple of days ago, an elderly couple came into my office with a file folder in her hand and looked at me, and then asked, "Where did we go wrong? We've always paid our taxes on time." They were angry, confused when they received the penalty tax bill in the mail. This one really hit home. Another constituent who formerly lived in a communist country was proud to move to Canada, our country. He chose Toronto as his home and a place to live. When he received this penalty tax bill, he was very fearful of being arrested if he did not pay this bill. In fact, he was on the verge of going out to seek a loan before coming to my office. Thankfully, he came to see us first. From its inception, and I wasn't here then, but I knew about it, I never supported a program like this. With the passing of the 2023 taxation deadline, we've received over 100,000 complaints. The numbers are much higher now, as I understand. I'm not sure we really know the total numbers, likely pushing over 200,000. citywide and reversed well over 108,000 wrongful charges, and they're still coming. So I think that we clearly have evidence that this vacant home tax program has proven to be a disaster, just to put it very lightly. There's only one fix. That fix is scrap it, get rid of it. We don't need it. We all have heard from constituents sharing their inability to speak to someone at 311. What happened when that happened? It led to thousands of people looking to their councillor for help, not to mention the long lineups at our local civic centers and City Hall. I've heard from many constituents from other wards. I'm going to skip some of the things that I want to say because I'm running out of time. My motion simply is seeking the immediate cancellation of this program. It's been a very disappointing policy. This is not a housing solution policy. It is unfair and an unnecessary tax policy.
5 seconds.
And so, Mayor Chow, colleagues, listen to what people are saying very clearly to us and support my motion to cancel. Let's get on with the business of running the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
Go ahead.
No, I have a question. Councillor Holiday has a question. He just put his name on the list. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. It's very brief. I know, Councillor Casanti, that there were some other, if I've got it right, Councillor Carroll has some additional reporting that she would like to see. Would you see the additional reporting that you're suggesting in motion 3B as complementary or extra as opposed to erasing the other request?
Yes or no answer.
I'm sorry, Councillor Holiday, you're referring to my motion number 2?
The second motion, yeah, it asked for some extra reporting, things, some ideas. Could you see that meshing together with the extra things that Councillor Carroll is also suggesting?
Well, I believe my motion number 2, there's components of this that Councillor Carroll's motion does not capture.
They don't exclude each other.
No, I mean, there's one that is very, very similar, and that I believe she maybe, I don't know where she got it from, but it says here the feasibility of eliminating any proposed late fees for seniors. No, she doesn't have that.
Yeah.
Which one was?
You want them to work together, is my
We
point.
want them to work together, but mine is very specific, very clear, and I think it could stand on its own.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of us councillors, residents, and staff witnessed the city-wide meltdown that happened in the flawed implementation of the vacant home tax. Seniors lost sleep, had panic attacks, and some who were struggling wondered, can I even stay in my own home anymore? The challenge with this situation, as with life, is that it did not happen in a vacuum. It happened after a significant increase in property taxes and the contentious and now canceled or paused consultative process for the stormwater charge, aka rainwater tax. Life is not easy. Those who drive cars know that the gas prices went up significantly this morning. Added to this is the low trust that people have for government and institutions. People don't believe that we have their backs. It is very upsetting to know that at some point someone pressed print on these vacant home taxes, knowing the explosion that would happen on the other side. I hope that there will be a sober analysis of whether or not there was the proper line of sight or how we can improve this in our process design. Fostering trust in our city is important towards strengthening our democracy. We must strive towards excellence. Is it possible we don't have the right people designing this process? Do we need to include a process design engineer to help us map out the logistics and the communications, all towards building something that garners trust from our residents? As someone mentioned, hindsight is 20/20. Let us learn from our mistakes and everything that we have done wrong and move forward towards a focus on building trust in our government and in the City of Toronto. Our democracy is frail, and when we have large failures like this, We confirm the worst fears that people have about our government. I don't think we should be throwing out the baby with the bathwater. We want to discourage vacant homes for many good reasons, and we, as a city, along with our residents, are learning together. Let us build a new, excellent process with excellent communications that will build trust in our residents, and let us unanimously eat some humble pie and give a heartfelt apology to the many people who have gone through this stressful time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
I have a motion, which I know the clerks will put on the screen, and
Sorry.
it's somewhat self-explanatory.
Yeah, hold on. Your motion is not ready, so I'll have to hold you down. Okay. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today with the acknowledgement that we've all had to reconcile with the vacant home tax. This year has been a fiasco, it's been a disaster, and it's been a real pain point for hundreds of thousands of Torontonians across the entire city. You all know that. Your staff teams all know that. I know your phones have been ringing off the hook. Your inboxes have been blowing up. You've been getting text messages from friends and family members and anybody that has your phone number, and it hasn't stopped. And that's been really, really frustrating. And so I think we come together as a council with an effort to fix this going forward, but with an opportunity to sort of reflect on how we got here and recognize that there were some steps that probably ought to have been taken over the past year that weren't. People open up that letter from the City of Toronto that says you owe $5,000, $7,000, $10,000 on the back of a record-breaking tax increase, and folks just don't have more money to give the City of Toronto. We can get into the weeds about the fact that you don't get a receipt when you fill out the form, the fact that there are lots of people who did fill out the form but still got the letter, the fact that people didn't know that they had to do this every single year because nothing changed for them. They still live in their house. And that is the fundamental problem with this program. And I think the hindsight that we've looked over the past year, learned and observed, is that this whole thing is predicated on the assumption of guilt. The city is assuming you don't live in your house unless you tell us otherwise. And certainly what we've seen over the past year, and when you look at the data and the numbers in the administrative inquiry, it is far worse this year than it was last year. And I'll be the first to acknowledge, last year wasn't great. We had a conversation in a meeting at City Hall, conversations with staff that said last year wasn't great. But for it to be orders of magnitude worse this year, I think that's why people are so frustrated with all of this. Torontonians deserve better. They deserve a better process. And I think when you actually get into the numbers, and when you look at how much time and effort and money and the work of the civil service and the bureaucracy and the stress it's caused Torontonians, for a couple thousand houses, you have to ask the question, is the juice worth the squeeze? And I think right now, we're definitely not there with this program. I don't mean to get confrontational or create friction with any of my colleagues, but it is clear that this wasn't top of mind and this wasn't a priority for the administration. It is clear that meetings that probably ought to have taken place in the many months since last June as this program was being rolled out, those meetings with senior city staff and the mayor and the mayor's office, that didn't happen. And I just think it's a good lesson for all of us. You can't be asleep at the wheel. You have to wrap your arms around things, especially when it impacts so many of our residents. Council was very quick in the fall to raise the vacant home tax from 1% to 3%, but it's clear not a lot of time, in fact, no time was spent on how we fix a program that did not work very well last year and is orders of magnitude worse this year. So given what I've heard today and the experience over the last few weeks in Toronto, I think it's time to shelve this thing altogether. And I will be supporting that because this is not ready for main stage. This is not ready for prime time. The answers I heard from staff don't give me a lot of confidence that we're going to come up with a program where it is not a reverse onus on residents to tell us they live in the house that they actually live in. I'm not hearing a lot of confidence in that. I also didn't hear from the mayor that that was necessarily the direction that she wanted to go in either. So I will be supporting Councillor Crisanti's motion. I will also, because I don't expect that will be the will of council, supporting any motions to try and make this better. We'll see what we come up with, but this is not working today. We have to be honest about that, and I think it's time to put pens down on this and come up with something better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
You wait till you...
Councillor Perruzza, we do have your motion.
I have a motion, and the motion can be put on the screen. It's relatively simple. Just want to explain it briefly. I supported the home vacancy tax when it was first brought in. Why? Because I don't believe that anybody, imagine Elon Musk. Imagine like a guy with billions of dollars just to throw around, decides that, you know what, I'm going to go in and buy up a bunch of houses in the city of Toronto because it's a safe place, because house prices there, if I do that, I'm going to inflate house prices, I'm going to make a ton of money, and I'm going to keep them empty. Imagine that. And then all these young people that are here today looking for a place to live, eventually, where do they go? It's a limited commodity. No one should be able to just simply buy it up, drive up prices, and leave it empty. Let me say that again. Nobody should be allowed to buy up homes and then leave them empty, driving up prices for everyone else. Now, I understand it. You bring in a measure to try to limit that. And what's the objective? Somebody asked earlier, say, what's the metrics on this? How do you quantify it? I don't want to collect a nickel's worth of home vacancy tax. I don't want a nickel to come into the city. You know what that would mean? That would mean that not a single home out there that is livable is left empty. That's what that would mean. So that should be the test. That should be the ultimate goal. What does my motion do? Simple. I think that when you send out the bill and you finally get the attention of folks, so imagine you have a home and your son is living in it and he hangs out in the basement playing video games all the time. So you send a bill in the mail, says you haven't declared your own vacancy tax, pay this bill. In that bill, you should have a little note saying, hey, if you're in the basement, sleeping on the couch, playing video games, pay attention because you're going to have to pay this thing. However, if you are living there, you can declare and therefore everything goes away. Your bill goes away. Your fee goes away. Your fine goes away. Your interest rate charge goes away. Everything goes away. Why? Because you're there, living there, on the couch, playing video games, which you're entitled to do. You send the next bill with the added charge. There should be a little note on there that says, by the way, if you're there, living there, you should be able to go online or by mail and tell us you're living there, and then everything goes away. The bill, the fee, the interest rate, the charge, the penalty. Why? Because you're not subject to the tax. And that should continue all the way along the process until that bill registers on title. If it gets paid, that means the place is vacant and it's paid. But if you're not subject to it, imagine sending all of these young people here a bill in the mail for speeding. And then say to them, by the way, you need to tell us that you didn't speed in order to be not subject to the bill or the fine. So, Speaker, that's what my motion would do. It essentially says if you're not subject to the tax because your home is occupied, then you shouldn't be subject to any fee or penalty just simply because you didn't pay attention, just because you were on the couch playing video games, you didn't pay attention to this stuff, so you're not subject, it goes away. When you finally attune to it and say, by the way, I'm here, I'm happy to be here, I'm living here, I'm playing video games, I shouldn't be subject to the tax.
5
so
seconds.
therefore, go away, and we should go away.
All right, so we'll recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Okay, members of council, if you can please take your seats. Okay, we'll go back to the questions for the speakers list for the vacant home tax. Okay, if I can have members take their seats. Councillor Matt Lowe to speak.
I have a motion to contribute, Madam Speaker. And the motion essentially is just asking staff to do what I would hope that they would, which is to speak with the Privacy Commissioner about the possibility of using data with informed consent to be able to identify whether or not somebody is living in the house. It doesn't, by the way, suggest that this will necessarily be the model that we use, but it's a model that we should explore at the very least, given that so many of our residents are asking, I think, some intuitive questions about how can we do things better. I really believe, I've been hearing the tone of the debate, and I know it's hard when people are screaming at you, and for very good reason, right? People are upset. People are shocked to get those bills, and I feel upset for them. I think all of us do, and that's why we want to fix this. But rather than just either scrap everything or just blame others, let's I really suggest we focus on the two things that we want to fix. One is we want to contribute to ensuring that there's more housing supply. And while the vacant home tax in no possible way is going to solve the housing crisis, it's one small tool in a very large toolbox that we need. And that's the whole reason that we have it. We want to make sure that to the very best of our ability, we identify where we have vacant homes and see them put back into the market. Along with, ancillary issue, which is that there are some neighborhoods, many neighborhoods that have vacant homes that are, that are actually been sitting there for many years that actually have a very adverse effect on the community and should be dealt with in some way, and we don't have those tools. The other fix that we need to make is how to do this well, because it wasn't done well this year. And we have a few months to get this right. We have a few months to work on a system that isn't punitive, that isn't essentially reverse billing, that isn't going after people in some way where they get shocked or surprised. And it's just done in a way where actually we don't hardly even hear about it after the fact. And that's really what we want to get to. In other words, for the vast majority of Torontonians, the vast majority of the roughly 3 million Torontonians, this shouldn't even be something that they have to think about because most people don't have a lot of homes. And for the very few who do, then it should be a process that's just easy and understandable and isn't surprising and isn't punitive. So I hope you'll support the motion to explore looking at a way to use the data that we already have, obviously with the informed consent of each individual, one time only, and then we just be done with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. The experience of this year's vacant home tax for residents in Scarborough North was not unlike the experience that occurred in other parts of the city. At the last council meeting, before all of our offices received hundreds of emails and calls from residents, I stood up and asked city staff questions about the administration and execution of the vacant home tax. This included questions about finding more efficient ways to administer the vacant home tax, which would also be less cumbersome for residents, such as using utility bills to identify occupied dwellings. Because let's face it, the majority of homes are occupied by residents who have lived there for many years, or they have tenants or families staying in their homes. I think it's important we remember the ultimate goal of the vacant home tax. It's not to have 100% compliance on declarations. It's to identify vacant homes and ultimately reach a point where the city is collecting little to no vacant home tax because homes are occupied. That said, there's also an opportunity going forward to better educate and inform residents as well as improve the vacant home tax process. I'm happy to see the motions put forward by my colleagues and the mayor on just doing that. My hope is that we can find a better way forward by learning the lessons from this year's vacant home tax and assure people that they have faith in their local government. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Any further speakers on the item before we close it up? Okay, so let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, our first motion is motion by Councillor Crisanti. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? In the negative, thank you. Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
In the affirmative, thank you. The motion does not carry. The vote is 5 to 18.
Okay, next motion. Okay, it's on the screen. Okay. Do we want a recorded vote on this? No. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Next motion. Okay, my motion again on the screen. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Next motion. Motion by Councillor Carroll, on favor, show of hands, carried. Next motion. Next motion by Councillor Crisanti, on favor, show of hands, carried. Next motion. By Councillor Perruzza, on favor, show of hands, carried. By Councillor Carroll, on favor, carried. Motion by Councillor Matlow, on favor, carried. Is that it? Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, are you able to use the system to vote? Thank you. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 23 to 1.
Okay. Okay, so members, now we'll go through the members' motion. Yeah, so the first one is redundant. This 17.2 is redundant, and MM 17.3 is redundant. So we'll go to MM 17.4. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. 17.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 17.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 17.7. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to a reopening of item 2023 MM12.18 and item 2023 MM12.25. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen those items. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item? All in favor? Carried. MM17.8. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to a reopening of item 2023 T7.91. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of reopening? Carried. Okay, Councillor Chang, we're in the middle of votes. Can you please take your seat? So, Councillor Matlow, you would like to hold the item? Okay. MM 17.9. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of referral? Carried. Okay, recorded vote on the referral. Voting to waive referral.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 23-1.
On the item, on favor? Pardon? Recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Perks, please, and Councillor Perruzza. The item is adopted. The vote is 23-1.
MM 17.10. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 17.11. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 17.12. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Striking Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 17.13. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 17.14. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. This motion is subject to reopening item 2024 MM 14.15. A two-thirds vote is required to open the item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. Okay, so a motion to reopen. On favor? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 17.15. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On favor of the item? Carried. MM 17.16. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. I like to hold the item down because I have to amend the motion with the city solicitor. So I'll hold the item down. MM 17.17. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 17.18. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 17.19. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2023 NY 8.11. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen the item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 17.20. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 TE 10.37. The two-thirds vote is required to reopen the item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 17.21. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 17.22. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. So we'll now go back to IE 12.4, which is the cycling network. Sure. Okay, is the staff okay to do quick releases? Okay, if we have a quick release, if you can put it on the screen. If you can put your name. Councillor Cole?
Yeah. I have quick release for CC 17.11.
I'm sorry, CC?
CC 17.
11, okay.
126, 134 Parliament Street, 529 Richmond Street East, and a portion of Warts Lane. Warts Lane, really? Anyways, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions, Ward 13. Confidential attachment, I'm releasing that quickly.
C 1711, Councillor Cole's releasing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Any further releases? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. It's DM 17. DM 17.1, 374, 376, and 378 Yonge Street. We deferred it yesterday. Legal has advised that they'd rather that we refuse it today, so I want to reopen it and refuse it.
So there's a motion by Councillor Sachs on DM 17.1 to reopen, to reconsider. All in favor? Carried. Okay, then we put the amendment on the screen. There's the amendment on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, PH 11.13, 1111 Danforth Avenue, notice of intention. Sorry, thank you, Councillor. To designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I have a motion.
That's on PH 11.13, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
I believe.
So do we have the motion?
I did have it yesterday.
Okay. If we can put the motion on the screen.
Do we need another minute? I'm happy to wait. Oh, we're okay? Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you.
Okay, it's on the screen, Councillor
That's great.
Fletcher.
Thank
The
you.
City Council received the item for information.
That's correct.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen on PH 11.13. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Are there any further quick releases? Okay, so we'll now go to the cycling, which is IE 12.4. Pardon? Which one, the received motion? Yes. Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Do you want to? Councillor Holiday's asked for recorded vote on your received item.
Just stand by, members,
So
while
recorded
we
vote.
stage the motion. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Chang, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. And thank you. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? The motion to receive carries. The vote is 20-1.
Our next item is infrastructure, i.e. 12.4, cycling network. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down.
Here we go. I've tried to release this, but apparently there's questions on this, so.
What do we, okay, do we have, does anybody have any questions on this?
I tried to release it 3 times,
Yeah.
but somebody's got questions
So on
on it.
the cycling network, does anybody have any questions? Please put their name on the screen. Pardon? But, okay, we don't have any questions, so speakers. So Councillor Fletcher, did you want to speak?
This earlier and couldn't get a quick release because somebody would like to speak on it.
Okay, so are you
But I am
fine?
going to be supporting this. Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Any speakers? Councillor Cole.
Yes, as the Vice Chair of Infrastructure and Environment and under the direction of Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey, I'm just giving you a brief summary of this report on the Cycling Network 2024. It just seeks authority to install 5.8 kilometers of new bikeways associated with 5 projects. Farrand Drive Area Safety Improvements, Ward 16. Galloway Road Sidewalks and Cycling Connections, Ward 24. Portland, Dan Leckie Cycling Connections, Ward 10. Silverthorne Cycling Connections, Ward 10. Weston Cycling Connections, Ward 5. And the key points here are, this report gives city staff authority to install 5.8 kilometers of new bikeways in the city and is the first of several cycling reports that will be before us this year. Thanks to our staff who have worked hard over the last 5 years to expand our cycling network at an unprecedented rate. Between 2018 and 2023, 115 kilometers of new bikeways, Councillor Holyday, were installed and 90 kilometers of existing bikeways were upgraded and made safer. We have been successful thanks to the incredible collaboration between local councillors and city staff. Thank you so very much, as Councillor McKelvey, to local councillors who contributed to this work in today's report. And by the way, if you have other changes you want to make or whatever, there will be another opportunity as another cycling report will be coming forth in quarter number 2. Thank you very much. And I urge you to support this very progressive increment to our bike network.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to request a recorded vote on item 1F, which is Portland Street. Thank you.
Councillor Holyday is asking for recorded vote on F. Okay.
Just stand by, members, while we stage the vote. Members, we're displaying the motion with 1F. There's 2 additional sections accidentally displayed, but it's 1F that we're voting on here. Speaker, I apologize. You just stand by. We're having to restage the vote.
Yeah.
Speaker, the voting panel is now open on Part 1F. Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. Mayor Chow. Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Pasternak, please. Part 1F carries. The vote is 20-2.
Okay, on the item?
Can we have a
favor?
recorded vote?
Pardon?
Speaker, it's Councillor Morley. Can we please have a recorded vote on this item?
Who's asking for that? Oh. Okay, recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The balance of the item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
All right.
No, that's not what I'm asking. May I have my point of privilege?
So, Councillor Holyday, what is it?
So the point of privilege I would like to make is over multiple meetings and affecting multiple members, including myself, the rhetoric and the silliness in the chamber is becoming unparliamentary. And, you know, I realize there is at times when we may have a little fun with each other, but sometimes it gets insulting and it gets ridiculous. And I can think of some points in time where it was over the top with other members. And I want to make sure that I stand up and I point this out to you, Madam Speaker, and my request on the point of privilege is that you monitor this. Because I think we are moving on a continuum that is getting worse, and I think it's a problem. And it's about respect for members, and it's also, frankly, about upholding the procedure bylaw, which guarantees an efficient meeting for members, and it also guarantees that members will be treated with respect. And I do recognize, you know, there is a little margin there where we can be collegial with each other, but sometimes it gets a little ridiculous, and the public see it, and staff see it, and other members see it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza. So my question to you, Councillor Holyday, do you want to have the item reopened so you can...
No, not whatsoever. That wasn't my point of privilege.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to...
Nope, not at all.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Okay. Okay, come on, everyone, please. Our next item is PH 11.8, rent safe. So Councillor Perks held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If we can clear the screen And if I can ask Councillor Fletcher to please come to the chair for a minute. Do we have any questions? No questions?
What questions?
Councillor Perks, you have a question? Oh, okay, to speak then. Councillor Perks.
Are you speaking?
Okay, well, that's what I just asked. Councillor Myers, like, what is it with the council? Nobody's listening.
It's okay.
If you have a question, put your name on the screen. I said that 3 times.
Make it 4. Well, no. Are you speaking? or
Okay,
asking
no,
questions?
just a sec. I gotta get, no, Councillor Myers, please put your name on the screen if you have any questions. Okay, Councillor Myers has questions. Okay. Go ahead. And please try to pay attention because nobody's paying attention here.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Through you, Speaker. I just want to follow up on the questions I had at the Planning and Housing Committee. There was a particular building that had a lot of issues, that there were a lot of deputations regarding the state of the building, the fact that they had called multiple times to have these issues looked into, and they did not feel there was an adequate response from staff. And I'm just wondering what the status of that is, if any of those issues have been resolved or are they being looked at?
Thank you for the question. It would be helpful for me to know which building you're speaking of.
I forget the exact, yeah, it was in Councillor Nunziata's ward, I believe, yes.
So without, obviously I was at committee, I heard the deputations, we take them very seriously. We will look at that building once we determine which one it is, and we will work with the property owner and the tenants to make sure that it's brought up to the standard that it should be.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're now going to go to speakers. Councillor Myers, did you wish to speak?
No.
Then Councillor Perks asked to
As
speak
chair,
last.
I just wanted,
And I want to see if anybody else wishes to speak before you, Councillor. Is there anyone who wishes to speak before Councillor Perks speak? Pardon me? Oh, Deputy Mayor Malik, you're on the list now to speak? Yes? I'm sorry. Turn Myers' mic off. Did you wish to speak, Councillor Myers, or are you just asking questions?
I just wanted to ask that question.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Malik to speak.
Sorry, thank you. I'll be brief. We have a lot to get through, and this is a very important item, especially for me in Spadina, Fort York. 58%, well over half of our ward are renters, and all of these neighbors deserve a safe and clean home. And while most of our city's landlords are attempting to operate in good faith, unfortunately, that is not the case. And as we heard and have seen in the course of this item and this program, that is something that we need to address urgently, knowing the situation of housing in our city. That's why the city needs to continue to do everything that it can to protect tenants, and why Rent Safe was created by council. While Rent Safe has been an important framework, it is clear that more work needs to be done to ensure that the rules are followed and everyone can remain safe in their homes. I want to make sure that we also take this moment to give an incredible amount of respect and credit to all the advocates and activists, to residents and tenants across our city who have been working to, first of all, ensure that this program has had a pathway to be implemented in the City of Toronto and that we continue to strengthen it. The power to perform real enforcement and place serious penalties on bad landlords who don't follow the rules is so critical to the choices that we get to make here. And I want to commend the members of Planning and Housing Committee, and particularly the advocacy groups ACORN, the Advocacy Center for Tenants, and the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations for moving forward with these important steps and working alongside us to continue to strengthen this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief as well. I want to fully support the proposals in this program that are going to certainly make it more robust to ensure renters are protected and ensure landlords abide by regulations and maintenance standards. As in my 4 months, we've heard a number of stories of tenants living in unsafe, harmful conditions. And I want to thank staff for working with my staff to address these issues of mold,
overheating, malfunctioning elevators, among other concerns. This, of course, is unacceptable. All tenants deserve to have basic health and safety standards upheld in their rented homes. This means holding landlords accountable through higher fees and more thorough, proactive enforcement. Enhancing this program protects tenants' rights to live in a safe and healthy home and promotes more proactive maintenance of our existing rental apartment housing stock. And I also, like Councillor Malik, want to thank and appreciate all the advocacy groups, ACORN, the Federation of Metro Tenant Housing, who've worked with and educated my staff and enlightened and advanced these concerns in our ward and throughout our city. So I'd like to thank them as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other speakers, so Councillor Perks, we're going to go to you now.
Thank you. Members, it looks like this is going to be fairly non-controversial, but I thought it was important to say a few words. Many members of this council and Mayor Chow have dedicated years to trying to improve the ability of the city to protect the rights of tenants. Councillor Matlow has done a lot of work. I can remember Councillor Fletcher and Chow doing work for decades. You've heard from Councillor Myers and Councillor Malik, who've done a lot. Councillor Candevel, you're just new, but I'm counting on you. There's lots to do. Many of us have invested a lot of time, and I am not exaggerating when I say that the program we have in place here is world-beating. This is a remarkable accomplishment that we've got. The data that you can now scroll around on a map of the City of Toronto and get the scores of the apartment buildings as you go over them. Inspectors are going to be doing in-unit inspections. Tenants are going to be given full information on what's happening in their building. We are going to be doing everything in our power to make the lives of tenants in the City of Toronto better. But we can only do those things that the province of Ontario allows us to do. And there are specific things that the province of Ontario, through the landlord-tenant laws in this province, I actually just think of them as the landlord law, prevent tenants or weaken the rights of tenants, far below the standards that a tenant would expect, say, in the province of Quebec. All of us have to redouble our efforts to make sure that the very simple truth that if you are going to make money off someone else having a home, if you are going to take a profit off someone meeting one of the basic needs of life, there are conditions and rules around that. And that the tenants have a right to secure, healthy, and successful tenure. And that they have the rights to take a landlord to the appropriate tribunal if those rights are not upheld. And that the City of Toronto will be your partner in achieving that. Mayor Chow has been very clear from the campaign and into her mandate in this office. We have to do better. But part of doing better is making sure, A, that the province of Ontario reforms landlord-tenant law so that we truly can protect the tenants of Toronto. And secondly, that we use those zoning powers and regulatory powers that we have to make sure that there aren't people exploiting that right to shelter for profit without recognizing the rights of tenants. This is one piece of it. We're going to be dealing with, we are dealing with other pieces all the time. There's an Airbnb piece. We just did the vacant home piece. These are all linked. They are linked to a commitment to recognize that whether you have the wealth to own your own property or whether you rent, you are entitled to live in dignity. And that the City of Toronto is committed to increasing your access to that dignified, safe, and affordable rental housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers?
No.
Sure.
On the item, on favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Burnside, are you able to vote using the system? The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, our next item, timed, is EC 11.4, alcohol in parks. Okay, do we have questions? Councillor Perks, you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Councillor Perks.
Mr. Grant is so shocked that that was unanimous, he can't even figure out how to sit down. To the medical officer of health, one of the, oftentimes when debating issues like access to alcohol or drugs, people tend to fall into thinking, well, there's a morally correct or answer which is yes or no. Is the current thinking in the health community that, no, this isn't a moral issue, it's a health issue, and however we design access programs, we should design them being mindful of the need to provide education, to provide treatment, and to provide harm reduction?
So through the speaker, when it comes to issues related to substances or drugs, you're quite right, Councillor. The general thinking from the health community is that it is not a question of morality, it is a question of health. And you're quite right that there are many things we can do to mitigate the negative health impacts that may be associated with substances. Education, access to resources are amongst those things. And of course, creating a policy environment that actually supports better regulation of substances so as to limit access and to create conditions that allow for optimal health are part and parcel of that.
Recently, I was reading some work by CAMH that quite shocked me. I just want to confirm my understanding. If I read it correctly, the negative health outcomes associated with alcohol, including death, outweigh the negative health impacts in Canada of all other substances combined. Did I understand that correctly?
So through the speaker, alcohol is the most widely used psychoactive substance, and as such, it produces the highest levels of harms, including deaths and economic costs, whether we're talking about healthcare costs or lost productivity. If you want to look at very specific numbers, in an average year in Toronto, alcohol is linked to over 800 deaths per year, 4,500 hospitalizations per year, and roughly 40,000 emergency room visits amongst those who are 15 years of age and older, and that's just for Toronto.
Thank you. So if government is increasing people's access to alcohol and also their exposure. If you're someone who's struggling with your amount of alcohol use, just being exposed to it can be a risk factor. Is it incumbent on that government to also make every effort to help them understand, first, the risks, and secondly, what services are available to support them?
So through the Speaker, I would agree that it is certainly the role of all levels of government, not any one particular government, and I would argue as well that we have a societal responsibility to that effect as well. I would also care to remind Council that alcohol is a known carcinogen. It is, an important substance that does create that level of harm, and that's one of the things that I think many people actually don't yet appreciate.
So I've had conversations with yourself and the Acting General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation about if we're going to be doing this, shouldn't we be providing access to supports, links to provincial health services, in some cases maybe flyers, that kind of thing. Is that the kind of work you think we ought to be doing when we expand access to alcohol?
So through the Speaker, Councillor, you said providing access. I think facilitating access, when we think about the kinds of services that you're speaking of, those are healthcare services which are not within the purview of the city, but certainly pointing people in the direction as to how to get access to those services strikes me as quite reasonable.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. When I look at this report, I see 53% of respondents to your surveys were either opposed to alcohol in the parks or neutral on the issue. That looks like over half. It doesn't sound, to me, when I read this, it doesn't sound like a lot of support for this initiative.
Through the Speaker to Councillor Pasternak. So in the survey results, we had overall 53% would like to see the program maintained or expanded. Those were general resident surveys, and 90% of visitors to parks also wish to see the program maintained or expanded. So the majority of respondents, as you note, were, the majority of respondents were positive about the program, and those neutral we can't infer are negative about the program.
Okay, that's fair enough, but 30% were opposed and 23% were neutral. Can we agree on that over half were either opposed or didn't have an opinion on it?
Yes, we could agree on that.
Okay. So the recommendations are to put a minimum of one, I guess, drinking park in each ward. And I'm just wondering why that is there when there's no support locally in, let's say, Ward 6, or I think there's a few others. Is that just to be fair across the city, or?
Through the Speaker, so the intention of the recommendations is to make the pilot locations permanent and to take a citywide approach to the availability of parks that would permit personal consumption of alcohol through the creation of a minimum of one park per ward approach, noting that there were 53% of residents supportive of expanding or maintaining the program, and we can't isolate necessarily that they aren't in every part of the city.
So my next set of questions is for the Chief Medical Officer. When this first came to committee, it was the peak of the pandemic, and you carved out your busy day to make sure you came to committee to oppose alcohol in parks. I sense there's been a pivot and you've changed your mind. Could you just explain why?
So through the Speaker, I think when we were talking about the issue back earlier, a few years ago, the circumstances were quite different. At this point in time, my undertaking to council is to describe that that alcohol is a drug, that like any other drug, there is the potential for harm, and it's important that we create the circumstances that actually allow people to experience optimal health and to mitigate harms. So, my brief explanation and my brief stance to council would be that alcohol is a drug. It is not a moral issue. This is a question of health. How do we optimize health? The issue is that when you do increase access and exposure, the chance for harms to health does increase. Hence, if council decides to proceed with this, best to create the circumstances that allow for people to get access to the resources that they need in order to mitigate the negative health impacts.
So would you say that the liberalization of access to alcohol would more likely to have negative outcomes or neutral outcomes?
So from a health perspective, the best place to be when it comes to any drug is to have it legalized and with good regulation. When you start to loosen the regulations and you move more towards greater access, the reality is that you are likely to increase the health and social harms associated with that drug. By the same token, if the regime is too strict, where the drugs are not allowed, where they're banned outright altogether, you also tend to increase health and social harms associated with that drug.
Okay, fair enough. I'll squeeze in one more question, and this is on the equity issue. Many have sort of cloaked themselves in equity, allowing the liberalization of access to alcohol in our parks. CAMH has written us a letter dated from a few years ago that it's actually the opposite, that the health harms of alcohol are disproportionately borne by people in lower socioeconomic positions. In other words, for any given drinking pattern, people with lower socioeconomic status experience more alcohol-related harm. This suggests that policies inadvertently increase alcohol consumption actually have the potential to exacerbate health inequity. Is that a fair statement?
Okay. So through the speaker, I do think that is a fair statement, and knowing my colleagues at CAMH, they do a great deal of research on this front. There is no question, as I said at committee previously, and I will say here, that moves that actually increase access to alcohol, or frankly to any other drug, this just happens to be the one in particular that we're talking about, when you increase access, whether direct or indirect, you do increase the likelihood of health and social harms associated with that substance.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, do Torontonians have access to purchase alcohol to enjoy at their own homes?
I'm sorry, Madam
Do
Speaker, I did
Torontonians
not
have
hear the
access to
question.
purchasing alcohol to be able to enjoy in their own homes?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I missed the first part.
Can a Torontonian buy a beer at a store and drink it at their own home?
Through the speaker, yes.
Do some Torontonians have backyards and others don't have outdoor access at their homes?
Through the speaker, yes, I imagine that's true.
At Cafe TO, do people have to purchase drinks on those patios from that restaurant?
So through the speaker, should they wish to purchase alcoholic beverages or consume alcoholic beverages, yes, you would have to purchase them.
Does Cafe TO provide exposure to the public of drinking alcohol, and does it assist in normalizing drinking alcohol?
Through the speaker, yes.
Did anyone ask you to go through the hoops and hurdles and tests of letting people know, what they were walking into when we approved Cafe TO, I believe unanimously?
So through the speaker, I think that I was not specifically asked on Cafe TO. I will say there are efforts to ensure that the public is aware of harms associated with alcohol consumption, and it has been a subject of interest recently.
And no reasonable person would debate that fact. But the reality is that Torontonians can purchase beers at a store They can go to a bar, they can go to a cafe, they can go to most grocery stores now. They can go to a cafe TO, which we all support. But for those who don't have a backyard and some who don't have balconies, outdoor access at their home, the way that others have with big backyards, we've probably had much more of a debate and examination and pilots and all this for allowing people to enjoy a beer together in a park.
So through the Speaker, there are many different provisions that are put in place within the various places that people can consume alcohol. So for example, within the context of restaurants and bars, there are programs, Smart Serve programs, for example, and there is signage to help support safer consumption of alcohol, recognizing...
And that's the point of purchase, though, right? So you have to be 19 years old. There's point of but once somebody obtains it, whether they have it at a place, at a patio or at a park bench with a friend, or at their home, right? Like, we haven't done pilots for all those other things as a city, have we?
Through the Speaker, to my knowledge, we have not done pilots.
We haven't asked for only one patio per ward.
Councillor Matlow, please allow the staff to answer the question. You keep interrupting.
Did I interrupt you?
Yes, you did.
I apologize if I did. We haven't said we just want one patio per ward, did we? They're frequent, aren't they? They're on many streets.
So through the Speaker, I do not believe there was a request for one patio per ward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, to the Medical Officer of Health. I wanted to ask about the question that we're really dealing with here today, because there were questions about the increased exposure to alcohol. I am trying to understand whether we're talking about the same thing here. There won't be sales of alcohol in parks. So when we're talking about people taking their own alcohol to parks and us preventing that, is that a prohibitionist approach? Is that an approach that says, that criminalizes that, which is a way to consume alcohol in outdoors for people that, for example, don't have a backyard?
So through the Speaker, when we talk about prohibitionist approaches or criminalizing approaches, it's actually speaking about the outright banning of the substance altogether. Mm-hmm. And we know when that is the circumstance, that the health and social harms related to that substance are heightened. That being said, when we look at drugs and when we look at it from a health and public health perspective, actually regulating drugs is the best way to manage them. It's the way in which we minimize health and social harms, while still recognizing that people will use drugs.
Right, and so a ban, just as perhaps there's an equity argument that was raised by my colleague, there is also a disproportionate impact when you ban or prohibit a use on people with lower incomes who don't have a home with a backyard, for example. So the inverse is also true, that when a ban or a prohibition occurs, there's a disproportionate impact on populations that are not as wealthy and a bunch of other features, including racialization. Is that correct?
So through the Speaker, there is no question that if you do not live in a single-family dwelling, that your access to green space is certainly limited. The issue here is that is a separate issue altogether from the harms related to alcohol use. And that is the issue that gives rise to concern for those who are in the health sector. How do we mitigate the harms associated with alcohol use and exposure to alcohol?
Great, thank you. And then for that, I'll go to the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation, because in fact, what we're talking about is a regulated policy with parameters and restrictions. Not a free-for-all in every park. So in terms of where we are in the outcomes of the pilot, which I think can be characterized as a huge success, I noted that there there were a couple of complaints, and can you confirm that those complaints came from a park in my ward, Earls Court Park, and that they had actually to do with amplification of noise and not the consumption of alcohol or the behavior of people in that park in relation to that?
Through the Speaker, I can confirm that, yes.
And I wanted to ask a question about the policy and the question, when we make a policy to create access, to lift a prohibition or a ban on behavior that's already taking place, is it a good principle that if that is available to some wards, it should be available to other wards? Would you agree that that's important?
Through the Speaker, I would, and that the intention here is, as you note, a citywide approach to put the right controls in place to make the activity safe within the park system, available equitably in all wards.
Thank you. And this is a practice that's fairly common in other parts of the world and other cities. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, in researching for the pilot, we did a jurisdictional scan, and we have continued to follow those municipalities. And yes, I would say in Canada and elsewhere, a personal consumption of alcohol under some policy and set of criteria and regulations is permitted in other comparative cities.
And is it accurate that the behavior hasn't, for example, in Montreal, there hasn't been any negative impacts or any rethinking of the policy there? Is that?
Through the Speaker, that's correct, and we've been following how they've expanded the program and sort of taken lead from them and the recommendations that have been brought forward today.
And in terms of the support or lack thereof, if we take neutral as not minding and positive as supporting, there's an argument to be made that the majority of people in this city don't have a problem with this, correct?
Through the Speaker, again, we can't infer that those who were neutral are against the program. They just didn't have an opinion one way or the other, so you could interpret it that way as well.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, my question is there any evidence that the pilot project we did last year increased harms caused by alcohol consumption?
So through the Speaker, I don't have specific, I have general data that tells us how many deaths we get per year roughly from alcohol, how many emergency room visits, and how many hospitalizations.
Right.
So those are significant, but I don't have a specific shift or a data in respect of what happened over the course of the last 6 months.
What we hear in the report is that there was no change, correct?
I imagine that if that was in the report, then that must be the case. But I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Through the Speaker.
Does anybody else in staff? Yes.
Sorry, through the Speaker, I would say that the report is speaking more to the outcomes of behaviors that were occurring in the parks during the pilot period, not specific to any potential outcomes associated with the use of alcohol on an individual's health.
Fair enough. But my question to staff is there any actual evidence that the pilot worsened harms associated with alcohol?
So through the Speaker, I misspoke. We do know that emergency department visits during the time of the pilot were comparable with that seen from the previous year.
So no change according to the data available to us?
At this point in time, yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so we don't have any evidence that the pilot worsened the harms associated with alcohol consumption. Is that correct?
So through the Speaker, we have no data to suggest that things changed over the period of the pilot relative to the same period last year.
All right. And Dr. Davila, you've also talked to us at other times about mental health and how important that is and how important social interaction is as a support to mental health for the people of this city, correct?
So through the Speaker, yes, social connectivity, getting together with people, feeling a sense of belonging to community are all important markers of mental health.
Right, and for more than half the residents of my community, they don't have private outdoor space. So if they want to have social interaction with friends or family outdoors, the parks are all they've got, right?
So through the Speaker, certainly the parks are an important space for people to socialize, to get some outdoor space, particularly for those who do not have their own outdoor space.
Thank you.
Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, probably municipal licensing. Could you let us know the number of tickets you issued for smoking in and around, I guess it's whatever, that 9 meters of parks or of a playground?
I don't have that specific answer on smoking. I would presume it's fairly small. I would also note, actually, my colleague may know, smoking is under the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, and it's enforced by ourselves in public health. But I don't have a specific that you could use as a comparator, sorry.
Okay, thanks. But is smoking allowed in parks?
It's allowed in certain areas, but not in certain distances from playing fields, from dugouts, playgrounds, etc.
Okay. Does smoking and marijuana fall into that category?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do we issue tickets for shooting up needles with drugs in parks?
MLS does not, no.
Okay, so we're talking, so we rate very few tickets for smoking, of which many places you can smoke. We don't issue tickets for using needles to shoot up drugs in parks, but somehow alcohol is a huge issue?
Alcohol is not an issue. In the pilot parks, we received 40 complaints or service requests, all of which weren't substantiated with the need for a ticket or a charge. They were more a clarification that you needed to be more than 2 meters from a playground, or that you were allowed to drink in this park. Many of the people who weren't aware that you were allowed to drink, so the 40 service requests are very minimal. The number of complaints for MLS was very minimal. And again, no charges issued by us.
And before these pilot projects, did you ever come across drinking in parks?
Yes, it's very common.
So is it safe to say that a large number of people flout the law, and the people that obey the law are now the ones that might actually drink in parks when it's legalized? So probably not the problem folks that drink excessively. Is that kind of a fair statement to make?
Through the speaker, and our aim is that people do it responsibly within the rules, and not excessively.
Right, okay. Well, you didn't answer that so well. But last question then.
Because I wasn't going to say yes.
The last question, we're talking about criminalizing here. Is there anything that the MLS does, is there anything that you do related to the criminal code?
The short answer is no. We administer and enforce the parks bylaw. Nothing criminal, correct?
And there's nothing criminal about, like if I were to get a bylaw for whatever, a bylaw ticket for a dog off leash, I'm not a criminal, correct?
Correct, you're a bylaw offender.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. So to staff, how long was this pilot? When did it start and when did it end? What was the full length of the pilot project last year?
Through the Speaker, the pilot began August 2nd and extended until October the 9th.
So that's 2 months. Well, I guess at that time somebody felt that's an adequate time frame. But is that an adequate time frame to do a pilot on anything, particularly one that is expanding and opening up parks to alcohol? Do you believe you captured the full and come to good conclusions as a result?
So through the speaker, I'd clarify that the pilot period that mentioned did include what we consider sort of peak season use of parks and allowed us to do the surveying and some of the benchmarking, but council did approve the extension of the pilot in through April, and we continue to monitor the types of activities that we're speaking about today and can say that, they remained, on trend in terms of very limited negative outcomes associated with the 27 park locations that were part of the pilot.
Was there a public opinion poll that was conducted?
Through the speaker, yes, that's included in the report.
Yeah, that's the one that says 46% in favor. And so I gather 54% were not in favor?
So through the speaker, 43% of residents for the public opinion survey were in favor, 23% neutral, and 30% opposed. So we are not inferring that the 23% who are neutral are opposed to the program. That's not the conclusions we're drawing.
Okay, then alternatively, they may not necessarily be in favor. Dr. Davila, if I could, just for a moment, a lot of concerns I've had here in the past, and could this potentially, if we open up citywide all parks, or at least one park in every ward, to be more accurately, so across the city, would this not have the opportunity or the potential of enabling people who may have an addiction to have more opportunities to of open space and places where they can drink?
So through the speaker, we know that when we look at the evidence, it points to the fact that when we increase access to alcohol, whether directly or indirectly, what may happen, and again, what we tend to see happen, is an increase with the health and social harms related to alcohol. So again, increased access, whether direct or indirect, increases the health and social harms of alcohol, and that is what we see through the current available evidence.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Candavel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to get a better understanding on the impacts, the negative impacts, as you had mentioned in earlier questions, on vulnerable populations. And part of the questions earlier had to do with the data that came out of the pilots. In your scientific opinion, was there enough data points from the pilots to be able to draw a conclusion that that can be shared?
So through the speaker, Councillor, if you're speaking around what are the health impacts that we saw in the period of the pilot evaluation, as I mentioned earlier, when we look at the emergency department visits that are alcohol related for the period of the pilot, relative to what we saw the previous year, there was not an increase. That being said, it's worth it for this council to know that what we have seen in the last couple of years, last year during the pilot period, the year before, when we take those times and compare them to pre-COVID, we are seeing people consuming more alcohol, and certainly we are seeing the harms associated with that.
Yes, definitely. What I'm trying to understand is, if there are these impacts, are we able to capture it? So if folks are drinking in the park and got hospitalized, at the hospital, are they tracking it was at this park, and is that information even shared with us?
So through the speaker, that level of granularity is not captured. What is captured is this an alcohol-related emergency department visit? Is it an alcohol-related admission, etc.?
Exactly. That's my conclusion, is that we don't have enough data to be able to to say that there hasn't been impact, right? Is it your professional opinion that if this is passed and as a result there'll be media coverage, there'll be signage that will certainly change the public culture, now would that translate to greater harms for lower socioeconomic populations?
So through the Speaker, as I've mentioned to Council, the evidence is such that the more you make alcohol accessible, whether directly or indirectly, the greater the likelihood of the harms, the health and social harms associated with alcohol. And just to be clear, the health harms of alcohol include things like cancer. Alcohol is a Group 1 known cancer-causing agent. And we know as well there are, other health harms associated with alcohol, cardiovascular disease, injuries, type 2 diabetes, amongst the kinds of harms that we see, to say nothing of the social harms. So that's the evidence when it comes to drugs and substances, and alcohol in particular.
Socioeconomic lens, can you confirm, I believe I understood that there's significantly greater negative impacts in more vulnerable or lower socioeconomic communities?
So through the Speaker, my understanding is that the evidence that was presented and put forth by the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health suggests that when there are harms associated with alcohol, that they are experienced at a greater level or they're more impactful amongst those who are socioeconomically challenged. That is when the harms are present.
And that data was through CAMH, correct?
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
And for clarity, does Toronto Public Health track research similar data?
So through the Speaker, at Toronto Public Health, when we look at issues and try to ascertain the health harms associated with any particular issue or substance, we look at the totality of the evidence, including that which would be done by local partners like the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health.
Thank you. And last question is, what is before us? Would you classify this as a marginal increase in access and exposure, or a significant increase in access and exposure?
Okay, that was your last question.
Through the Speaker, I don't know that that's actually a medical question per se. It is not the largest kind of exposure, but I don't know that that is truly a medical question, nor that I'm the best person to answer that. What I have said to Council, and I will reiterate again, is that when you do increase access to a substance like alcohol, which is known to cause harms, you do increase the likelihood of those harms, health and social, occurring on the population.
Okay, thank you. So just to remind members of Council, this is what we have before us is the pilot, evaluate. We're not going through the whole issue about alcohol in parks. No, but we should, there's something before us. I think but another thing what I wanted to say is there's too much noise in the council chambers. Can I have members of council please take your seat? We're not having a tea party. Councillor Cheng, Councillor Mallow, Councillor Myers, this is not a place to socialize. We're here to work. Now sit at your desk. My God, it's like everybody's talking and social, nobody's listening. Then when we take a vote, you'll wonder what you're voting on. Okay, and you, Councillor Prusa, enough. Yeah, okay. Okay, Councillor Holiday, task questions. Now don't forget what we have before us today.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Dayton, what is the largest park in the city?
I think it's Centennial Park. But
Close, Toronto Island.
Toronto Island.
Am I right? Am I
Should have
right?
asked Donna.
Okay, but jokes aside, drinking happens on Toronto Island.
I can't confirm,
with all the beaches.
but I'm going to suggest that
Perhaps.
it does, or deny.
Perhaps. Why isn't Toronto Island on the list?
Through the speaker, so when we were doing the assessment of locations, one of the criteria is really to understand the impact of waterfront-related parks.
Exactly.
And so Toronto Island was deemed to be a waterfront park, and as such was not into the pilot.
Okay, you know, it's got waterfront, but it's a pretty big place. But why not waterfront parks?
The proximity of the park to the water, the dangers associated with potentially swimming while intoxicated was something that we deemed, and in the jurisdictional scan that we had done, those cities also did not have waterfront parks part of their pilots.
Swimming, drowning, wading, carrying on, got it?
Correct.
So what about a place like Centennial Park or High Park where there are large bodies of water? Those ponds are big. I mean, take a canoe on them. Why not prohibit there?
So the criteria that council approved when establishing the pilot identified areas within parks that proximity to which drinking would not be permitted. Swimming pools, wading pools, ponds, those sorts of things are restricted.
But they're flat out banned on waterfront parks.
The heightened risks associated with drownings in areas like the waterfront have been deemed to be a safety issue they are not permitted currently.
I actually don't know the answer, but has anyone ever drowned in a park other than the waterfront?
We've had drownings in pools and in other locations, but not necessarily associated with alcohol use.
Mr. Grant, if I may, we have a fairly stringent swimming pool bylaw, right, in terms of enclosures. If you remember, can you advise council how much water it takes to allow someone to drown? I'll even accept not much, if that's true.
I'll go with very little.
Right, so, our pool enclosure bylaw is triggered on a fairly shallow, like almost a child's pool. Could trigger the bylaw.
That's correct.
And so are there, I mean, Mr. Dayton yourself could take it, but, are there many instances where there is water and water hazards in our park system that could allow someone to drown?
Through the speaker, in those parks that have deep water, there could be instances of drowning. I will say those that have, supervision associated with them, we try to mitigate those with the regulations and the controls in place.
But we're not supervising people drinking. We're just sort of saying, here's the place, go.
We're putting in the regulations and the criteria associated with ensuring that where personal consumption of alcohol occurs in the park system, it's done as safely as it can through where it can occur and what the public education around it includes.
Okay, Mr. Grant, if I may, there's not much time left, but generally speaking, is it fair to say that the city's bylaws are, in most of the categories, are enforced on a complaint basis? I mean, that's just how we do things, right?
So thank you for the question. Due to having over 1,500 parks and the numerous bylaws, yes, absolutely, we are largely focused on responding by complaints, to complaints.
And I mean, even just on a broad sense, right? Like noise. You don't go around with a sound meter looking for noise. You respond to input from the community to say, I got this problem. Can you go look after it?
That's correct.
And so alcohol, up until now, had been dealt with generally on a complaints basis.
That's correct. And during the pilot, there were very few complaints related to drinking in parks.
So why does this make things better?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, the recommendation is coming because we're trying to put the controls in place that ensure that where personal consumption of alcohol is happening in parks, there's a responsible way in which it's done and where it's done and how we're going to manage the overall user's experience, those who are consuming and those who aren't.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mr. Dayton. Mr. Dayton, this report here really seeks to provide us with information regarding council's guiding principles that they have actually put in place to allow the consumption of alcohol in our park going forward. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, the report tends to make permanent a pilot program against criteria council had approved, as you mentioned, and find a path toward expansion.
Right, and we tested that by implementing a pilot program?
Correct. So we undertook the pilot program, the surveys in terms of user experience, in terms of some of the potential impacts to others, such as those that Carlton had mentioned, and based on those results, believe the pilot to be successful, and the recommendations around making it permanent are to sustain that.
Are there any positive elements with respect to the utilization of our parks for the consumption of alcohol?
I would say that, those individuals that would like to use the parks for that purpose now have another reason to attend the park, and we've provided them, the guidelines under which they can do it safely without impacting other users in a negative way.
Right. As part of the pilot program, your staff were able to respond to you and others to say how they felt about the utilization of alcohol in our parks. Did you find that there were any challenges to our staff themselves from those who were consuming alcohol in the park? Was there any element of dangers or concern with respect to your staff?
Through the Speaker, no, there was no negative operational impacts.
That would be a good thing, very positive?
That would be.
Right. So this report doesn't suggest specific parks in any of the 25 wards. You're providing options to, I guess, opt in and opt out on a permanent basis? Is this what you're moving towards?
Through the Speaker, for clarity, what we're trying to do is take a citywide approach in the path forward by ensuring that there's a minimum of one park per ward, leveraging the parks that had already met the council-approved criteria, and certainly work with the councillor on of those parks that are not currently within the bylaw, which would be the best fit, but the outcome, if council adopts the recommendations, would be that there would be a minimum of one park in every ward that allows for it.
So does that provide an opportunity as part of this process for a councillor to move a motion to say, I don't want any of my parks, so thereby opting out of this, I guess, this process that you're looking to implement by way of this report?
Through the Speaker, a councillor can always put forward a motion.
Right. And so you have there's a list that's been circulated with a variety of parks in all of the wards. How did you establish the criteria for determining which of these parks you've actually placed as part of the list? For example, Ward 21, my ward, you've got 5 specific parks there. What were the criteria in terms of determining why you've selected those specific parks? Because I know I have more than 5 parks in my ward.
So through the chair, when we brought forward the pilot program, it identified a set of, operational technical criteria,
right.
In terms of size, proximity to transit, having the ancillary amenities like washrooms, and where we didn't have an operational concern, that list was then generated at the time of the pilot. It's the same list and it's the same criteria that council had approved.
Right. So you're suggesting at least one park, but you could have more if you so choose as a councillor?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. My next question is for Dr. Davila. Dr. Davila, when you look at this report and as part of this process, we're not suggesting that people drink more alcohol. We're suggesting that that parks are available for people to consume should they wish to do so. Would that be correct in terms of that assessment?
So through the Speaker, Councillor, yes, I see this as increasing opportunities to consume alcohol.
Right. So we're not encouraging people to drink more or less. It's up to them, but you're a specific. Thank you very much, Councillor Peruzzo. I appreciate it. Dr. Davila, you have an assistant. Councillor Peruzzo wants a new job. He doesn't want to be a councillor.
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. And I.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear with Mr. Dayton. The city has 1,500 parks, I believe, right? It's a number of parks that we have.
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
And in order to look at having alcohol in parks, you whittled that down to 171 parks that met a criteria that's quite strict about size, washrooms, many other things. So we had to choose from 171, correct?
That's correct.
We're now looking at a pilot that was 27 parks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that, the concerns at the beginning, when we did this, would be there'd be garbage everywhere, there'd be drunkenness, there'd be everything going on related to having alcohol in those parks. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And so you measured all those things, and what you found, negligible, correct?
That's correct, as
If
indicated
I
in
was
the
to
report.
say in the pandemic, the overflowing garbage and the drunkenness in parks was much greater than during this pilot. Would I be correct in some of those parks that were selected?
You would be correct.
So you're coming back and saying, these 27 parks, that was great. You did a survey in each park and heard from people that they didn't find a problem with alcohol in that park. Is that correct?
That's correct.
92% of the people said they thought that was fine, worked out well, correct?
That's correct.
And many people said it was within walking distance, and other people said they didn't have to purchase alcohol. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if you go to a Cafe TO, or if you go to a sidewalk cafe that's on a sidewalk, you have to purchase alcohol. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
So there's 300, I believe, 300. We started with 300 Cafe TOs on the right-of-way. So we're talking about city property. On city property, we have sidewalk cafes where you have to buy alcohol and pay, but we're using city property, correct? I'll ask the deputy city manager then, or what, correct? Correct.
Correct.
Cafe TO on the street, right-of-way again, transportation, 300 of those, you have to buy alcohol, correct?
That is correct. You cannot bring your own.
27 little places in the city out of 171 where you didn't have to purchase alcohol, you could have a drink, and there were no problems, correct?
That is correct.
So medical officer of health, did you object to 300 Cafe TOs because it was promote drinking and there might be a problem?
So through the speaker, I wasn't actually given the opportunity.
Oh, you
so-
weren't asked? Okay, thank you. All right, would you be aware that that one place where someone who lives in an apartment, I might not be asking you, you live in an apartment, you don't have a place to have a drink with your friends, that you could go to one of these 27 parks, and if you're not somebody with a high income, you can actually have a social moment with a drink? Is that correct? That's one of the reasons why we did this pilot, is it not?
Through the Speaker, that was one of the reasons, yes.
So in general, you're saying the sky did not fall, everything went well, let's do this across the city, everybody should have equal access, and some councillors are adding parks in today because they see that that worked well. Was that not the intention of the pilot, to show everybody this is going to be okay, and not everybody's drunk and rolling down the hills and barfing and leaving everything behind and having keggers and having raves, correct?
We took a measured approach, that is correct. We took a measured approach, that is correct.
And there's not an increase in hospital use at East General or any of those hospitals, Western Hospital, that was near one of those parks, correct? Medical Officer of Health?
So through the speaker, what we saw was no increase
No
in the
increase, thank
emergency
you.
department visits.
No increase in emergency department
In the
via
pilot period
Toronto
relative.
Western, Toronto East General, downtown, no increase of any kind. So the sky did not fall. We did not have all kinds of things happen. So Mr. Dayton, you're saying to us, this was a good program, kind of entering 2024, maybe even the 21st century. It worked well in your opinion, and you're giving it the stamp of approval to continue on with it and to add any new parks that we want, and to say that it will be equal access across the city for everybody to have at least one park they can go to.
That would be a correct summation, yes.
But not any little wee tiny park.
Still within the 171 parks approved against the criteria.
Only
That's
within
right.
the 171. If you were to do the quick math, 1,500 parks
Last
minus
question,
171,
Councillor Fletcher.
That's like 1,300 parks or more where you can't have anything, and probably 45 in a city of 3 million people with 1,500 parks where you could actually have a drink of beer or wine in the park, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Fletcher to speak. Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to move well, they're already in front of us, those recommendations, and I'm just going to ask Council to consider those things based on what I've said, and I appreciate the Medical Officer of Health coming today and outlining some of the issues that we can have. But if we were to take that measure...
Hold
sorry,
on. Do you have an amendment?
I don't. Oh, I do have an amendment for Dieppe Park. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, clerks, for that. Because I had all these parks, and I'm just going to add that one on today, and other people are adding them. Thank you. And I will, there it is there. Thank you. That was one that I didn't put on the pilot, and everything was so successful in this ward that I can add that one. And simply to say that we should be careful the yardstick we're using, because number one, people that did the survey, and quite a few people used the scan code and said, yep, that worked for me. Nope, people weren't causing a problem. And if they were causing a problem, they would have phoned 311. I know I've gone through my 311 calls, and we didn't have calls of that kind. So we do have a number of places where city property is used, and I don't think we have anyone weighed in that said you should not have alcohol. Serving alcohol on city property is a dangerous act. And we serve far more alcohol on city property in all of our cafes and in our Cafe TO and our sidewalk cafes than we do in parks. We only have 27. So if it's a real problem, then I think all of you who think it's a big problem, we should cancel all of our sidewalk cafe program and our Cafe TO program. If that's your measuring stick, cancel it. Because the fact is, we didn't find there was any problems. As a matter of fact, one of the things in this survey that was so clear was that people said, well, I don't have to pay for a drink. In other words, people that don't have a lot of money have an opportunity to sit with their friends and have a beer in a park with their picnic and not do something illegal. Now, we all know that people drink all over our parks all the time. We know that. But you're always taking a chance because it's not legal. Personally, I think it's important that people have that opportunity. I think when we're talking about low-income people, that we need to think about their ability to enjoy themselves outside of their apartment, go to the park, have a drink, not carry on, not leave a lot of garbage, and we know that those parks were not harmed, that nothing bad happened in this pilot, and that a lot of thoughtfulness went into selecting those 171 parks. They weren't picked off the sky. They were carefully selected as meeting a criteria, just as our Cafe TO is carefully selected in meeting a criteria in order to be on the road. So we spent a lot of time making right decisions, 27 parks, that worked out. I know councillors are still really nervous about this. You're nervous your constituents will think something terrible is going to happen in their park, or that people aren't going to respect the rules. The fact is, they simply did respect the rules. If you remember the pandemic, we had a lot of problems in our parks. On the waterfront parks, there was a huge rave down at Ashbridges Bay and Councillor Bradford's ward, a huge raves at Cherry Beach. There were raves everywhere. There were keggers. There were speakers the size of that brought in to play music. The police were there all the time. It was very ridiculous. The same with Trinity Bellwoods. It's on this list. Nothing happened during this pilot. A lot happened during the pandemic. We're out of that. Let's have faith in our citizens. Let's have faith in our residents. Let's have faith in our staff. They're not bringing this forward to have our parks marred, to upset the neighborhood, to have a lot of fighting and carrying on. They're not bringing it forward for that because it didn't happen. The worst fears were never realized. All that was realized were that people went, they had their picnic, they had their glass of wine, they celebrated something with a glass of champagne, and then they went home. That's what our pilot showed us. Let's be brave. Let's go forward into the 21st century in the city of Toronto and simply extend this throughout the city and add a number of new parks today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. Just to display that on the screen here. This is just to add 2 additional parks within Beaches East York program. That's Stan Wadlow and Eastland Park. I can confirm I've had a beer in both of these parks over the years, and you're going to love it. You're going to love it. Great spot to have a pop. The experience that I've had in Beaches East York, I can tell you, I think is very much reflective of the feedback provided with the staff report in front of us today, and would commend Howie and his entire team for standing up what's been a long process and basically normalizing the type of activity that takes place in many of our parks, across the city for many, many years. But I appreciate the need to have a pilot program in Toronto fashion and formalize that and figure out what works and what doesn't work and find a way forward. When people reached out to my office, I think I actually had one complaint about the pilot program, which was at the Toronto East Athletic Field, 1 in total. But I did have questions about the selection criteria, and those inevitably led to, like, why not this park? Why not this park? Why not that park? But I didn't have a good answer for that other than, we're still working on it. We'll come back with more. And that's what we're doing today. I would suggest probably the city, and this would be reflective of my inbox as well, we receive more complaints about the size and the installation of the signs in the park denoting that you could drink there than anything else. And, I know we asked you to put the signs in, so that's on us. It's all good. But that was actually more of the correspondence that I got. Meanwhile, the people that had, just been enjoying a beer or a bottle of wine in the park, they were probably just kind of confused about the direction to do something that they had largely already been accustomed to doing in many of these places across the city. I'm very much in the camp that most Torontonians are able to enjoy responsibly a beer or a glass of wine within the parks as they have for many years. And bad actors will be bad actors. This program is not a key contributor to that type of bad behavior that we have seen over the years, whether you are, harassing people or littering or not recycling. That stuff is still not permitted in this program, and that stuff is still a problem. But I don't think that this program is indicative of that type of behavior, and bad actors will be bad actors, and we ought to focus our enforcement on that type of activity. So we can put this issue to rest. I'd like to see it expanded citywide in all our parks in the future when that is the will of council. I understand that not everybody's there yet, but bringing a couple more to Beaches East Shore today. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Oh, really?
Come on, we want to get finished tonight. Councillor Matlow.
When I first raised this issue during the pandemic, the motivation was that was a time when bars and restaurants were shut down, and there was a clear inequity in our city between those who had backyards and they were able to bring friends and family over to socialize at a safe distance outside. And there were many Torontonians who didn't have that option because they don't have backyards and in many cases don't even have outdoor access at their home. And council would not support our request, even at that time, to provide that just basic allowance for people to see their friends and families and enjoy a drink outside. But since then, I think most or more of us understand that around the world, whether it be Paris and Rome or even throughout Canada and Montreal and elsewhere, this is normal. It's normal to be able to get together and responsibly have a drink with a friend in a park or have some wine over a picnic. It's normal. And no riots have broken out because of it. Like no zombie apocalypse, nothing, it's okay. It's okay. Moreover, in fact, I think a lot of the concerns that some of you, all of us, hear from residents when it comes to bad behavior in our parks is not about something that might happen, it's about an existing condition. They're already complaining. They're complaining about somebody being drunk and disorderly. They're complaining about behavior that's happening now regardless of the bylaw. In other words, somebody who's acting badly doesn't care about our bylaw, but equally, a responsible adult isn't just going to go on some crazy binger because all of a sudden they're allowed to have a beer in a park. That doesn't work that way. So I was entertaining the idea of bringing a motion forward to simply just rip the Band-Aid and just legalize it everywhere. I wanted to. But I also had many conversations with many of my colleagues. And I understand that different communities and different individuals have arrived at different places on this. And while I disagree with the conclusions that some of you have made, I also recognize that we've got to do this in a way where we can all come around and hopefully just do what is the inevitable, I believe, which is just to be done with this, to stop piloting or testing or worrying about something that may or may not happen, but allow responsible adults to do what many already do, which is to have a drink together in a park and socialize in the good weather. I should add that there is another root of this, another motivating factor. While we haven't kept the stats, in other cities like New York, the preponderance of individuals who have been ticketed or targeted by enforcement are homeless and racialized people. And we have to recognize that while we're sort of tearing ourselves apart over this debate, that there are some people in this city who have the privilege of having a backyard and who look like somebody who will not be as targeted as others. And we have to deal with that reality. Maybe not today as well as I wish we could, but I hope soon we will. And I really appreciate all of you who are ready to support moving forward, but I also respect that some of you need to take some time and perhaps even work with and educate people in your community to arrive at a place that we're ready to move forward as well. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. Put it on the screen. I'm happy to say that Ward 6 will not be participating in any current or future designated parks for alcohol consumption. I've made my position very clear in the past, and my position has not changed. Across Ontario last year, there were over 10,000 impaired driving charges. Now, that is Ontario. And more than 10% of those killed in accidents were alcohol or drug related. When you start having alcohol in a park, it is not the same as a pub or a balcony or cafe TO. There are no certified servers. It is certainly not licensed. There's no cutoff time. There's no strict hours. And of course, it contributes to underage drinking. We currently do have, actually, an alcohol policy for consumption in our parks. And it was effective in April 1st, 2017, where groups can consume alcohol in our parks for various events. It's called the City of Toronto Municipal Alcohol Policy, and it was adopted by Council on March the 28th, 2017. So we do already have a regulated framework for consumption of alcohol in our various parks. When you look at some of the surveys here before us in the report, a little over half people said they were either opposed or neutral to this policy. Now that doesn't sound, based on those who supported it, this doesn't sound like an overwhelming support of this kind of rollout. When you start looking at some of the problems in our society, and when it comes to alcohol, it remains one of the top contributors to personal health issues, to accidents, to domestic abuse, to various property damage, and early death. You know, there are many people in this chamber who are wrapping themselves around the equity issue, that we have to apply alcohol into those who are underprivileged. Well, let me tell you, CAMH has written this city, and I will quote once again, as I did in the questions, it should be noted that the health harms of alcohol are disproportionately borne by people in lower socioeconomic status positions. In other words, for any given drinking pattern, people with lower socioeconomic status experience more alcohol-related harm. This suggests that policies that inadvertently increase alcohol consumption actually have the potential to exacerbate health inequity. So those who are making the case that this is somehow fair, that this is somehow equitable, that this is somehow good for everybody, they should go call CAMH because they disagree profusely. You know, when you look at other cities and the ways they can enforce, it is very difficult. We talk about the 2 complaints, but the reality is, if there's a problem in a park, police will not respond to it. You can't have police officers responding to 127 parks and arriving in a park that's sometimes 50 acres, 100 acres, and trying to find where the problem is. They won't respond. At the same time, many of our parks are pretty close to schools, and I realize we have so-called bubble zones for our schools, but the reality is we have several situations in which parks are too close to schools, and people don't understand which parks are allowing alcohol and which are not. So they will assume it's citywide at all parks, and it'll be consumed across the board. I think our current policy, it allows for safe and respectful consumption of alcohol, as well as enforcement. It respects those who would like a drink and who would like to enjoy our parks without the fear of drunkenness. It is working, it is fair, parks should be safe and welcoming places, and our current policy is doing the job. I should point out that what we're doing takes away business from restaurants and pubs. Instead of going to your local pub and sitting on the balcony and having a drink, you will buy alcohol at either an LCBO or a beer store, and you will go to your local park. We are hurting the business that is just starting to pull out of the pandemic, and we simply can't do that. Bottom line is that good people of Ward 6 are welcome to go to the lovely place of Willowdale.
Councillor Pasternak, you are over your time. Finish your thought, and that's it.
They can go to Willowdale, or they can go to Councillor Perusa's ward to have a drink, not in Ward 6.
Thank you. However, there are some eager questioners for you, and that's starting with Councillor Matlow. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, to follow the logic.
Yeah, questions for you, Councillor Pasternak. Three people.
To follow the logic that you suggested, you're saying that you're worried, although I don't see a basis for it, but you're worried about the possibility of drunk driving if we legalize drinking in parks. Is it, in your opinion, is it less likely or more likely that if you have your entire ward dry as you've moved,
Madam Speaker.
Sorry, yes?
On a point of order, it is questions of clarification as our policy, and this is the simplest motion we'll likely see today. It's just exempting a ward. It's not really open for debate.
Take the gift of the debate. My question is on his motion.
I think I'll get some
I'm not
guidance
sure
from the
what,
clerk.
I'm not
Thank you.
sure
Can
how
you just hang on one
confusing.
second, whether or not those questions are
It's
in
an
order.
exemption motion. I don't know how.
Sorry, can you just wait 1 second, please? I'm just, whether or not those questions are in order, because are they technically on the motion? Thank you.
I didn't finish the question.
Could you wait 1 second, please, Councillor? I know that's hard for councillors. I'm sorry. I have to give a little bit of leeway, but we're not going to the whole
Thank you.
policy. Thank you. So please try to keep as close to that as possible.
In fact, the irony is I hadn't completed the question, which would have been, could there not be a concern that if we exempt an entire ward, a region of our city, that actually there may be some people who might want to drive to and then back from a completely different ward to go to a park where they can meet some friends for a drink?
That was in order.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know if you can predict human behavior or nature, but people move around the city in different ways. There's public transit, there's taxi cabs, there's walking, there's cycling, and Uber. Can we predict that the people who will consume alcohol in these parks will all be driving? No, and I made it quite clear that my comments for the 16% rise in impaired driving in Ontario and a 10% increase in collisions involving impaired driving is an Ontario-wide statistic, and it is a danger in society.
Well, you made a presumption too, so I was just challenging that, of course. As far as the idea of a counselor,
On the motion, please.
a counselor exempting activities in a park, can you think of another precedent? Because also, like, I'm just wondering about where this goes. So, would you share my concern about having a counselor sort of opting in or out on activities in a park rather than having an equitable policy across our city? In other words, essentially being a bouncer for their ward parks.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in Ward 6 will feel denied the ability to consume alcohol. They are welcome
Sorry. Finish this question.
I don't think this is clarification of the motion at all.
It is. He asked you that. I'm saying yes.
No.
Finish that. There was a lot of back and forth. That's why you're over 3 minutes. Finish your thought and then on to the next person. Thank you.
No, I would say that, look, Councillor Matlow, you and I have been here for 14 years, and we know our wards very well. And almost every motion that carries in this council has the phrase, in consultation with the local councillor.
Yes.
This is keeping with that precedent and that tradition. I see no deviation from it.
Okay.
Thank you. Next questioner is Councillor Bravo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question has to do with what are the implications for a local councillor to pull out of a policy, a city policy. For example, if we wanted to limit the decibels of noise, can you just decide we're not going to have a noise limit? Or maybe you get to choose what the decibel is in your ward. What do you say about that? The fact that if we have a policy for the city, what are the implications of an individual councillor deciding to participate in that or not?
There we go. So opting out is not. And considering this is a policy instead of a bylaw, and existing policies are in place, people are free to drink in Ward 6 under the City of Toronto Municipal Alcohol Policy. If they want to follow that framework, they can apply for the various permissions. I'm not telling anyone they can't drink. Look, I like to have a drink, and I'm not anti-alcohol. But the reality is, I think from the beginning, this whole policy was misguided. I've received no calls to bring drinking to parks in Ward 6. And as I told Councillor Matlow, almost every motion that we pass at council, we tag at the end of the wording of the motion in consultation with the local councillor.
Correct, and I think, do you recognize that this one also says that there is one park that qualifies because it's not close to a school, which was one of your concerns, and a bunch of other features, and that you can help staff to identify among a list of parks which one is the most appropriate because of the local knowledge that you bring. Do you recognize that what's before you actually doesn't remove your ability to make that decision? Yeah,
no, I realize that staff will be relying on the local councillor on what parks will work best and what won't. It is my view that in society, the last thing we need is the liberalization of access to alcohol and the potential for underage drinking, which is more likely to occur in a local park. The health problems and challenges of alcoholism are well known. I think as a principle we should not be adopting it at all. My compromise is I can't support it. As I said, I like the occasional drink. I have nothing against drinking, but in society, the problems are quite apparent.
So you're decided you're not
Last
gonna
question.
you're not supporting the policy, you're not supporting the recommendation, but isn't that the best way to go instead of trying to make a decision for your ward as if it were not part of the city of Toronto, which is essentially what your motion does?
Well, if it's I think it's an opt-in, opt-out. Councillors are welcome to move similar motions, and I believe other motions are coming. It's just not a good fit for our area. And remember, our city is a city of neighborhoods. And my feeling is, and if I'm reading it correctly, I've never been asked for alcohol in our parks. And if anything, I've received a lot of opposition to this program. So like any councillor, I'm advocating for my local neighborhoods, and I'm saying that if people would like to drink in their parks, they're more than welcome to go to Willowdale or Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Councillor. You have another question from Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Councillor Pasternak, do you believe in earnest that this motion represents the needs and the wishes of the Ward 6 residents?
Yes, I've been representing my ward for 14 years, actually 19 years if I count my time as a trustee. And one of the new councillors recently asked me, said, I don't know how you can be here for 14 years, but it has been mostly fun. But the emails I got were not, we need more alcohol in society. The emails I got was, don't let alcohol in our park. I'm reading it very closely. And there's lots of patios, lots of pubs, lots of common space in the buildings that we have for that kind of consumption. But when it comes to our local parks, I sense that the people I represent, the residents I represent, don't want it.
Do you believe that the effect of this motion is that you may discharge your duty as a councillor with fidelity to what it is that they expect of you? And do you put your head on the pillow at night thinking that you've done the right thing with this?
Well, no, absolutely. I don't want to enable underage drinking. I don't want to enable alcoholism. I don't want to enable extra pressure on our parks operations. So if things change, we can certainly monitor. We can measure public opinion in our area, and if things change, we can always opt in at a later date. But right now, as I read it, our residents don't want it.
Do you think that the effect of this motion is the antidote to a graceless or heavy-handed approach by this council to force a park within the ward to be designated as a consumption site?
I was a little surprised when staff came back and said we want a minimum of one park in each ward. I don't really know what the logic is, if that's some kind of equity issue or fairness. If councillors feel it's popular in their area, I respect that decision. But I was quite surprised that when it said a minimum of one per ward, that we're going down that route. It's not normally, policy is not normally delivered that way. We're opting out.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Councillor Carroll, you are up to question. You have your name on to question. Did you still wish to?
Question, James?
Your name is on to...
Sorry, I thought I had removed my name. Sorry.
No, it's not. Could you remove that, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. Perfect.
He clarified everything for me in his other answer.
That's so good. Look at you, Councillor Pasternak. You satisfied Councillor Carroll. Now, we're moving on to Speaker Nunziata to speak. Here we go. Hang on one second. There we go.
Okay, I have a motion as well. If we can put the motion on the screen. Okay, that there be no parks in Ward 5, York Southwest, and be designated for personal alcohol consumption. Now, I did speak to the staff on this, and they said it's up to each councillor to move these motions. And I'm moving that. When this pilot first started, We were under the understanding that it was a pilot, and any counselor that didn't want it in their ward, they just move a motion. Now we're being questioned, why not? Well, we as counselors know our ward. We know what my constituents want. If your constituents want alcohol in the park, God bless you, have a party. But don't come into my ward. That's my business, not your business. I'm having problems now in my ward. Like, you can do what you want, Councillor Mallow. Have hundreds of parties in your park, enjoy. I have problems down my ward, and Carlton, you know, but we can't control what we have now. How many times does MLS have to go into my parks and the police on trying to control what we have there now? We have beer, we have bottles, we have needles, we have everything in our parks. And I'm hearing from my constituents, please, we do not want it in Ward 5. And that's up to me as the councillor, not up to anybody else here wondering why we don't want it in our ward. We don't want it because we represent our constituents. If you want it, have 100 parks in your ward to do it. But to debate why we don't want it is crazy.
Is that it, Councillor? Yeah. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a motion as well, if clerks can put on. So my motion is to go forward with the eligible.
Oh my gosh, look at all these parks.
Parks are listed there. There are 5 in total, and just
Councillor, we're just having a little trouble hearing you.
let me throw my handy dandy little speaker up.
Got your headphones on?
Yeah, one sec.
Can you run that board?
Can you hear me a little bit better now?
Yes, now we can. I'm going to restart your time because of that. Do you mind?
Thank
Clerks,
you.
restarting that. Thank you.
I will keep it brief as usual, but I do have this motion before you. These are the eligible parks through the pilot program in my ward. And along with some of my colleagues who've spoken in support of this pilot, I do think it's really important that we streamline this as much as we can and really take into consideration the folks who, maybe don't have backyards. So we've got a whole community, of high rises and apartment neighborhoods that is true for. And I also want to acknowledge, as we've heard as well on the floor here today, this is an activity that happens very regularly in our parks. And I think, Torontonians are responsible people by and large. And the more we can do to support the reasonable use of our parks in the ways that Torontonians would prefer, I think is always a good idea. So that's my motion, and I appreciate my colleagues for their varying views on this. I think we do continue to have an opportunity to get it right based on our own neighborhoods. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have 3 motions. I'll describe them. I don't know what order they'll go up in. The first motion is to update the criteria that currently says where the park is not situated on the waterfront, and I'm adding the words, or where there is a water hazard where someone could drown. Talk about that in a second. The second motion, it looks very long. It's got some strike-throughs and so on, but it is really simple. It is unwinding the rat's nest of recommendations coming out of the committee, which effectively forced that one park in each ward be selected. That's all that is. And the third motion, for certainty, and in the pattern of what we've seen so far, is to direct that no parks in Ward 2, Etobicoke Centre, be designated for personal alcohol consumption. My comments are as follows. First of all, on the drowning piece, Centennial Park has a very, very large pond. It's almost waterfront. There's people that fish there. So I don't see how that's different than waterfront. I would point out to Grenadier Pond, and I'm sure there's other places that I can't remember right now in the city, that would be very large bodies of water, maybe rivers where people could drown and find themselves in peril. So I think that would be a wise change. You know, over this overall program, I have not held back on criticism on this. I agree with Councillor Pasternak in that, you know, this never was a problem to start with. It was a solution in search of a problem. And what I mean by that is, you know, people do drink, they go to parks, and we always had the ability to go and enforce when there was a problem. And, you know, to be very clear, there weren't bylaw officers roving around looking for trouble. As Mr. Grant confirmed, this was done on a complaint basis. So what does this program do? Well, what it does is identifies consumption sites for alcohol. But the flaw in the logic is that it's not going to stop in other places and people are going to coalesce into one spot, and any problems where it was elsewhere will go away. They'll just continue. What I'll remind members of council of, and I think this is important, and we didn't talk about it in the questions, is that there are really clear press releases from the Ontario government that it is their intention to offer beer and wine and alcohol in convenience stores starting next, I think it's 2026, January 1st. That changes a lot. So we say, well, you know, we're not serving alcohol in the parks and, you know, I don't know, people are going to slug a 24 on their back. No, but there's plenty of these parks that are right adjacent to or near a place where alcohol will be sold. And why this is a bigger issue, and this is the key here, is that as a city, when that beer and alcohol goes into those places, I think you're going to see more and more drinking in all sorts of places in public. And there are places where it's going to be a problem. But what this does symbolically by council is say, you know, we're okay with that. And then it comes down to arguing, you know, which park is it? Is it okay here? Is it okay there? Is it okay in this parkette? I thought drinking was okay in all the parks. When, you know, council is being very academic about this and choosing a few little sites, I think that message will get lost. We talked about the vacant homes tax today. My goodness, we couldn't even get the message out that people needed to click on a thing in order not to get a big bill. Do you think the granularity of the message is going to get out there and stick that, you know, it's okay to go here but not there? No, it'll eventually, the word will be, you know, drink anywhere in the parks, and eventually it'll be drink anywhere. Good luck enforcing that. So I won't be supporting any of this stuff. I just think we are trying to solve a problem that didn't exist. I appreciate it's fashionable, it's fun to do these sorts of things and look progressive as a council. But ask yourself what good will come out of this. Really ask yourself, what is the city hoping to gain? Why is it supposed to be better? What are the downsides? And what are the harms that can come out of this? Think very carefully about that. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. For as long as there's been a City of Toronto, there have been rules about where you can drink and where you can't. I'm old enough to remember the most recent referendum where the neighborhood, which is now part of my ward, went from dry to wet. There were parts of Toronto you weren't allowed to operate a bar or restaurant in my lifetime. These kinds of conversations tend to swing between moral panics, saying alcohol, the demon alcohol is going to ruin everybody, and just, you know, a notion of the state needs to liberalize people's rights to enjoy public spaces any way they want. Neither of those bears any relationship to the best health advice for how people use alcohol and other drugs. The best health advice is very, very clear. No matter what laws you pass, people will drink and take drugs. It's a fact of the human condition. Additionally, the advice is clear. If you rely only on enforcement mechanisms to try to improve health outcomes, you will fail. What the actual evidence in Toronto, in Canada, in Ontario, worldwide tells us is given that people are going to drink, that what we should do is provide education to people about how to drink in a way that minimally compromises their health and that they can manage. Toronto Public Health used to actually run a program jointly with the Toronto District School Board called Party in the Right Spirit. And we taught 11, 12, 13-year-olds how to protect and look after each other if they were at a party where alcohol was served. When my girls were teenage girls, I was really happy that program existed. My daughters would get mad if I tell some of the related stories, so I won't. Education. Treatment. Some of us, often through no fault of our own, will become dependent on alcohol in an unhealthy way. That is just a fact. So we should be designing treatment systems, making them easily available. Councillor Pasternak talked about the inequalities in access to alcohol and the health outcomes being disproportionately borne by people with low incomes. That's not because people with low incomes are more susceptible to drugs and alcohol. It's not because they have moral failings. It's not because we somehow set things up.
Madam Speaker.
You hold my time.
Point of order. I was reading from, when I made those comments, I was reading word for word from correspondence from CAMH to the City of Toronto. I was relaying their comments.
Yes.
No, but that's not what you said.
Thank you.
Okay,
Anyway, Speaker, to return to my remarks, Councillor Pasternak said, while quoting, that these kinds of harms happen to people with low incomes, and it's not because there's something wrong with people with low incomes, it's because they can't afford access to treatment. If you can afford a psychiatrist, if you can afford a stay in a private clinic, your health outcomes will be better. The problem we have in the province of Ontario is we don't have universal free access to the kinds of health supports that people need when they're struggling with some of the consequences of using drugs and alcohol. The province needs to do better there. And finally, harm reduction. Harm reduction means we know people are going to use it. We're actually going to participate with them. And when they're using drugs and alcohol, make sure they're doing it in safe circumstances and that they're getting the information they need to get to the treatment and supports that they may need. Very straightforward. This is what actual evidence says we should be thinking about in this issue. Not about whether my neighborhood should have a park and yours shouldn't, or whether it's too loud, or any of these kinds of things. We have a serious health issue with drugs and alcohol in our society. We manage it terribly by thinking it's a moral issue and thinking that we solve it through enforcement alone. I'm glad that the medical officer of health and the Parks Department have agreed to work together to make sure that people in our parks who are accessing alcohol or using alcohol are given the tools to access education and treatment supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Crisanti?
Yes, I'm here, Speaker. It just took me a minute. Took me a second here to get to the screen. So, thank you, Speaker. So I will just be as brief as I could. So first of all, I'm going to join a number of my colleagues in. Hello, can you hear me? I'm getting a lot of background noise.
Yes, we have your motion on the screen. You're in Ward 1.
Correct, Ward 1. So I'm asking that Council direct that no parks in Ward 1, Tobago North, be designated for personal alcohol consumption. So again, I echo the sentiments of a couple of my colleagues that also moved a very similar motion. I've had issues up here in certain parks with drinking in parks, and it's not even allowed at all. I never participated in the original pilot. I agree with, I believe, with what Councillor Holliday said. We've never had a problem. I'm not sure what we're trying to fix here. This is not going to work. Again, it's a bad policy. Again, we're redirecting our efforts in the wrong direction. We have a lot of work to do as city councillors, and here we are, like we have nothing else to do, is looking at what do we do now? Let's open up parks across the city and allow people to drink at pleasure. And as far as harm reduction, how is this for harm reduction? Stop this nonsense about alcohol in parks. All we're doing is enabling, and that's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. So be patient with me. My voice is not good today. You can see I'm not feeling well. So I'm opting out. My residents don't want it. Bad idea. Let's not do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley. Go ahead.
No problem. Yep, no problem, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I would like to move. And basically, so I have one park in my ward now, Morningside Park. I'm moving a motion to add the following parks: Botany Hill Park, Confederation Park, North Bendale Park, and Scarborough Village Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, and through you, Speaker. I want to just start by saying that I understand the passions that this brings out, and that local councillors do know wards very well and are very close to the people who live there. And it was in that spirit that the committee brought forward these recommendations. We've done this in a very measured way. We started with a pilot. I participated in the pilot in my ward. I opted in and selected...
Do you have a motion?
Yes. Sorry, I do have a motion.
Okay, there you go.
My motion is to add the following parks. So I participated in the pilot, and like the rest of the participating parks, there just were no increase to 311 calls, no increase in garbage, no increase in incidents, no increase in complaints. But I think that it's important to hold the space between what certain councillors here feel is not within the culture of their ward and just going citywide from one day to the next. So in our parks where we participated, we had the benefit of monitoring, of doing a survey, an evaluation that was reported on. You have the evidence before you right now. And I think that what this recommendation from Economic and Community Development Committee does is actually provide every ward and every councillor the same grace, which is one park in every ward where we can actually test again and see what will happen. Give you the comfort as councillors that there will be an evaluation. There will be a process. And I think it was very important to members of ECDC that we not just jump ahead and make a blanket sort of every park and every situation, because we need to bring people along with us. We need to bring our colleagues along with us, and we need to give everyone comfort that this is being done in a responsible and respectful way, really holding the differences across the city. This is very common in all over the world. It's something that we have to grapple with as well as a city where we're intensifying. More people will live in apartment buildings than ever before. And there's really the question about why prohibit? Why say it's not allowed everywhere under every circumstance? We're regularizing a behavior that's already out there. We're regularizing a behavior that the pilot found was unproblematic and unconcerning. And for those of us who are concerned about harms to people, I think you got the answers from Councillor Perks's questions, which is that parks and Toronto Public Health will collaborate to point people to resources when there are harms. I think we also learned a lot through the pilot in relation to the signs. Councillor Fletcher and I were very insistent that the big billboard that's proclaimed alcohol in parks right here, that was not the way to go. And right now what you'll see is a very discreet sign, just about the size of what it looks like to say, don't smoke near a playground. There's still respect of difference here. There's still respect of process. There will be evaluation. And when we come through this, it will be with the benefit of knowing what the impact was on the parks that are participating. I'll just finally say that I understand that councillors cannot support, for their own perspective, the recommendation as a whole, but I think there's a real danger in carving out wards of the city from programs. Maybe I don't want to participate in a particular kind of, regulation. Where does it end? I don't want to pay that tax. I don't want people in my ward to have to, I don't want transit in my ward, or I don't want bike lanes in my ward. I think that we have to stick to the principle that if it's a good policy, it has to be available across the city. So I hope that members of council will support the measured, responsible, respectful approach that's before you today to bring this policy citywide while holding the differences across our city with a lot of respect to the councillors who are concerned right now.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise with a motion that I'd like to ask staff to put on the screen. The motion actually indicates that I am moving 2 parks in my ward, Ashtonby Reservoir Park and Thompson Memorial Park. I move these parks as there were 5 parks that staff had looked at and thought would be appropriate and met the criteria. Jack Goodlad Park, McGregor Park, Terraview Park. I'm not moving those 3 because essentially everyone who lives in that area have a backyard, and those are not regional parks. The Ashtonby Reservoir is. Lots of cricket is played there and so on, and lots of those guys are drinking anyways, and so let's ensure that they can do that legally. Thompson Memorial Park, similar situation. But what's really, but what's really important about Thompson Park is that there is a lot of staff there pretty well all the time. I want to thank Mr. Dayton, our interim acting general manager of PFNR, and Ms. Rodriguez and all the staff and Dr. Davila for providing us with some information and responses to the questions. Let me make this really clear. This item and this issue had always been on the city's radar. It wasn't something that just came to be during COVID. Staff had not gotten through the process of doing the research and the work that needed to be done. I didn't opt into the pilot program because I wanted to see the report coming back. I wanted to see what happened in other wards. And we've heard that over 90% of those who were participating have approved. We've heard from Mr. Dayton that there were no issues or concerns with respect to the park staff. I've seen for myself working and going to Thompson Park, particularly with some of the staff there and walking around and seeing people with cases of beers and what have you. And I didn't think it was appropriate to call the police because in as much as we had not put the rules in place and they're looking at implementing it now, there was nothing that was being done on towards and we didn't have complaints and so on. So I'm quite supportive of this because the body of work has been done, which is what council wanted to have happen. Our guidelines and the principles that we have put in place have been met as part of the work that Mr. Dayton and his team have done. We're not creating a situation where we're inviting people to go and buy alcohol just to come into the park to get drunk and to carry on. That's not what we're actually trying to do. What we are doing is that we're creating a more civilized approach for people who wish to consume and have a drink in our park and doing it in a responsible way as part of the consumption. You know, it's interesting. I was just thinking about this a moment ago. I've gone to places in the world where I've had a drink and I'm thinking I can't walk on the street with it or walk into public areas. And the people from that area, they say to me, hey, grab your drink and let's go, because you can do that. And no one is actually going crazy. No one is acting strange. People are basically able to have normal conversation and so on. I was in Paris, and I saw people with their bottles of wine and so on stoops and walking down the street and drinking, and it didn't actually break out into fisticuffs or any immoral activities and so on. Are you telling me that Torontonians are not capable of consuming alcohol and having a good time? Yeah, there's always the unusual situation where somebody may do something that is untowards, but we have the ability to respond and deal with those individuals, whether or not it's in our park or whether or not it's in your backyard or home or any other place, quite frankly. So I'm moving ahead, creating the opportunities in those two parks in my ward, and I will also be monitoring and seeing how that goes. And hopefully, we will add more as the opportunity presents itself. So, Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this issue.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, you're up. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
I have a motion which I would like to introduce regarding Ward 7, which is self-explanatory, and just simply say that that alcohol consumption has been happening in the parks in my wards for as long as I've been in the area, and I've lived there, and I suspect it will continue to be that way, and I'm hopeful that it'll be done responsibly, Madam Speaker, and that's why I'm putting forward the motion that I'm pouring forward.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, hope we can get through this council today. Councillor Moyes?
I wasn't going to speak, but you know what? I figure, you know what? Everyone else is speaking. Why not? You know, growing up, I used to get dressed up every Sunday to go to church and watch the priest drink alcohol. You know, my sister currently lives on a farm, and I go up there twice a year, get in my car, drive 2 hours, and I drink on her farm as well. We have a family cottage, which I try not to go to, but when I do get there, we drink around the water as well. So drinking is not a foreign idea to any one of us. And to pretend that, you know, somehow we are the big brother trying to govern what people do, cannot do in the safety of a confined space is unreasonable. And as my colleagues, some of my colleagues mentioned, in the pilot project that we've just had, over 90% plus was successful. In my ward, we had 2 parks, and it was a huge success. I actually added an extra park at committee myself. And so I think it's unreasonable to think, you know, how we can have alcohol in some areas and not in other areas in other parts of the city. And so I will be voting against these exemptions that have been brought forth by some of my colleagues, and I will stick with staff's recommendation. Thank you.
That's Councillor Candeval to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just wanted to make a few reflections on the nature of this debate. And I think, you know, it's very easy to dichotomize this as, you know, if you're against the policy, you're the mayor of Footloose, and there's implications of that. I think this policy, like all good policies, have varying perspectives, and one that wasn't as clear to me, and I applaud and appreciate staff's reflections on the impacts this has on vulnerable folks in our society, and simultaneously acknowledging Councillor Perk's feedback in, the missing gaps that create and sustain these negative impacts due to alcohol exposure and access of opportunity. So I do want to use my time to reflect that this is a layered, nuanced discussion that as privileged people, we're not exposed to the impacts that affect lower socioeconomic demographics in our ward. In my opinion, ultimately, this is a marginal, as you may have sensed from my questions, is this impact significant or marginal by moving one park per ward? And to me, that's where I landed, was that it's marginal. We'll be supporting that, but I do recognize councillors who have seen the impacts of these in their communities and are moving motions in contrary need to be respected, and I think that's what enables and engenders good diversity in opinion and democratic debate, that our neighborhoods are unique, our demographics are known to us, and we are not always completely aware of these impacts. So I do want to recognize and appreciate those comments shared by Public Health, by CAMH, that have urged us to think more critically. And though it may feel good to support this publicly and, have it access all in every park in every part of our city, that these implications of opportunity, exposure, and access impact people differently by socioeconomic and class strata. So I just wanted to add that to the debate and discussion in this room, that this is layered, and I think, any notions of being holier than thou should be reflected upon, and this has multiple perspectives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Reasonable comments. Councillor Carroll? Councillor Carroll, you're up to speak. No, it's nice to hear a councillor that respects other councillors. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. So Madam Speaker, I hear a lot of creativity. People have things they want to do in one park and not another. People are wanting to be able to work with staff, do some consulting, and that's fair. That's fair. You need to be able to choose. You need to be able to engage your community. Having trouble hearing myself think, Madam Speaker. Really having trouble hearing myself think.
Okay, please, quiet.
The C's parted there. I think I can go on. But Madam Speaker, what I hear happening is a lot of people needing that consultation, maybe needing a little more time before they start adding more parks to their ward. But to now fundamentally change the wording of the policy, which is my colleague Councillor Holliday's motion, to really start to strip out the language, and that's not helpful amendments. That's changing the nature of the policy. And as we get towards the end of the debate, I want to be clear that whatever your intention, whatever special carve-out you're asking for your ward, or whatever time you're using before adding, as many councillors have the comfort level to add right now, do not completely pillage the language of the policy, because we know from the pilot that that is a place we can go. That's where we want to get to, and that's what a large part of our community wants us to get to. So if you're advocating for a unique need or a time or whatever, I would say you can get there in conversation with staff, because even if we do want to choose a park in your ward, you have all year to talk about it. You might not get there until the following summer. just don't strip the language, because if you do, then the pilot itself was all for naught. Let's support the language that really, in broad strokes, tells us where we're going with this. And by the way, if you do have a problem with it, because the language is there and legally vetted, leaving it there tells Mr. Grant's staff exactly what to do in all parks, how they will enforce.
Okay, quiet, please.
I hope, Madam Speaker, that at least those who are not, spilling some tea over across the aisle here, I hope some heard what I said.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen, we're going to vote. Can we ring the bells? Okay. Okay, we'll put the first motion on the screen. Motion by Councillor Holyday. 6A. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Motion 6A does not carry. The vote is 6-16.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Holyday.
Councillor Crescenti, are you still in the meeting? Oh, thank you. Councillor Campbell, your vote, please. Motion 6B does not carry. The vote is 7-15.
Okay, next motion. by Councillor Fletcher. All in favor? Carried. Next motion. By Councillor Bradford. All in favor? Carried. He's adding 2 parks in. Oh, you want recorded? Okay, recorded.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. And Councillor Campbell, please.
Well, we just, Councillor Fletcher, we just did one. We didn't have a recorded vote.
Motion 2 carries. The vote is 21 to 1.
Okay, next motion. Councillor Pasternak. Recorded.
Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 11 to 12.
Next motion. Okay, next motion by Councillor Nunziata, recorded vote.
Motion number 4 does not carry. The vote is 11 to 12.
Next motion by Councillor Morley. Recorded.
Deputy Mayor, please. Motion 5 carries. The vote is 22 to 1.
Next motion. By Councillor Holyday, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. Motion 6C does not carry. The vote is 10 to 12.
Next motion. For Councillor Crescenty, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Motion 7 does not carry. The vote is 10 to 12.
By Councillor Ainsley. Well, they asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Chang, please. Councillor Bradford, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Carroll, when you're seated, please. Councillor Carroll, please. Motion number 8 carries. The vote is 20 to 2.
Okay, what's next? Councillor Bravo's recorded vote.
Motion 9 carries. The vote is 20 to 3.
Okay, next. Councillor Thompson's recorded vote.
Councillor Canterville, please. Deputy Mayor Malik. Motion 10 carries. The vote is 22 to 1.
Motion by Councillor Perruzza.
Motion 11 does not carry. The vote is 10 to 13.
Okay, next one. Item is recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. The item as amended is adopted. The vote is 20-4.
Next item is EX 13.4, the Somali Centre for Culture and Recreation. Councillor Holyday, you held the item down. Pardon?
I have a procedural motion I would like to move before the item is considered, please.
Okay.
If you just give me a second, because there is a number of pieces of paper I have to sort through. So the procedural motion I'd like to move before debate is that City Council authorize the immediate release of the first shortlisted site contained in the confidential attachment to the report from the Chief Executive Officer, CreateTO, so that it may be considered in public. Clerk's advised I have to place a motion B, which if this passes, oh, okay, I don't have to do that now. All right. I don't know if I can speak to it, Madam Speaker. Maybe you can offer guidance to that.
It's debatable. I'd like to speak.
Yeah, but in camera or in public?
Councillor Holyday, let's go to questions first. Does anybody have any questions
Just
on the item? Okay.
No, hang on a point of order.
No, we're not on the item yet. We're on a procedural motion.
Okay, so Councillor Holyday, you can speak on your procedure motion.
How many minutes, Madam Speaker?
Pardon?
How many minutes, please?
5.
Thank you. I won't take that long. So I have moved this, and I will ask questions and speak later. But I think it would be helpful to have the location number 1, or the first location listed in the report, placed in public, because I think we can have a better debate. And the rationale I've used for this is that the detail explains that the confidential attachment is concerning a proposed or pending acquisition or sale of land by the City of Toronto. And, without disclosing the confidential contents, I would argue that members should take a close look at it and consider whether or not the tenure of that piece of land matches the confidential description. And you should take a very close look at that, because I suspect that the confidential materials will eventually find their way public, and I feel very strongly that we should be able to speak about this particular location in public while we're asking questions about it and while we are debating the item, because it is important. I won't go further into the confidential attachments. You have that before you. But there's rationale in what I'm doing, and there's reason in what I'm doing, and it has to do with the words that are put on the screen and the details about that particular site. Thank you.
To speak? Thank you. Thank you. I want to speak to the procedural motion that Councillor Holyday has just moved and urge you in the strongest possible terms to vote no. We do not disclose the locations of sites where we have pending real estate interest for very important reasons. If people know we want a site, guess what happens to the price? That's an example. That might be the case here. It might not. But we do not do this, and we have a fiduciary duty to the people we represent not to waste public money unnecessarily. And frankly, the member moving this often will lecture us about not wasting public money unnecessarily. But when it suits his purpose, it seems to be a different matter. Now, the member has encouraged us to make sure that we all read the confidential attachment. Do that. That's your duty. We can
Okay,
even go
thank
in
you.
camera.
Okay, so let's take a vote on the procedure motion, recorded vote.
Let's vote.
Pardon? But Councillor Perks, I thought you finished speaking on the procedure
I was in the
motion.
middle of a sentence.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I
Glad
thought
to
you
know
were
I've
finished.
captured your attention, Speaker. You have been asked, the member suggested you look at the in-camera. Go do that. Even if you want, go in camera and ask questions about it. If his concern is legitimately that we should know what we're doing, let's go in camera and talk about it. But that's not what he's moving. He is not moving that we all know what's in the in-camera. He's moving that we make it public before certain things happen. And that is just wrong. Now I'm finished.
Sorry, Councillor Perks. I thought when you said don't vote for it, you were finished. Okay. Okay, let's have a recorded vote on the procedure motion by Councillor Holyday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Crescenti, just checking that you're still in the meeting.
Yes, I'm here.
Speaker, the procedural motion does not carry. The vote is 3-20.
Okay,
Speaker Nunziata to
yes,
speak.
I'll just be
Put your
quick.
name on though, please, Speaker. Put your name on there. Oh, sorry, questions of staff. My apologies.
Oh,
Are there any
questions of staff?
questions of staff?
I think this could be a quick item.
Did you have a question of staff? Put your name on the list.
I'm just want to speak in support and we can get this over with. We don't, because they've been in the council chambers for 2 days.
Are there
Okay.
any questions of staff?
Okay.
Councillor Holyday has questions of staff. Speaker. Thank you. Councillor Holyday. Question
They've been
mover.
in the council chambers for 2 days.
Francis.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I
You
do.
voted
Thank you.
against our motion?
I'm just working that out.
Councillor Myers has a point of privilege.
Yes?
I'm happy to move to reopen.
So moved. Okay, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Recorded vote on Councillor Holyday's motion. Second
Members,
time.
just stand by while we recreate the vote, please.
We're revoting on the original motion of Councillor Holyday's because Councillor Myers voted incorrectly, so he's asked to be able to do that. Councillor Nunziata, I can't vote for you here. This is your voting station.
Shelley, we've already reopened. This is on the item.
Yeah, we
Okay.
manually reopened. This is to revote on the.
So Councillor Thompson, what is the?
Thank you, Speaker. Just a point of order. What we're doing now, are we opening the vote to reopen and then to vote after, or are we voting now on the item?
We're just voting on.
We're voting on the item now, so that's very
Just
clear.
to-
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to
Okay.
make sure we're clear. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Did you get my vote?
The revote on the procedural motion does not carry. The vote is 2 to 22.
Okay.
Speakers now? Yes. Okay.
No, on the item.
Well, who has questions? Oh. Councillor Holiday, question.
Sure, thank you. Staff are around here. So this represents the confidential attachment. The report infers that there's some locations in here. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Through you, Madam Speaker.
Is there anything you can say in public about these locations?
I can say that, through you, Madam Speaker, that a number of the sites are not city-owned, and that a final site has yet to be identified.
Can you tell us whether or not they are all city-owned?
They are not all city-owned.
They are not all city-owned. Can one infer that one is city-owned, or more than one is city-owned? Is that? This
is getting awfully close.
I think through you, Speaker, I can just confirm that not all the sites listed are city-owned.
Not all the sites are listed as city. Okay. So back over to what's before us at council. Instruction number 2 says, it tells Mr. Matozo to negotiate a contractual agreement with the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, who is the not-for-profit organization, is the subject of this, to satisfy federal and provincial requirements, subject to, and then there's a whole bunch of other things. But effectively, this is sending you to go and negotiate with respect to one or more than one of these sites.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I need to hear the questions and the answers. I'm having a real difficulty.
Can you put my time on pause, please?
Okay, Councillor Matlow and Councillor Bradford, please. Okay. I know.
And what I'm being told is this is how we do business. There's a room to do business.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Please continue.
So I did lose about 30 seconds, but okay. Could I have the staff just articulate what this is asking, or council is asking the staff to do? Just in plain language.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Holiday. So Councillor Holiday, once Creatio has confirmed the site, city staff would engage in negotiating what's called a term sheet. The term sheet is the basis for a lease downstream. So that's phase 1. So within the term sheet, there will be obviously provisions and conditions. One example would be, depending on the type of property, whether we're called zoning or an OPA, that would be one example. Staff would then bring a report to council, the term sheet and the site location to consider a council authority. Once council authority is approved on the term sheet, because that's the phase 1, that would provide the Somali Community Center the ability to apply for their provincial and federal funding.
And the timing for that, according to this?
Through Madam Speaker, to you, Council has directed me to report back to June Council.
And by then, you will have one site selected.
Through Madam Speaker, to you, once Creatio has confirmed the site, then we will work on the term sheet and bring that forward to Council in June for consideration.
Not name by name, but by category. Who knows who knows the contents or the sites?
Well, obviously, it's contained in through you, Madam Speaker, it's contained in a confidential attachment, so members of council, anyone who has access to the confidential attachment, and the steering committee of the Somali Community Center organization.
Sure, because work was done.
Because
work
was done in consultation with the community.
I think there was some mention of consultants and so on. So has any member of the community at large Because we're talking about construction and development and the use of lands and so on. Has anyone been consulted on this?
The broader community at this stage has not been consulted because staff have not finalized the site to bring forward to the community.
But if it's in June, why, is there utility in being able to do that? Because at that point, it's all finalized.
Through you, Madam Speaker, there's a number of requirements that staff need to review, or a number of requirements by the Somali Cultural Center to provide to the staff that need to be reviewed, that staff can then comment on for that June report. So at that time, council will have a decision in front of it.
That was your last question.
Thanks.
All right. So we will go to speakers now. Okay, so I have Councillor Holyday, you're going to speak on the item, and I have to put my name on the item. Councillor Holyday to speak on the item.
I shall, and I will move two motions, and I'll describe them roughly. The first motion instructs staff to consult with the community, and the second motion asks to release location number 1. It amends the council direction here to release site number 1 to the public. Members, there are two things in front of us right now. The first is, more broadly, the policy of working with a third party and contemplating land involved with a transaction. And we can discuss that all day, and we can discuss this particular case all day. But you know, this process has unfolded, and as I'm learning, quite an extensive process has unfolded to get us to this point. The second issue, that is of greatest concern to me, and you know, the tape is rolling, and I'm going to say I tried. I really tried to get the information out, is how we as a council consider particular sites, and we keep them wrapped up in a confidential envelope. And what I'm concerned about is eventually this may land on a single preferred location, and the community that is affected will not have had a chance to provide input. And that doesn't go well to build people's confidence in government. I think when the information comes out, there'll be a lot more questions to answer as to what the problem was of releasing the information to the public. You know, there's comments here to spin up all sorts of fears and worries about real estate negotiations and so on. Members, the information is very plain to you. If one of the sites, I have pictures. If any of you are interested to know what I can't show it to the public. I'm sorry, it's in the folder. I cannot show it to the public. But if any of you would like to take a look at it, you will realize that at best, it could be a hearty community discussion should this be the site selected. The community may say great, the community may say not great. I have no idea. You have no idea. But this is being marched forward. And I understand there's timelines and there's concerns about government grants and so on. But why are we so afraid of speaking to people in the community? And, you know, I understand members have made comments about theoretical reasons why this and why that, but when the information comes out, it will be plain as day. People can decide whether or not council should have talked to them or not talked to them. So, Speaker, I hope people take a close look at this and understand that this is a very, very important accountability moment. And without going and consulting with the community, it is extremely difficult to support these proposals before us in good faith. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Chow, you want to move a motion?
I'm moving a motion to extend the time in order to finish the agenda.
Okay.
There's this item plus Airbnb and a lot of, some locals, we should be able to finish it tonight.
So you're moving to finish the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Chow to complete the agenda so we don't have... Okay, come on. Okay, point of order, Councillor Thompson.
I'm just wondering if the mayor's motion has an opportunity for staff to have a break. Is there a break in there for the staff specifically? Because we should have that.
I checked with staff, and
Yes.
they seems to feel that we could
They
go
can work
straight
through? Okay.
Am I correct that? Now,
Okay.
if we,
Normally, we would have some
Yeah.
half an
A
hour
break.
for
Yeah,
staff.
they're saying that they're going to rotate. That's what I was just told
Oh,
by
they're
staff.
rotating. Okay,
Yes.
that's great.
and
Okay.
if we need to, then I
Sure.
will, if people get hungry, I will.
Sure, okay.
Okay.
Reopen the issue, okay?
Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have a recorded vote, Councillor Prutza. Yeah, so did I. Yeah, but Councillor, please, we don't want to come back tomorrow. Okay, okay, vote, let's vote. Recorded vote.
The motion to extend, I would amend the order pay to extend the meeting carries. The vote is 15-6.
Councillor Lanciata.
I just want to speak on this, and I don't think we need to make this a long debate, but
Okay, all right. All right, let me, Councillor Nunciata.
But he didn't
Madam
move a
Speaker, if you
motion.
can give me, he did move 2 motions. Why don't I restart you? And, okay, hang on 1 second.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Holliday, there are more than one locations with respect to this item, is that correct?
Well, I would have held it just to speak in support, but this is my project. Yes.
Okay, just 1 second. I am,
Yep, you got it.
there you go.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Thompson, the staff have confirmed there are multiple.
Right. Am I correct then, because I may have missed what you stated as part of your motion, I haven't actually read it. Are you just simply asking about one specific location as it relates to the number of locations? Or are you asking for all the locations in terms of to be
I have
disclosed?
said for any site under consideration.
Any site under consideration?
Yes.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you, Mayor. Stephen, that's very helpful. I didn't hear.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Nunciata. Here we are.
So I'm asking, and I wasn't able to come to the executive committee, but I'm asking members of council to support what you have before you at executive committee. And just to give you a bit of history, actually, I was involved in this from the beginning. There was a motion that I moved and Mayor Tory seconded in July of 2022 on exploring opportunity to create a new community culture and recreation center with Toronto Somali community. And Councillor Holliday, you voted in support. I have the minutes. and you voted for this. It was carried unanimously. And as well, I also sent a letter of support in February 2024 to the Board of Directors of Create TO to support the, the Somali community and on a feasibility study. So we have been working very hard on this project going back to 2022, and I've been working with the Somali community, and I even requested that maybe there could be a site in my ward at the time. But Create TO, I know that they're looking at various sites, but this is what the proposal we have to for us today is an amazing proposal on creating a cultural hub for the Somali community. And this is something that we've been working on, and the organization and the community has been looking forward for years. And they were very pleased when Mayor Tory and I moved that motion in 2022 and moved this along. And as a matter of fact, last Sunday, we were going to have a celebration in my ward, but unfortunately, one of the sons of the mothers that's on the organization was involved in a homicide. So we had to cancel the celebration, and my condolence goes to the family. But, this item should not be debated. We should be embracing this item. It's a positive item, and we should be working with the Somali community and working with them on finding a site. And Councillor Holiday, it doesn't matter where the site is, you should be supportive of the initiative. And we should all be supportive. It could be in your ward, it could be my ward, it could be Councillor Crisanti's ward. But as far as the moving forward, I think we should be supporting this unanimously. And please, let's not debate it. Let's just take a vote, because it's not fair that they have to be sitting in the council chambers for 2 days worried that this is not going to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
For my micro, there we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not debating the matter. I'm every bit as supportive as Councillor Nunziata. But I'll tell you why I implore you to, it's a departure for us not to support a local councillor in a matter happening in that councillor's ward, possibly, even though this is really about an update in funding. But there's an interesting strategy that you can use. Television writers use it all the time. If you want to create suspense, if you want to create a real sense of horror, don't show people the horror. Talk about it a lot. Tell them there's something behind this curtain that's really going to curl your hair if you ever do see it, but we're not going to show it to you right now. And before you know it, people are thinking, oh, wait a minute, what is that behind that curtain? That's the best show ever. And it feels a lot today, as it did in the committee, that there's a chance here to try and build suspense and make sure that people are really paying attention to this, when in fact it's not time for that yet. This is just an update. All the due diligence is yet to be done. Negotiations are yet to be done. All sorts of conditions. If we're going to share this with the community, we want to be able to tell them what the conditions would be and where it would be. We don't know yet. There is no horror in this confidential item. There isn't anything that needs to be released today. There's just a lot more work that needs to be done by the real estate division. But talking about it in this way and saying, oh, I need to get it out into the open, and then us saying, oh, no, you can't have it out in the open, is just creating this suspense that is needless and quite frankly damaging to what is a wonderful initiative. Madam Speaker has described it as best it needs to be described by any colleague on this floor. And that's what we should be focusing on, as she says. But councillors, don't fall into this trap of being the ones who are creating a suspense around something terrible in a confidential item. There's nothing terrible there. There's just an update on a lot of work that has to be done, and when it's done, there'll be all sorts of sharing with the associated community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Ainslie. Councillor Holiday, point of privilege?
You know, Speaker, I am concerned with the words of Councillor Carroll because because she used the words terror and horror and cast a negative pall. I never used any such words or even tried to cast a negative pall. My argument has only been that it's secret. And I just wondered if Councillor Carroll could just not paint it in a negative light.
Councillor Carroll's apologizing. Please, can we move along here, because this is a wonderful opportunity for us, and we should not be debating and embarrassing ourselves in this council chambers. Councillor Ainsley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. I'm very proud to support the recommendations that are before us here. The good news that's in the confidential report. Thank all of the staff for all of the work that they've been doing since 2022 when we had a motion passed. 40 years is a long time to look at building a community center. I'm glad that we're moving this forward, recognizing the many cultural support and that the Somali community has given the City of Toronto 40 years, an ever-growing Somali community. And I would be very happy to see this, as we have a large Somali community in Scarborough. I'd be quite happy to have this center in my ward or part of Scarborough without going into the locations in the confidential report. But I just want to congratulate the Somali community for all of their continued advocacy and work. And I'm looking forward to a ribbon cutting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much. Oops. Siri, I don't need to talk to you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to join you and thank you and applaud you for your work along with the former Mayor Tory. We have spent time with former Mayor Tory in the area, Dixon Road, and having gone through some of the conversations and meetings with members of the community, it is time for us to move forward. And we're moving forward slowly with respect to this effort of building a facility for the Somali community in the City of Toronto. There appears to be concern and appears to be what I derive from the conversation so far, fear. Whether or not that is intended or not, that's the impression that has been conveyed from my sensibility. We have actually done similar work with respect to the Tamil community in Scarborough, and that's progressing. I think what we need to do is recognize that there's a real need for us to ensure that we contribute and work hand in hand with organizations that are not as representative in terms of the services and resources and facilities that are needed for the specific communities to enhance and to grow. This process will lead us there. While it is a long way off, I think it's important for us to ensure that we move this along. I want to thank Mr. Gupta and others who are involved, Mr. Matuzo and others who are involved with this particular process. Let's get on with it. This community has been waiting for a long period of time. It's been affected by so many challenges. You just expressed, Speaker, about the mother who lost a son just last week. Some of the concerns about the issues for this community is that they don't have enough facilities to help themselves and to help their children. We have an obligation to ensure that they're helped. They're also going to help this process themselves. So nothing is being given that is not earned by this community. So we're part of that conversation, part of that effort, and I think that we ought to support what's in front of us. There might be one person who vote against it. I'm encouraging all other members of council to recognize what is actually happening here. We need to support this community. We need to demonstrate to them our view, which is that they're part of Toronto's growth. They're part of the future. They have had so many challenges for such a long time. We need to get on with it by supporting what's in front of us here today, demonstrate that goodwill and good intentions to ensure the viability and the success of this amazing community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over 40 years, the Somali community in Toronto has dreamt of having a community center, both of their own, but also to share with the wider community. And this council is taking some significant steps forward to finally realize that dream. I've become close friends with so many members of the Somali community, whether it be in Etobicoke North, in York South-Weston, Scarborough, and throughout the city. And what I've heard from them is that this generation of leaders, and I'm talking about people like Zach and Fouad, and so many of their peers who want to realize their parents' dream. And yes, it's about culture, and it's about celebrating traditions and identity, who they are, and it's about the arts and food and all those things that go into the pride of community. But most importantly, it's about health. It's about wellness. It's about well-being. It's inspired by moms in the community who've lost everything and give back so much. In fact, another son was lost just days ago. It's about a place to be well and to share. That's what they're doing. The knowledge and the expertise and the wisdom that they've brought to this project is inspiring. And I'm so proud to be a member of council, along with this mayor, who gets that, who wants to partner with them, who wants to support them, who wants to be part of realizing that dream. This community center will be the pride of the Somali community, but will benefit the well-being of all of us. And like Councillor Ainsley said, I only wish that it might be in the community in which I live, that could serve the kids at my kids' school. This is something to be excited about. But I also want to provide some reassurance to any one councillor in any one community who wants to make sure that everyone's involved. They will be. They will be. They'll be part of this. And I hope that they'll recognize what a gift it'll be to whatever neighborhood hosts this wonderful, wonderful place. So once again, this is something that I think I know all of us can be proud of, but the people who are leading this, they are remarkable. And I want to express my gratitude for their know-how, their leadership, and their perseverance to get to this point, and I look forward to working very closely with them to finally achieve that dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I'm going to keep my comments brief as well. I just want to add my congratulations to the community. I've had a few meetings with them to just learn about the project and just what it means to the community and how they've been on a journey. And I think this is really a momentous occasion. You know, I'm fortunate to host the Chinese Cultural Center in my ward. And not only is that a key center for not just the Chinese community, but everybody uses that in the ward. It's just a key element, and it provides so many services, recreational, cultural, and artistic opportunities for residents. So I just want to say congratulations. I'm very, very proud to support this.
Thank you. Mayor Cha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just looking at the original motion that was moved here. Yourself and former Mayor John Tory, it was very clear that it had the blessing of the entire council at the time. And there was a real sense of excitement in the Somalian community because of the 100% vote in this council chamber. And the motion talked about serving the diverse programming needs of community members of all ages including children, youth, and seniors. It also will serve as a hub to preserve and celebrate the rich contribution and histories of Toronto's Somalian communities. There's something very special about this Toronto, this wonderful city of ours. It is the most diverse and harmonious city in the world. And part of it is because of the kind of community centers, and also the various activities, festivals on the street in the summer that we come together to foster a real sense of belonging. And I've gone to quite a few of the events on the Somalian community, whether it was in the Union Station during Nuit Blanche, where they took over a huge, I guess, underground area and showcase the history, or an event where they honored about 25 to 30 organizations that are all run by volunteers that assist people in their own community and their local neighbors. It is phenomenal, the amount of generosity of spirit that they were celebrating. So it was a big honor for me to witness that. And of course, the mothers, the Somalian mothers, that the famous saying that if we come together, we can mend the crack in the sky. And yes, there are cracks in the sky in many different communities. And the fact that we're taking the first step, identifying the sites as they apply for funding to the federal and the provincial government, which I am supporting wholeheartedly, and I've been talking to the provincial and the federal government on their behalf to say, hey, this is a very important community for you to invest in. So I also want to say to Councillor Holyday that you could rest assured that we will make sure if it ends up being in your ward or in anyone's ward, we will do what we traditionally do. We will consult with the local neighborhoods. We will bring people together because a community center is only as successful as it's supported by the neighborhood. I've seen how the Jewish Community Center, the Maus Nagdal Community Center, which we may be visiting shortly, really are of great benefit, not just only to the Jewish community, but to all the neighbors in the Annex and the Harbor Village area. So I am very pleased to see this in front of us, and let's hope we could all endorse this report in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's have a vote. Thanks. Yes. Okay, we have Councillor Holyday's motion on the screen. Yes, recorded vote. There's Councillor Holyday's motion.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Crescenti, are you able to vote? And Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? We've closed the vote. How do you vote? Yes. Motion 1C does not carry. The vote is 2-21.
Oh, okay, so we have another motion by Councillor Holliday, recorded vote.
Councillor Parks, please. Councillor Mantas, thank you. Speaker, just we're going to restart the vote. I think the vote has disappeared from my screen, so I anticipate members have lost it too. So we're going to start it again. The voting panel is back open, members. You may have to vote again. Councillor Perks, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. And Councillor Crisanti, please. Motion 1D does not carry. The vote is 1 to 22.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Deputy Mayor Malik. The item is adopted. The vote is 22 to 1.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bravo, T11.2, are you ready to release that? We're going through the agenda. Councillor Bravo, let's try to get some of these releases. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to, I have a motion, and then I wanted to just speak briefly to the motion. I've requested advanced circulation. This is a technical amendment to the official plan, but it's so much more than that. So this represents the efforts over the last 2 months of myself supporting Build a Better Bloor-Dufferin, a local community group at Dufferin and Bloor in that neighborhood, and the conversations and discussions that took place with developers Fitzrovia and Hazelview. This is really about recognizing that we need to have more cultural community space in this area. And they've come to agreement and support this motion. We expect that the funds will grow to $550,000 once this project is completed, and that those funds will be dedicated for that purpose. I want to highlight that this has been an incredible amount of effort from this community over all of the time since the development was proposed to make sure that the Dufferin Grove community, the Davenport community is getting as much as possible out of this massive development. Former public lands owned by the school board, the agreement that gives rise to this major project is going to give this Davenport, this part of Davenport, a new community hub, a park, a road, an access to the subway at Dufferin and Bloor to relieve pedestrian congestion, which also exists in my ward. And that's a wonderful thing. But Building a Better Bloor-Dufferin also wanted to push for other elements that were added and negotiated with the former developer, which include $15 million for affordable housing and a $2 million for a Community Cultural Spaces Trust. And what's really great is that both of these funds at $17 million are held by trusts, and that is a form of social ownership that's really valuable. So I want to thank city staff for helping us to get to this solution, which I would characterize as a win-win-win, helping us to deal with the technical questions and concerns. My own staff, I know that it's put in tremendous pressure over the last 2 months to steward this forward, but I think it's a really fantastic thing when we're coming through this with the very considered deliberations of community residents who have aligned their interests, their organizational affiliations. There's a huge number of people represented at Building a Better Bloor-Dufferin. It's been an enormous pleasure to work with them, and I want to thank Fitzrovia and Hazelview for the flexibility and creativity that's been demonstrated here to get to this. I wanted to make these remarks to say that it's not very often that we get a win of this nature where everyone benefits. And I think what's wonderful is that the future residents of this development will also be benefited by the fight that and the advocacy that was put on by Building a Better Bloor-Dufferin by current residents that want to build a really inclusive community for themselves, but also for the future residents that we're going to be welcoming as the development is completed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. On the motion by Councillor Bravo, all in favor? Carried. Our next item is EX 13.8, 2024 Education Property Tax Levy. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? I do. Okay, can you put your name on the screen? Questions to staff? Councillor Perruzza.
I just a couple of general questions. How much is the education levy going to generate in the city of Toronto this year?
Sorry, Councillor, I missed the start of that. How much revenue did the education tax generate?
Yeah.
Roughly $2.2 billion.
So this year it'll be $2.2 billion because it's not changing, right?
That's correct. They have not changed the rate since 2020? Yeah, since the year 2020.
Right. And with respect to the residential taxes, what percentage of a property tax bill is education levy?
Through you, Madam Speaker, roughly 30%.
So 30% of a residential bill. And for the other classes, the multi-res, the multi-residential?
Through you, Madam Speaker, on the multi-res, we're estimating it's probably about 40%.
Okay, 40%.
Apologize, it would be about 30% on the multi-res as well.
About 30%, that's I think closer to it. And the commercial industrial?
I am looking over to my colleague on the right who is saying it's about 40%.
About 42, but okay, let's say 40,
there
right?
you go. Perfect.
Okay, sure. 40%. And what other classes did I miss? So you got the residential, multi-residential, commercial industrial. Okay, let's forget farmlands, pipelines, managed forests, and some of the other places. Okay, yeah, all right. Was there another question that I wanted to ask you? Yeah, there was another question that I did want to ask you as it relates to. That's okay. I'm good with the questions. Yes. All right.
Thank you. Speaker, I have a motion. Okay, Councillor, do you want to put your name down to speak?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza.
Am I speaking now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. I have a motion. The motion's there is on the screen. Some of you folks have seen this before. I just wanted to, just to sort of take us through this equation fundamentally one more time, Speaker. So, Speaker, we are about to basically pass a bylaw to go out and collect property taxes across the City of Toronto to the tune of $2.2 billion for the provincial government, for the province of Ontario. And I suspect, Speaker, I know that everybody in this room gets it, but I suspect that very few of our residents actually know and understand that a very significant portion of their taxes is, of their property taxes are collected by the City of Toronto for the provincial government. The residential portion of the property tax bill, it's not quite, as the staff have indicated, 30%. It's about 26%. This year will drop some why is it dropping, Speaker? Well, because as we raise ours, and ours has been raised significantly over the past couple of years, so the education portion seems smaller and gets calculated at a smaller amount. Why do we not really know that? Any of us? Why haven't any of us really focused in on that? Because there's something else that happens with this that's really, really interesting. Do you know why? Do you know where to find it on your property tax bill that you in fact pay a significant amount to your through your city to the province? The answer to that question would be no, Speaker. You know why? Because they prescribe to us through regulations the font size, the placement of that notice, and all of those other kinds of things on your property tax bill. They do not want people to know.
Where is it?
The provincial government, it's no secret. They don't want anyone to know that we in fact collect $2.2 billion of their property tax monies for them. The commercial industrials, a little over 40%, almost close to 50%, right? Let me ask Councillor Cole back there, because I know he's been around for a while and he knows this now. Well, I'm not gonna. What is the education levy across Ontario that the provincial government collects from all municipalities in Ontario? Well, let me give you that number. Around $5.88 billion. So lots of you folks are really sharp with your calculators and the math. You figure out that percentage, and we pay the City of Toronto almost 40% of the education levy for the entire province of Ontario that is collected across the entire province of Ontario. Last I checked, we represent about 20% of the population, right? But we pay a very, very large portion of the property tax. Why is this so? Well, let me take you back. I know that Councillor Cole knows the answer to this question too, because he's been around for a long time as well. Back in amalgamation, when all of this happened, remember Mike Harris said he was going to reduce education taxes because he gave us housing. Housing, which has cost us about $20 billion ever since he gave it to us. Exactly, there you go. How do you make that up with the DVP and the Gardner? It takes almost 100 years to make that one up, right? Well, not 100 years, about 50 or 60 years worth, right, to make that up. Yeah, you ain't going to make it up. If you want to give something back to them, give them housing, right?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank
Speaker,
you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Prusa, this is not a roast, okay? So, and Councillor Holiday, you have a question to Councillor Prusa? I'm sure that you know the answer.
Oh, I don't. Wait for the question.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Speaker, I wonder if Councillor Perruzza would tell me what he intends to do with all the money. What are you going to do with all the money? Like $2.2 billion.
You know,
it would be the single largest tax increase in the history of the city.
No, you get it all wrong, Councillor Holiday. Torontonians already pay it. They pay it. They just don't pay it to us.
But
what we do is we collect it for the province of Ontario. We collect it and give it to the provincial government so that then they can redistribute it across Ontario. So your property tax dollars here in Etobicoke basically, get spread out, right, all over Ontario.
Would you give it back to the taxpayers?
You know what?
Councillor Holiday, I think you're being a little smart now. Okay, enough.
If we did get the money, I would like to.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak. Come on, let's move on. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I simply want to point out that 100%, first of all, is a bridge too far, and I think we all know that. But don't for 1 minute think that if we change this ratio, that the school boards aren't going to leap to their feet and say, great. There's not going to be so much city building as going to our schools. But let's consider how the province does do this. They try to be as reasonable as possible. They set rates and occasionally change them for residential. But let's consider for a minute who are the highest property levy payers in Ontario. It's the financial service sector in the heart of the downtown core of Toronto. And does anyone for a minute think that they shouldn't distribute the wealth that invests in the children of Ontario a little beyond our borders? How many of their employees, how many of their investors are vested in the success of the whole GTHA? No, nay. How many of them are invested in the success of all of Ontario? We're a big part of that success, and the province makes sure that we're reasonable in the portion that residents are paying, but we attract the biggest businesses in the country. We do everything we can to support them so that they are successful, and I think we would find ourselves in a bit of hot water with our Premier, with whom we are enjoying an unprecedented working relationship right now. If suddenly we said, never mind what we collect on property tax, we're coming for the education dollars and we're keeping them all. Whatever our bank towers are contributing, we're keeping it all. Whatever our residents are contributing, we're keeping it all. We don't care about a single grade school child beyond Steeles Avenue. I don't think that would play well in our working relationship. Does the ratio need to be examined, analyzed, and addressed from time to time? Yes. There was a point in time, immediately after amalgamation, when they hadn't addressed the rates except to do one big chunky thing at that point of amalgamation, and at that point it was way out of whack. As a councillor, as a trustee, many of us stood here, probably even Trustee Chow, and said, how can only 4.5 cents of this education levy be staying in Toronto schools? It's far above that now. It's not adequate. It's not everything they need. But who among us has absolutely everything we need in these times? But to pillage the education levy right now, I think you'd find the trustees standing up to say, if that money's staying in Toronto, we have plenty of uses for it in our school walls. And so let's let the province continue their updating exercise. We know that they hear us loud and clear when our TDSB and our TCDSB say these schools need more of it needs to stay here. But to say, no, 100% of it stays here would not solve the financial woes of the city of Toronto. It simply would not. Madam Speaker, I certainly hope you will record this vote. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Let's take the vote on count. We only have 8 councillors in the council chambers.
That's because of the food.
We only have 8 councillors. We don't even have quorum.
My microphone's still on, so you won't hear me chewing. I won't.
Okay, on Councillor Peruzza's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, thank you. Councillor Myers, when you're seated, please. Councillor Canavelle, please.
Councillor Moyes, please remain in your seat.
Councillor Myers, please.
You stay in your spot and I'll stay in my spot.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 7-15.
All right. Let's on the item, on favor, carried. Okay, let's do release of holds. I'm told that some members of council have releases. Could you put your name, Councillor Mantis?
Madam Speaker, I don't have a release. I have a new item that I need to add to the order paper.
Okay, what, Councillor Peruzza? Yeah, we just voted.
I asked for a recorded vote on everything. So you voted on my motion. Now you need to vote on the report because I want to vote against the report.
Okay, item is amended, recorded vote. Item. It wasn't amended.
Councillor Pasternak, please, and thank you. Councillor Matlow. The item is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
Quick releases. Councillor Mantis, quick release.
Madam Speaker, I have an item that I need to add. I don't know if the clerk's team has it ready, the motion.
Why don't we don't have it?
Don't have it?
Huh? Okay, but we don't have it yet.
It's fine. You can just skip me and go to the next person.
Okay. All right, so the motions have not been introduced yet. So motion, Yeah, that's fine. Councillor Cheng.
This is regarding the commemoration of the Yonge Street tragedy next week, and we are moving a motion to ceremonially name a street Heroes Way in recognition of the first responders who responded so well to in our community.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Cheng, do you have another one?
Yes. This is to support Ukrainian students as well as those asylum seekers to be able to access domestic tuition, to request the provincial government to consider it. And yeah.
On
okay.
favor? Carried.
Thank you.
No, just hold on. Councillor Candeval?
Motion has been with clerks, if they can post it.
Okay, I need members of council to come in the council chambers. I need 18 councillors.
The motion is to request our city solicitor to attend a Toronto local appeal body. The reason for urgency is that to register for the July schedule, the deadline is May 10th.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Mantis.
Madam Speaker, the urgency, the motion is to authorize the release of Section 42 funds to amend the 2024-2033 capital budget and plan for our parks, sports and recreation for the Lamoureux Kids Town Water Park redevelopment. The urgency is that the motions for the funds are required to proceed with the award of contract for construction to commence in spring of 2024.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Releases, if I can have members to put their sign up, their name on the list. Okay, Councillor Cheng, you have a quick release? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for North York Community Council, 12.9, 12.10, 12.11. I moved all three of these large developments without recommendation, and I was trying to work with the developer. I now have some amendments, and I need to move the amendments first. So for 12.9, I have a motion.
On the screen? Yeah, NY 12.9.
Yeah.
There it is on the screen.
So
by Councillor Cheng. On favor? Carried.
And can I get a recorded vote for the item as amended, please?
There is no item as amended because it's here without a recommendation.
Oh, so now I have to move staff recommendations?
No, you don't have to do anything. We just moved it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the next one is NY 12.10.
Also want to move amendments.
Okay?
There's 3 amendments here.
Right. So on this one, NY 12.10 by Councillor Cheng, on favor, carried. Next one?
12.11.
No, we're still at 12.10 because you have 3 amendments.
Oh, okay. Second amendment.
1B by Councillor Cheng, on favor, carried. Yeah, one more. 1C, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the other one is NY 1211.
Yeah. I also have a motion to move for this amendment.
Okay, we have 2 amendments on this one. 1A by Councillor Cheng, on favor, carried. Councillor Perruzza, please. Okay, the next one, Councillor Cheng.
And 1B.
1B.
Amendment, yeah.
On favor, carried. All right, Councillor Bradford, quick release.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can release PH 11.21, taking action to accelerate modular and rapid build construction in Toronto.
Okay, so Councillor Bradford is releasing PH 11.21. On favor, carried. Okay.
Thank you. And I can also release PH 11.22. That's support for Habitat for Humanity housing development.
Okay, and Councillor Bradford is releasing PH 11.22. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Myers, quick release.
Thanks,
EX 13.9, I just have a motion just to delete the staff recommendation and instead release the confidential attachment. I've cleared it with city staff and they're okay with it.
The motion
And
on the screen.
I pre-circulated, yes.
Okay, there it is, Councillor Myers, EX 13.9.
Yes.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Myers, on favor, show of hands carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Matlow, quick release.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, MM 17.8, and I have an amendment. I have an amendment on MM 17.8. And by the way, when we get to voting on the entire item, assuming that my amendment passes, I'm going to ask to separate. Well, I'll get there in a moment.
Passed by Councillor Coa. Does Councillor Coa agree?
Not so. Well, it wasn't passed. It was moved. And so there's an amendment that I have.
It's the amendment by Councillor Matlow? Yeah. Okay, on the First Amendment, on favor? Carried. Second one, on favor? Carried.
And then on the final vote now on the amended motion, I'd like to separate 1 and 2 so that I can vote against the first 2.
Okay, does the staff get that? Okay.
That I'm voting against 1 and 2, but I also know that Councillor Cole has arguments that people might want to support as well. But
Okay,
we have a
we'll separate the votes. Councillor Matlow, you've already indicated it. Okay. So on 1 and 2. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, thank you. Parts 1 and 2 of the motion carry. The vote is 14-1.
Okay. Okay, balance of the motion on favor, Carried. Councillor Candaval, you have a quick release?
No, sorry, that was from earlier with
okay.
the...
So I held down, rather than go into a discussion about this, I will at another time. MM 17.16 I held down, so I'll release it. MM 1716. Members' motion. I held it down. It was my motion. Okay, so I'll just release that. On favor? Carried. So we'll go to the next item now, which is yeah, okay, okay. So, okay. Okay, why don't we go to planning and housing? Councillor Perks? PH 11.2, our Plan Toronto official plan? Okay, so why don't we do that? Councillor Perks, do you have a question? Councillor Perks?
Yes, thank
You
you,
have
Speaker.
questions? Okay.
First, I have a motion on this item.
Okay.
That City Council requests the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, in collaboration with the Executive Director, Social Development Finance Administration, to apply additional considerations that are aligned to Section 1.1 through 1.4 of Chapter 1 of the official plan in order to include a greater focus on Black communities gentrification, and Black communities displacement in accordance with the City's commitments to confronting anti-Black racism, and apply additional considerations that are aligned with the new 10-year plan to confront anti-Black racism when reviewing and implementing additional chapters in the official plan, such as the Avenue policy. In addition, members, you should know a similar motion on a different topic was moved at committee by Councillor Bradford, asking the Chief Planner to give consideration to housing supply in implementing the official plan. Councillor Cheng is going to be moving a motion asking the Chief Planner to give consideration to space for faith-based activities. Councillor Sachs is going to be moving a motion to give additional consideration to reducing fossil fuels. Each of these motions is in lieu of an amendment to the proposed Chapter 1. We got to a place where many members of council had ideas for things that should be in our official plan, but we realized if we all moved them as amendments to a document that has been carefully crafted in consultation with tens of thousands of Torontonians, we would A, wind up with word salad, and B, put the value of the consultations and the people who put their time into those consultations, we would be putting that down. So the simpler way was to recognize that in City Council, we have a variety of things that we value, dealing with confronting anti-Black racism, dealing with reducing fossil fuels, finding spaces for faith-based organizations, etc. And that we should remind the Chief Planner that when they're implementing the official plan, they should keep these things in mind and continue to look for opportunities to improve the plan in those areas. In short, each of us has been quite disciplined and thoughtful in recognizing the tremendous work that Mr. Cantos and his team, I had to name him, have done in revising Chapter 1 in the official plan, which is the overall vision and values that we as a council bring to planning in the City of Toronto. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. No, there's no questions.
Thank goodness.
Okay. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion. And this is simply that faith-based organizations would be included in the consultations towards the official plan amendment. And I just wanted to highlight an issue that I'm seeing across our community. A lot of the older faith organizations are aging out, and because property values are so high, they sell them, and a lot of times they become condos. But new emerging faith communities or new populations that are here that need faith space, they can't afford the old faith space, and they're not able to create space for their activities. So I believe that faith plays a very important role in our city, and I think that if we were to lose all of our faith space in our city, we would lose a lot of the benefits that also come, including things like food banks and services that a lot of these community spaces provide. So I'm hopeful that the dialogue that we share with the faith-based organizations can help us figure out a way to make sure that as we grow as a city, that we include faith communities in our growth. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion. There we are. Thank you very much to Councillor Perks and to staff who worked with me on this. It's really helpful to have a clear vision statement. The problem that I had with the draft is that it talks about net zero, it talks about transform TO, but nowhere does it say that what that means is reducing fossil fuels in buildings and transportation as one of the key goals that we have to try to achieve through our land use planning policy if we want even a 50-50 chance for a livable future. So after much negotiation, we've got two things here. The first is asking the chief planner to take transform TO and the climate emergency seriously when exercising our authority on land use planning, and to make explicit what that means is reducing fossil fuels. Because if we don't do that, we can't do anything else on climate, and we won't be able to survive what's coming. And the second thing is another request to the provincial government to approve the official plan amendment, which this council, previous council passed, and which the province have been blocking, which we need to, again, move ahead and actually implement our Transform TO goal. So those are my two motions, and thank you, everyone. And thanks to the mayor for food.
Okay, if we can vote on the motions. Motion by Councillor Perks, on favor, carried. Motion by Councillor Cheng, on favor, carried. Motion by Councillor Sachs, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor. Recorded? Recorded vote.
Councillor Morley, please, and thank you. Councillor Perruzza. And Deputy Mayor Malik, thank you. Councillor Ainsley, please. The item as amended is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
Thank you. PH 11.9, short-term rental. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
Chair.
Well, you weren't ready yet. Are you ready now? Okay. Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing EC 11.3, right? Yes. Okay. On favor? Carried. Recorded vote on the release by Councillor Fletcher.
Just stand by while we prepare the vote.
Councillor Bravo, you have a point of order?
Yes, I just have to move the supplemental report the staff has asked me to do for EC 11.3, large multi-passenger pedaled vehicles, quadricycles.
Bravo's moving the supplementary report on this item. Now, Councillor Holiday has asked for a recorded vote. An item is amended? Okay. So on Councillor Bravo's motion, on favor, carried. So on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote.
Yeah, but you have to sit at your desk when we're voting.
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
The item as amended is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
All right. So now we go to short-term rental. And Councillor Sachs, I want to remind you, you have two items from Toronto and East York that you need to resolve, and because it's here without a recommendation before the end of the council meeting. So PH 11.8, short-term rental. Questions to staff? Councillor Candeval, questions to staff? Okay, Councillor Candeval.
Just one question. This item, of course, we've had many discussions, both offline, in person, and of course at PNH last week. I just wanted to confirm with staff that the timeline dates that are coming forward, will they affect residents who have bookings for this summer and for this year?
So thank you for the question, and through the speaker to the councillor.
The implementation date for the majority of it, is January 1st, which allows people to have dates that are already into September, October, November for those to continue.
Thank you, staff, for that consideration and appreciate that allowance. Of course, had it not been included in this package, it would have negatively impacted many independent operators. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any more questions? We're at short-term rentals. So everybody knows? No more questions? Okay, so to speak, Councillor Perks. Okay. Okay, your motion?
I have a motion. I will not read the whole thing because that would take my entire 5 minutes. It's been advanced circulated. I'm just going to summarize quickly a few pieces. Part 1 reiterates the primary objectives of the regulations. Part 2, which was worked out between myself, city staff, and Councillor Bradford, cleans up some loopholes that were created when the committee made amendments to the staff recommendations. If you really need to know what those loopholes are, I'm more than happy to answer your questions. Part 3 asks for some report backs on enforcement. Part 4 encourages us in the communications that we are giving to operators to let them know about the great advantages of having a permanent tenant and how that works. Part 5 asks for some options to be examined in the future in dealing with the management companies, and I put that in air quotes, that sometimes operate in the ghost hotels, say in Councillor Malik's ward. Part 6 requests the Government of Canada to clarify how we could access the $50 million that they announced to assist in enforcement of short-term rental rules. Part 7 is something asking the staff to communicate with the province about whether we can increase the set fines. And Part 8, the final part, requests a progress report by the second quarter of 2025. Members, these motions were worked out with collaboration between people who had differing views on how we should regulate short-term rentals. I'll be frank, my view was that the staff got it right and we shouldn't have changed any of it. But that was not the prevailing view at committee, and we've all worked together. Councillor Malik, Councillor Sachs, Councillor Cheng, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Kanda, well, basically everyone in the room, together with the mayor and her team. So I hope that you will support the amendments that are here. They're a great addition to a fantastic regulatory package that comes from the MLS team, and it's the whole thing is just proof of what Carlton keeps telling us, which is we're going to continuously improve. Thank you, Carlton. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Nobody has any questions? Okay. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I simply want to acknowledge the good work that was done. There was a portion of the recommendations that was pulled back at committee because clearly there was a strong difference of opinion. And the fact that the chair of the committee could provide leadership to bring those diverse voices together. Councillor Bradford, who was very showed a lot of commitment and conviction, but was able to arrive at a good compromise, and I really respect his ability to do that, along with Councillor Candavel in particular, who represents the residents of Scarborough Southwest so well and very fairly reflected some very legitimate concerns that were just not captured initially, and he brought that to the floor. And I can tell you, I consistently hear from Councillor Candeval the concerns that he hears from his residents, including the dearth of hotel rooms, and I really respect his voice and the strength of it. So I just want to acknowledge that work. I was hoping that this work would be done between then and council, and clearly it was done. And I want to acknowledge the chair for providing that core and that leadership to make it happen.
Okay. On the motion by Councillor Perks. On favor? Carried. Okay. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks? PH 11.10, you held the item down. That's on the new approval conditions for rental demolition.
I'll speak last.
Do we have questions to staff? Okay, Councillor, if anybody has any questions to staff, if they can please put their name on the list. Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Speaker, just so members are aware, it's my intention as committee chair to speak last on this.
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Holiday, questions? Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Speaker. There was a number of changes added at the committee, and one of them here talks about asking the Executive Director of City Planning to make reasonable attempts to include the new rent gap approach in housing demolition applications subject to conditional approvals. Could staff just elaborate what that means? And that wasn't in the report recommendations, was it? Just make sure I got that right.
Through the Speaker, the recommendation from Planning and Housing Committee asked us to make those reasonable efforts, and we would interpret that as asking applicants who already have an approved rental demolition application, however, not being able to require any change to their approval.
So there's an approved application, but then we'd go back and ask them for different terms?
Through the Speaker, we could ask them to consider that data.
Why would they agree to that?
I don't know that they would.
Maybe to the solicitor, just in terms of an approach as a municipality in dealing with applicants, do we do this often, and is this advisable?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's my advice that when rules are changed, they should be applied going forward, generally speaking.
So the nature of these applications that number 6 refers to are applications that are complete. So this would be going backwards.
This would be going backwards, yes.
Okay, and it's a very different thing than if council said from this point forward, use these new rates.
Correct.
Because then everybody's clear on them. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'm sorry, I had my questions answered. Oh, you're in the chair. Oh, hello. They're answered. I'm good. I can take my name off.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone speaking on this item? Councillor Matlow.
Occurred to me to ask. I just want to make it clear to my colleagues through this question. The fact that currently the secondary market condos aren't captured when tenants need a home in the community when they're being evicted. Does that present a challenge in some communities, such as Midtown, for example, where that really is a large part of the market?
Through the Speaker, the analysis that we conducted and are recommending the use of 2015 plus purpose-built rental units shows the highest vacancy rate amongst all different types of housing. So over 3% compared to below 1% for the secondary market.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the staff? Councillor Moyes? Is that the question? To speak? Okay. To speak on the item, I have Councillor Perks, Moise. You want to be last. So Councillor Moise to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor. I do have a motion. Once it's posted, I'll start speaking, but my motion is really around consulting with stakeholders, including tenant advocates, building industry, land development associations, and others, as part of as the report back when this comes back. So I've worked very closely with Councillor Matlow and his team to bring this initial motion to Planning and Housing a few weeks ago. And we also had a public consultation in my ward as well around rental replacement, which was well attended. And the feedback I gathered there also reflect this motion that I have before me today. But in my ward of Toronto Centre, about 70 to 75% of the people in Toronto Centre are renters. And as all of you know, St. Jamestown is the largest area of density when it comes to people congregated who lived in this area. And it's all privately owned. So people are afraid, and understandably so. And demo eviction is a real thing, and it's happening at a rapid pace all across the city and, more so in the downtown core. And as we also know, we're in a housing crisis. Rental stock is, unstable, and it's expensive to live here. And people don't only want to move or relocate elsewhere across the city, but also they want to move close to where they live as well. Because people who live in apartments are also community. And that's also been something that's been mentioned time and time again. So it's best to relocate people, close to where they live so they could visit their doctors, visit their friends, so on and so forth. But one of the things we've also done here in this motion is also using CMHC numbers so that people can actually have the rent gap can be increased so people can actually have enough money to actually move to a zone as to where they live. For example, in Toronto Centre, people live in Zone 1. And so we need to make sure that that's reflected in the CMHC numbers and that people can actually live comfortably. So I do hope that my colleagues can support this motion because it really is important and it does affect people's not only well-being but mental health and families and so forth. So thank you again to Councillor Matlow and all those who help make this happen.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
Well, I want to equally thank Councillor Moise, along with Councillor Perks and the rest of the committee. What this really is about is we have very few laws, provincial laws, that provide the city with meaningful tools to protect renters. But one is within the City of Toronto Act called Section 111. And it allows us, as you all know, when you've gone through instances where renters have been displaced from their homes when there is a new build coming, that it's a really scary moment for them. They don't know if they're going to be able to afford to remain in the community. They don't know if they're going to be able to have even their moving costs covered. They don't know if they're going to be able to afford to even remain in Toronto. They don't know if they're going to be able to come back home to the new building when and if it's built. Well, the law actually allows us to have their back and ensure that we do everything possible to get the best deal, the best agreement for them, so all of that is covered. That they're made right, and that they can remain in the community where their kids may go to school, where they may have lived for many, many years, and they hope to for many years to come. But unfortunately, the gap over the period of time when they're going to be displaced, when they need to move to a different home for a temporary period during construction, the gap in rent is often very wide. In the secondary market, it's even wider in the condos. And what this does is it ensures that the money is available to address that gap, to make sure that they're not out of pocket beyond what they normally would be paying during that interim period. And it is critically important that we consider that, and even the data that we've been using has been out of date. And we want to make sure that we update even the information that we use. So ultimately, for any of you who have renters in the wards that you represent, which I expect would be all of us, this is the tool we have and it needs to improve, and this is what we're doing here today. There's an amazing group called No Dem Evictions, and they're passionate. And yes, they've been upset, and justifiably so, because they've seen themselves and so many of their neighbors face what they see as such a grave injustice, where they're kicked out of their homes and their community is torn apart. And yes, they've come back to us and said, get something done for us. And they know as well as we do that some of the things that they've demanded of us, we legally just cannot do. That's not within the city's purview. And we've been honest with them about that, and we've told them that, and they understand that. But the things that we can do, we should do. And by passing this motion, along with Councillor Moise's very thoughtful addition, we're doing that. I also want to acknowledge the work of our staff. I've seen their policy work here at committee and city council, and I've seen them at community meetings where there are a group of people in that room who are so understandably scared about their future, and they are there to help them and support them and guide them. And I want to acknowledge that work and express our gratitude. So ultimately, I'm really proud of the work that we've done together on this. I'm very grateful for all of you who have been part of this. I really appreciate the partnership of Councillor Moise, whose own community has been affected so much by this. And I respect the fact that he's stepping up so strongly. And I'm excited about this prospect of approving this today, because I know in my heart and good conscience, as all of you know too, we're doing something meaningful and substantive for
5
for
seconds.
kids. I say thank you.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be rather brief. Any time that a committee makes substantial changes to recommendations, it just requires closer scrutiny. And item number 6 on this particular report stood out to me as a bit unusual. And I had the chance to ask the questions, and I think the answer I got back was, this is an ask. And then when I asked the solicitor about it, there was some concern raised with her answer about changing an arrangement afterwards, and that the best practice is to make a change going forward. Members, I'm sure everyone's familiar with the circumstance that when you reach an arrangement or an agreement and someone comes and changes it afterwards, sometimes it doesn't go well. And I just think we should be mindful of that as a city. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask for 2 votes to be separated in this particular item. The first is item 6 to be voted independently. And I think members should just pay attention to what was answered in the questions. And then I would like to have item 3B regarding the reintroduction of rent control voted upon separately. I'm not going to have a very long economic discussion here tonight, but I have opinions on that, and I would like the opportunity to vote on that separately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Candeville to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank staff, on behalf of my staff, for the experience we've experienced in advocacy for vulnerable residents in my ward. I think of Altry, Lenmore Court, Windy Ridge, Glen Forest, among many others of what are described as dem evictions. And I want to thank Councillor Matlow and his allies in crafting this important language, important work before us today. And I think we've got to examine the culture and the context in which this is situated, and the reality for so many stable, affordable rental or even home ownership is becoming increasingly challenging amidst a widening gap, income inequality in our ward. And we see this in our role in the greater context. We are the City of Toronto with an outsized impact on the conversation of these ultimately issues framed by the province. And this is where I feel the impact coming from this can be greater given our ability to influence, as we have with the province, in terms of providing a bigger framework. And these are discussions and dots that are being connected throughout significant municipalities in our ward. So the leadership we lend to this, to our friends in Hamilton, Ottawa, Mississauga, is part of a bigger conversation. So I applaud all those who brought this towards, who've brought it to this point, and I'm hopeful that this will result in greater tenant protection as well as the bigger cultural piece that will hopefully influence the provincial government to add to the changes and the benefits we have to credit that we saw last year. So appreciative of all of this work before us. Thank you.
Motion's on the screen. Oh, sorry, Councillor Perks, to speak.
Yes, Speaker, first order of business, I would like to move the recommendations in the supplementary report. Just very quickly, what this does, CMHC provides us data which we use to try to figure out how much we can reasonably get applicants to pay to help people. The quality of data from CMHC has declined sharply. This gives us an opportunity to do some work to see if we can find better data so that we can get better deals. That's effectively what it does. I also commend to you the motion from Councillor Moyse. It's a good and helpful piece of work. But I wanted to share a couple thoughts that I had at committee. The first is, as Councillor Matlow said, the conditions for those of us who do not own our homes in Canada, in Ontario, and in Toronto are appalling. The Supreme Court of Canada just keeps privileging the rights of people who own property ahead of the rest of us in Toronto and Canada. The province of Ontario keeps turning landlord-tenant legislation into legislation which is so favorable to landlords, I think it's probably the worst in the country. So when one of these development applications comes in that displaces people, people are going out into an incredibly hostile rental market. And if you're an ordinary person in the City of Toronto, you can't phone the Prime Minister, you can't phone the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, you can't phone the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The only person who will take your call and try to help you is the planning staff person assigned to do the Section 111 agreement. These people are heroic. But because they're the only person who will take the call, unfortunately they have to deal with people's profound anxiety and grief at losing one of the basic necessities of life, their home. Too often in these conversations, people build up the expectations of what the city can do. Too often in these conversations, people add to the debate the idea that, well, if City of Toronto staff just worked a little harder, you'd be in better shape. And that's not the case. The only people who are working hard to try to help individuals in these terrible circumstances are the unbelievable members of the Toronto Public Service who do the rental replacement work. Earlier, I gave a shout out to another member of the planning department, but I want to acknowledge Deanna Chorney. The chief planner has really brought all of her all-stars here to this council meeting. Deanna's doing incredible work, not just in helping those individuals and managing a team of people to do it, but in digging into the policy, digging into the how the rent gaps are figured out. Just incredible work, because quite frankly, here at the City of Toronto, the only people you can call who will help you in this circumstance are the people we assign to trying to get you similar rent at a similar unit when planning law says you have to leave. So with that, I hope you'll support Councillor Moyes' motion, the supplementary, and the item that's in front of you.
Thank you. If we can put the motions on the screen, and there's been a request by Councillor Holyday to vote separate items. So if we can ring the bells that we're ready to vote. Okay, motion by Councillor Perks. It's on the screen. Yeah, we're recording the votes. Yes.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please. Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 2 carries. The vote is 18-1.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Moyes, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Motion 1 carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Okay, next motion. If I can remind members of council that you need to sit in your seat when you're voting. Okay. Okay, it's 3D? 3B. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Peruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Part 3B of the item, as amended, carries. The vote is 18-1.
Balance of the item as amended, recorded vote. Pardon? 6. Part 6. Okay, on part 6, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please, on part 6. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Part 6 of the item as amended carries. The vote is 20-1.
Okay, balance of the item, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. Councillor Prutza, please. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Oh, and Councillor Mello, I'm sorry, we closed the vote. How do you vote? The balance of the item as amended carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs, T 12.5, can you present your motion?
A few questions of staff first. I know it's late, everybody, just
Oh, so it's not a...
bear with me. No, I mean, I have a motion. I have to ask a few questions of staff, and then I'll make my 2 motions.
Okay, questions to staff. Can you put your name on the screen, please?
Put my name on the screen. Okay.
Okay, questions to staff.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much to planning staff. So, Mr. Tamir, under the province's Bill 109, do we have to decide this item today, or can we defer it for more consultation and studies?
Through the Speaker, yes, you have to approve that today or make a decision today. The 120-day deadline is tomorrow.
Thank you. Have you carefully considered all the matters raised in the deputations and letters of opposition that we've all received?
Through the Speaker, yes, we've reviewed, we've reviewed and considered the letters both in support and opposition, and staff continue to recommend approval of the application.
Thank you. Is there anything precedent-setting in moving the boundary of an apartment neighborhood?
Through the Speaker, no.
Okay. Does it happen often?
It has happened before, yes.
All right. Do you agree that we need additional purpose-built rental apartments in this area, 200 meters from a subway station?
Yes.
To Ms. Vumvakis, what is the significance of this site being located in a major transit station area and a protected major transit station area?
In one word, intensification.
Okay. Mr. Tamir, do you agree that reducing the amount of parking provided for this building will mitigate traffic impacts on the immediate neighborhood?
Yes, I agree that reducing the amount of parking in any development next to transit has multiple positive impacts.
Do you agree that capping the height of the building at the same height as the existing apartment building next door will help mitigate the shadow impacts on the people who live on the north side of Lowther?
Through the Speaker, any reduction in height will reduce the extent of the shadow on the apartment neighborhood to the north.
Thank you. And finally, did you assist me to prepare the motions I'm about to present to Council?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my questions.
Councillor Prutza.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions there that caught my attention, which I'd like to pursue a bit. One, with respect to height, the question was, keeping the heights consistent with some of the local buildings, limits the impacts of shadows on the other property. That's a planning principle you subscribe to, yeah.
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
And I heard another question. How many meters from a subway station?
This is approximately 200 meters from 2 subway stations.
And I heard you say 11 stories, correct?
Through the Speaker, correct, the proposals for 11 stories.
See how intently I was listening? I heard all those things, right? You know why I heard all those things? Because then I think about Jane Finch, Weston and Finch, Keelan Finch. Why are we getting 50-story buildings when all the same principles apply? And here it's only 11 stories.
Through the Speaker, the difference being we have undertaking a secondary plan and a comprehensive study of that area, and as a result of that, that was the outcome of our recommendations.
For
Jane Finch.
That similar, so applying the same kind of rules, Jane Finch, 50 stories here, 11 stories. Why not here 50 stories? I mean, you're closer, you have more infrastructure here.
Different context.
I'd support 50 stories here.
Different context, and the application is what we were looking at.
Different context in terms of shadow, in terms of station, in terms of, what was the other thing again? Shadows, station.
Through the Speaker, we looked at the built form context as well.
Oh, built form context, yes. Single-family houses there at Jane Finch, Keelan Finch, really, really low, like one-story houses, 50-story tower next door. How does that jive?
Councillor, we are responding to the application that is before us in terms of
No,
the Lowther.
No, but Councillor Perruzza, that's not before us, Jane and Finch. We're here on this item, so just ask a question on what we have.
No, I do, as I was listening really closely to all those things they said.
Okay,
and
Councillor
I'm thinking to
Perruzza.
myself, apples to apples, then why are we treated different?
Councillor Perruzza, that's not before us, please. We're at the last item here.
No, listen, I'm so happy to support this application.
Okay, well.
If they added another 20 stories to it, I'd support it. It's
Okay.
right next to a subway station. I'm good with that too. That's not the point. The point is I wanted to know why here 11 stories and there 50 stories and you have same kind of stuff, same principles applying.
But again, we're not discussing Jane and Finch.
The application
I'm
is
so,
different.
The application is different, Councillor Perruzza.
No, I understand.
Thank you.
It's not
Please.
It's not. Listen, can you just shut down all the sharp razors for a sec? Because I was asking a couple of questions, right?
Yes, but ask questions on what we have before us.
All the sharp razors behind me, please, right?
Point of order, Speaker.
Yeah.
There's no 50-story building in front of us.
No, I know, and okay. Let's move on. Okay, we're at questions right now. Mayor Chow.
To the staff. I see Councillor Sachs, the local councillor, has a series of recommendations. Can you perhaps walk us through? You have your staff report. What's the fundamental difference between the staff report and what Councillor Sachs is asking for? Maybe you can list some of them.
Yes, through the Speaker, there's primarily 2 changes. One is a reduction in height, and the other is a reduction in parking.
Tell me about both. In terms of the height, what's the proposed height? It's not 50-story, I heard, but what is the proposed height? What is your staff recommendation? And what is Councillor Sachs' recommendation?
Thank you. Through the Speaker, generally speaking, the reduction in height would be from approximately 11 stories to approximately 8 stories.
And the proponent have asked for how many?
11 stories.
I see. And you recommended 11. And is this a rental building?
Through the speaker, the applicant has yet to disclose whether this is a rental or condo.
Sorry, say that again. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
We do not have confirmation with any certainty that this will be a rental building.
I see. So it could be condominium, it could be rental. Is any of it affordable?
Through the speaker, no.
Okay. And it's on Lowther. What's the intersection again? Lowther and?
It's at the southeast corner of Lowther and Dalton.
And Dalton, okay. And what is the height of, say, Spadina and Lowther, for example, in some of the buildings around there?
Approximately, through the speaker, 40 meters tall, which is approximately about 12 stories, 10 stories in height, up to 15, thank you.
Up to 15? So anywhere from 15 to 10-story, a few street over, 1 or 2 street over?
That is correct, 1 street east, yeah.
And in terms of the parking, have you reduced the parking requirement for this proponent? Because we do have some parking requirement.
Yes, through the speaker, there is no minimum parking requirement here.
I see. And Councillor Sachs is asking, what's the difference between how many more parking spots?
Yeah, through the speaker, the councillor is asking to reduce the maximum permitted amount of parking on the site to about half.
So Councillor Sachs is asking for half the parking permitted. So for example, if it's permitting 20, she's asking for 10.
Yeah, so I'll just correct myself. We're reducing the maximum permitted parking that's allowed in the bylaw from 40 to 10. That's through the motion, excuse me.
Okay, so she's saying that instead of 40, she is requesting that maximum allowed is 10.
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha. And I see some of the motions here asking for community space, off-site parkland. There's no major amendment, so those are the only two parts. I see that there's site plan approval process. What is all that? Recommendation 8 and 9
Thank
and 10.
you. Through the speaker, that is a recommendation often requested where the local councillor is asking us to consider certain items through our review of the site plan control application. Those are considerations.
I see. Like highly energy efficient building envelope and low carbon building, you have no objection to that list of recommendations. I believe that's recommendation 8?
That's correct, through the speaker. We have no concerns with that.
Okay, so the major difference is from 11-story to 8-story, right? That's it might, if they appeal, it may or may not win. Okay, that's number one difference. The second difference is from 40 parking spots to maximum allowed to 10, right? Okay.
That's
Thank
correct.
you. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you. Point of privilege, Councillor.
Can I just ask that we stand this one down for a few minutes? I'm trying to work with the local councillor to reshape her motion so that we can get some stuff that staff supports in and allow the councillor to move some other stuff separately. It'll take about 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, because that's the last item. So what we can do, that's the last item on the agenda. That's why I indicated to Councillor Sachs earlier to get everything ready. Yes, yes, I know, yes. Councillor Cole.
The staff, was this a positive staff report to the application for this 11-story building on Lowther?
Through the Speaker, that is correct. We recommended approval of this
Of the 11 stories and all the rest, okay? So does staff, what is staff position on now the request for it to be reduced to 8 stories? Do you agree with the 8 stories rather than the original 11?
Through the Speaker, we still stand by our original recommendation, but we do not oppose the motion that's brought before us.
Well, wait a minute, you can't have it both ways. You either are in favor of 11 as original or 8.
Through the Speaker, we are supportive of the 11-story proposal.
Yeah, thank you. The other question I have is, have you ever been involved with the Ontario Land Tribunal hearing where you've gone to a building in this range of mid-rise where an applicant basically has ever had their application reduced in density or height upon appeal? Doesn't the OLT always basically grant certain height and densities, especially around transit station?
Through the Speaker, I have been to a number of OLT hearings, and the options are multiple before the panel or before the board member. They can agree with the proposal or they can modify it.
But I can never remember a case there in my ward, and I've got 120 of these going, where the OLT has ever granted fewer stories than what the applicant asked for.
Yeah, through the Speaker, I would say it's rare for the tribunal to modify a built form at a hearing.
Plus, is this not near a protected major transit station area, 200 meters?
Through the Speaker, that is correct. It's within 2 PMTSAs as delineated by City Council.
Within 2 of them?
That is correct.
And what is basically the requirement then for density when you're within walking distance of major transit station?
Through the Speaker, while those policies are yet to be enforced, there are minimum densities that City Council has moved for those areas.
So technically, the PMTSAs have not been signed back by the province, right?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
So where does this stand there in terms of what the province is requiring and what we are, proceeding with, since this is just a proposal before the province, they haven't come back, so what happens in this case?
Well, through the Speaker, this case is somewhat unique in that we are recommending a change in designation to the site, so that would enable additional density and height. So that's what's before you today.
Okay, so it's still a little bit confusing because I've got a lot of these where people are applying for densities and they tell me, well, we're within 500 meters, we want 30 stories. And we tell them, well, there's no sign back from the province. And people say, so why are they allowed to apply for 30?
Through the Speaker, the recommendation by staff before you is based on our own independent analysis and is not contingent on any decision by the province regarding the PMTSAs.
So in other words, that is not an argument we could make when someone opposes certain densities and say, this is within a PMTSA, so it doesn't really count.
Through the Speaker, it's definitely something staff should be considering, but in addition to that, we'll do our own analysis and offer our recommendations to City Council.
And then if this is refused or whatever it is here, and there's an appeal to the, this hasn't not gone to the Ontario Land Tribunal, right?
No. Okay, Councillor Cole, last question. No, it hasn't, Councillor Cole.
So what luck do you have when you've got a positive staff report defending 8 stories at the Ontario Land Tribunal is my last question.
Yeah, can you answer the question? Yeah. Yes, Councillor Fletcher, hold on. Go ahead.
Through the Speaker, City Council would have to determine what its instructions are if this were to go to a Ontario Land Tribunal hearing.
Councillor Fletcher, questions?
There were a lot of, tenants that came out. I don't know if there's any requirement for rental replacement. Are there more than 6 units that are involved here?
Through the Speaker, there are tenants and there is a tenant relocation package approved for the site.
So just tell me a little bit more. How many tenants for the site and how many buildings were put into this block?
Through the Speaker, I believe there are 3 tenants on this site.
Oh, so the doesn't meet the 6 that are required for our city requirement, but has the developer agreed to replace 3 of the 3 units for the 3 tenants?
Thank you for the question, and through the Speaker, for clarification, there's no rental housing application for this site because it's under 6 units. However, our official plan policy would still speak to tenant relocation, and we are satisfying that through this application.
So you're satisfying the application, but
We are satisfying the requirement by the official plan by providing and having the applicant agree to a tenant relocation package for those tenants.
for the existing 3 tenants. And is it on site? Because it was unclear that this was a rental, it may be a condo building. So how would that work if it's a condo building and there's a rental replacement for that?
Yeah, through the Speaker, for clarification again, there's no a rental replacement on the site. However, there is a tenant relocation package.
Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't hear that. The tenant relocation package, but there's no requirement to replace because there's only 3 units. If it was 7 units, then what would happen?
Through the Speaker, if there were 7, there would be a requirement for a rental housing application, and as well would trigger the requirement to provide rental replacement units within the building.
Actual units. And are those, I'm sorry, I'm just asking a few questions while there's still these conversations going on behind you. Just to be clear, because I have had quite a bit of rental replacement, were all units, there are only 3 units and all 3 were occupied? Or were there only 3 tenants, but were there more units at that site?
Through the Chair, there were more units, but under 6.
More units. So the total number of units was 5?
Through the Speaker, I believe it's 5, but there are owner-occupied units as well.
Owner-occupied units as well. All right, thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll hold the item down and we'll just go through the last couple of items that to be released, members' motions. So we have MM 17.23 by Councillor Cheng. Now, has Councillor Cheng left? She's what? Okay. If we can put it on the screen. Okay, there it is on the screen, everybody. Motion by Councillor Cheng. Okay, I need more councillors in the council chambers. Okay, please take your seat, Councillor Moyes. Councillor Bradford, please take, can I have everybody take their seats? Bravo, Sachs. Okay, Councillor Cheng, would you like to move the member's motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the motion to begin sorry, I'm on a very small screen here. The ceremonial naming of Heroes Way to honor the first responders who helped our community after the Yonge Street tragedy, and this begins the process towards an official ceremonial naming.
Okay. Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Perruzza, please. I can't hear you're talking, and we're in the middle of a vote. Okay. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise to revisit PH 11.10. Out of abundance of caution and conversations with the Integrity Commissioner, I'm going to proactively declare a conflict on that item because my spouse is a planner who might have files that might be perhaps implicated by that policy decision. So yes, it's unclear, but I'm just going to put it out there. I'm going to fill out the paperwork, and I just wanted to put that on the record there. Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so our next member's motion is MM 17.24 by Councillor Cheng. It's on the screen, everybody. Everybody, it's on the screen. Okay, Councillor Cheng, you're moving it?
Yes, I am.
On favor? Carried.
Thank you. Thank you.
MM 17.25. We'll put the member's motion on the screen. Councillor Candeville, would you like to move it?
Yeah, I'd like to move 30 Lakeside Avenue. Request for City Solicitor to attend the T-Lab by Toronto Local Appeal Body.
Okay, on favor? Recorded vote. Councillor Holiday's asked for a recorded vote.
The item is adopted. The vote is 17-1.
Okay, and the last one is MM 17.26. We can put that motion on the screen. Moved by Councillor Mantis. Would you like to move that, Councillor Mantis? Are you here? Well, I can't believe these councillors. They're here, they're not there. It's okay. On favor? Carried. Okay, so members of council, it's my understanding that the two outstanding items is not, they're still working on it. So are we ready to do the amendments? I don't know. No, they're not. Do we want to take a 5-minute recess?
We have to amend the bill.
Okay, so, no, it's okay, Councillor Sachs. Okay, so we can vote on the amendments. Let's put the amendment. She did. Okay, Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I do have a motion which staff are working to pull apart after some conversation with Councillor Perks.
Can you move your amendment?
All right, well, I have a motion, so there's two items. I'll start first with the heritage item, which is number 20.
No, we're not on heritage. We're on the first one first. Councillor Sachs, move your amendment.
Let's do the heritage one first, please.
The staff don't have the heritage one. But they don't have it.
Yes, you do. It's posted already.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Prusa, please, it's hard for me to hear when you're babbling there.
Okay. Jen's just going to get info.
Do you need a break?
No, it's just that Councillor Prusa's just talking.
I sit behind him. I know what you mean.
You know what, people pay big money for a baritone voice.
They do. Luciano Pavarotti.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody. Okay, hello, everybody. We can't do heritage first, Mayor Chow. Okay, so.
So, Madam Speaker, I would appreciate it if we could have 5 minutes for the staff to finish their work. You've all, let me finish, please. You've all received many, many, many letters and emails on this file from concerned residents. I have been working on a compromise to try to address the concerns of my community. I thought that we had a way forward. I've been asked to take it apart so that we can vote it on it in pieces. Staff are working on that right now. I would appreciate it. I know it's late in the day. If we could have 5 minutes for them to do that, so that we can then, I can put my different items.
I wanted to ask.
Councillor Sachs.
Yes.
This is the last item.
I know it's the last item.
I understand. So I don't know how long you want. Councillor Fletcher, please. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Let me explain what I'm trying to do here.
But she didn't move anything. She hasn't moved her amendment.
Did you move your?
No,
All
she
right,
hasn't moved
I'll
anything.
Okay, I will move my amendment.
Okay,
all right?
just a sec. Councillor Perks, do you have a point of order?
Yes, Speaker, I have a point of order, and I make this very reluctantly. This item, the clock on it under provincial law runs out tomorrow. We have two different bills prepared. One prepared with the staff recommendations and one prepared should Councillor Sachs's motion pass. I have been working furiously with the legal department and the planning department to try to untangle different pieces of it so we can arrange a third bill. That is not work that we will be able to do in 5 minutes. It will take considerably longer. So we either recess for 15 minutes and make the staff create a third option so we can vote no on some things Councillor Sachs wants to do and yes on others, or we proceed with Councillor Sachs's motion, and I will be recommending we vote against it.
That's, okay, so why don't we have a recess for 15 minutes and let the staff sort it out?
If anyone...
No, easy. You just vote. This is so easy. You just vote.
It's not, there's no motion to vote on.
There's a staff recommendation. Yes, you do have a vote. You have a staff recommendation. You have some other motion that's going to go. We're going to vote.
This
life
is,
goes on.
okay, Councillor Pruitt, Councillor Mayor Chow.
If you do have a recess, if
Yes.
people agree to it, you're welcome to my office to take a break for 15 minutes, if you choose to do so. Okay, it won't come back. Okay, never mind. I withdraw that.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I'd just like to understand what's in front of us. We have two items that are in front of us from Community Council. We have nothing else in front of us at the moment but TE 12.5 and TE 12.20. There's two motions. I don't know if they're Councillor Sachs is there. So we have two sets of motions in front of us right
Councillor
now.
Fletcher, there has been no motions moved, as Councillor Perks mentioned. It's here without a recommendation, both items. There are no
sorry,
motions.
It shows motion on our screen.
That's why Councillor Perks is recommending a short break so they can sort it out.
Speaker,
No?
Speaker, on our CMP, it shows a motion advanced circulated for both of these.
Okay, move the motion.
So I
okay.
just want us to be really clear what there is. It was advanced circulated, so what happens when we have these plus advanced circulated
Okay,
motions?
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Sachs has not moved one motion yet.
But I think she's trying to move it.
No, she hasn't.
My name is on the list.
So if Councillor Sachs wants to move a motion, let her move the motion, and please move the motion.
Yes,
And so this way we know what we're talking about.
I would like to move my motion.
Okay, can you read it?
Well, it's fairly long. I will tell you what's in it. So the proposal in this case is for a roughly 11-story apartment building in the annex, about 200 meters from a subway station. This particular site at the moment is in the official plan as a neighborhood. It is immediately adjacent to an apartment neighborhood. The staff recommendation was to reclassify this area, this particular site, as part of the apartment neighborhood in order to permit an 11-story apartment building on this location. My motion, and we sent this from Community Council without recommendations because at the very last minute, there was an enormous upsurge of community concern and opposition to this particular proposal, and in particular to both reclassifying this site to allow an apartment building and the height of the building and also its traffic impacts. So my motion is to do three things. It's to reduce the permitted height of the building, so it's the same height as the existing 10-story building next door. Secondly, to reduce the amount of parking provided, because the amount of parking proposed is grossly excessive for this particular location on a small interior street, and particularly in light of the justification given for putting the apartment building there, which is mostly the walkability and the transit access. And the third part of the motion is environmental improvements and providing for accelerating a heritage study and having discussions about an area study, again, in order to give the members of the community an opportunity to be consulted and to be engaged in the future of this area. As we've just heard from community planning, this is in a major transit station area. It's within a protected major transit station area, which is intended for intensification. This is a matter of enormous concern and anguish for large portions of the community in the annex. So I understand that what Mr. Perks wishes to do is to have a separate vote on the height reduction. He wishes to vote against the height reduction, and of course each of you will decide what you wish to do. Even if you vote against me on the height reduction, I hope that you will support my other requests to reduce the amount of parking on this location, which will have significant adverse effects on the area, and to provide the other studies and environmental considerations. So what staff are trying to do now is to pull this apart. I'm sorry this is happening at the last minute. I did have the motion advance circulated. We've all been very busy all day long, and I did not know that there was going to be opposition in this chamber to the height reduction in light of the vast concern being expressed by my community. But that is what I'm attempting to do here. So there are two attachments to the motion. One is the official plan amendment, and we have two versions of that. One is the original version that was prepared for the staff report, and the other is the second version that staff prepared, and so I understand that that's available. And this also goes with the heritage approval, which is the next item, and similarly, the heritage approval, I'm not interfering with. It simply has to refer correctly to whatever we approve by way of zoning. It would have been enormously helpful if it could have been possible to defer this item for more consultation. This is a classic example of the conflicts that are created by Bill 109 when we don't have time to talk to people, we don't have time to listen, we don't have time to engage in the way that we want to work out community concern. It also doesn't help that in this particular case, despite the mailed notice and the signs and the public meeting and meetings with the local residents association, that many of the residents didn't really come to grips with this until the very last minute. But that's the situation where we're at. And so I think we're going to have to vote on these piece by piece, and maybe we can do it from the bottom up as staff are working on the bill. As I say, the main issue between Councillor Perks and myself is the reduction. I will say that the bylaw and the official plan that have been prepared at my request don't limit the number of stories.
5 seconds.
They limit the total height, and the building next door is 10 stories plus mechanical penthouse for that height. So
Thank
there is
you.
room for 11 stories.
Councillor Prutza has a question for you.
Yeah, Speaker, just simply because I don't really understand it very well. So you're proposing to reduce it from 11-story to 10 stories. How many units in the building in total?
The proposed building has 64 units. I've not proposed, what I've proposed to do is limit the height in meters. And so they could keep that same number of units if they move the mechanical penthouse to the basement, make the ceiling heights not quite so high. They have, because the building, as I say, the building next door is 10 stories plus a mechanical penthouse on top.
But let's say you keep everything the same. How many units on the floor?
Well, that's up to them because they can change it, right? We don't control that.
11 stories, 64 units, that's like what? 6 units per floor?
Little 5, basically.
5 units per floor.
5 to 6, depending.
And why the change in the parking? Like, if someone has looked at this and said, look, I can provide 40 parking spaces because I think that that's what I can market my building for, obviously, because, you know, some people may have cars and they're going to want parking spots. Wouldn't limiting that hurt the applicant in that way and some potential purchasers in not having a parking spot? Like you don't you alter the sort of the marketability of the building?
Well, it reduces the cost of the building, I'm told, by about $3 million. It therefore can reduce the cost of the unit somewhat. It's a question of what kind of residential do we need in this area. This area is, more than half the people in this area don't have cars at all. The kind of development that we need is not car-based development. It's development for people who are going to get around primarily on foot, by bike, and by transit. And so that's what I'm trying to do here, is precisely to get development that is not car-based. And we're seeing, again, across my ward, a number of buildings being built with no parking whatsoever. You don't need a car in this area to live very well. That's what makes it attractive and special. And I will say that I do have a written commitment from the owner that this is going to be a purely rental building, which is almost never offered. And that's something that would be highly desirable. And he says he's going to be living in it as well, which ought to mean that it gets maintained well. So he's going to have lots of ways to sell this. There's enormous demand for people to live in the annex. What we don't have is new rental housing.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, did you have a question? Your name's up. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. When you made the earlier, sorry, Speaker, there we go, thank you. You'd mentioned that you've been working hard in negotiating. Do you have this agreement with the developer to move these floors, or is that something you've been working with the community on?
I've been working with both. They're both quite I've been working with both. Neither wants to compromise. The developer has agreed to the environmental conditions, but he doesn't want to compromise on the parking or the height, and the neighbors only want us to turn this down and prevent it ever from being built, even though we all know that if we just turn it down, the Ontario Land Tribunal will allow it.
So you haven't been able to get that 11 stories to 8 stories in agreement with the developer?
Well, it isn't 8 stories anyway, but no,
Sorry,
I don't.
Whatever GFA or every height that you're reducing, that's not something they've agreed to?
That's not. I'm trying to, again, because we didn't have time.
But you didn't have time, but they haven't put a letter here. Sometimes they might say you're trying to do, sometimes developer, you might be aware, will say, we understand that councilor's doing
Yes.
X and we agree with that. But
I
we
tried
don't have,
for
we
that,
don't
didn't
have
get
such
it.
a letter here,
I
correct?
did not get that.
You didn't get that. So we would have to assume that the staff have said 11 stories in their report, and the developer's holding firm on 11 stories. So what you're asking us to do is turn down the staff report and go to the Ontario Land Tribunal without anybody from the planning department, correct? That's really what you're asking here
What I'm
tonight.
asking is that we give an approval for a smaller building, knowing that the developer may appeal, because I think that's a better alternative than turning down the entire proposal and saying to young
Understood.
people, you've got no place in this community.
But if we turn it down and the developer appeals, then you're aware that a planner can't go to the Ontario Land Tribunal from the city.
Correct.
So that is a very big dice that you're rolling here. You're correct?
I understand.
Okay. And we all would understand the size and nature of the dice you're asking us to roll.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, it seems like everybody is getting a little bit stressed out here tonight. Now, Councillor Mantis, you have a question as well? Councillor
why are we doing all this work for one floor? Sorry, Madam Speaker, but that's my question. Why are we doing all this work at 8 o'clock at night for one floor?
He's in the sky.
I'm in the sky.
He's in the clouds, Mike.
Okay, Councillor Mantis, ask your question.
I already did, Madam Speaker.
I can't hear.
I know.
What is the question?
The question is, after all this debate, why are we doing all this work for one floor and making everything smaller?
I think you said, could anything be smaller?
It's okay. It's okay, Madam Speaker. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Because I'm trying to listen to my community and address their concerns. And we've had an enormous outpouring of concern. You've all received many, many emails. And I'm trying to address those concerns in a reasonable fashion and find a compromise, as opposed to just say to my community, go jump on the lake.
Okay, fair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to begin with a motion. I am going to move the staff recommendations. Okay. The item is in front of us without recommendations. It came from Community Council without recommendations, so I am moving this so that we're going to be in a position to give staff direction with how to proceed. I think that this is, I hope this is an instructional moment.
Yes.
We simply cannot write our own zoning bylaw on the floor of council the day before the time for considering an item or a planning application runs out. We tried, kudos to City Legal and Planning, they tried to disentangle certain pieces and create a whole new zoning bylaw and bill on the fly to try to make some progress on behalf of Councillor Sachs's residents. But it's just not possible to do that on the last day of council when time is going to run out. I hope that lesson is learned. Unfortunately, What Councillor Sachs has moved will put us in a position, as Councillor Fletcher's question showed, of having a zoning bylaw which no planner would be prepared to go to the LPAT to defend. We would literally, as a council, send a zoning bylaw to a hearing and have, to the OLT, whatever they call it up there. They change that name almost as often as they change planning law. And the applicant would have also a de novo hearing. So the applicant, we could wind up in a circumstance where the applicant says, hey, it's a provincial major transit station area, I want 20 stories, and we've got no witnesses, no advice from council that's useful. It's not tenable. I appreciate that Councillor Sachs got a lot of phone calls and emails, but we can't allow that to put the city at this level of risk. So I'm going to encourage you to vote against her motion and to vote for my motion, which is the original staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Up on that, and because I think the point that Councillor Perks made just now is an important one, that if there's nothing from if we have a different position and it gets to the hearing, then there could be a movement to increase the number of floors. And I'm looking over at planning, and they're nodding there, because this is a PMTSA.
They're putting the stories at J.M. Finch, not to worry.
Thank you so much for that, Councillor Perruzza. So I just think that's something that the community may not have been able to think about, and what's happening right now around PMTSAs, transit-oriented communities, that this could go from an 11-story to a 20-story building at the OLT, and there would be no conversation about that. So I understand everybody's very upset about this. They believe it's too much. And it is a very big differential in height from the single-family homes that are there. But this is to bring it, because it is a PMTSA, I believe that the planning staff have to look at it in a certain way. And I simply know that because of my transit-oriented communities, of which I have 4 along the Ontario line, and many other PMTSAs, as Councillor Perruzza will have along Finch, that there's now a new planning regimen for transit, whether we like it or not. Now our job is to make sure it fits in the community. So I would very much like to support Councillor Sachs, but I'm quite worried that if we do that, then we might find that there's a brand new hand dealt once we get to the OLT, and the community, which thinks they might get 8 stories, may have many more than 11 stories. And I think that's the cautionary tale, Councillor Perks, that you were trying to tell the council. Be careful what you ask for, because you might get something different. And so while it is a very big difference from the original neighborhood, it really could be much greater than that if we are not clear and aligned with what staff have said will fit here and that the developers asked for. So once we have that clear alignment, then we're in a better position not to have something change at the OLT. And I think that would be my best advice here. It's unfortunate we're doing this at 20 after 8. And I'm very apologetic, Councillor Sachs, because I wasn't exactly sure what you were going to do. And to your community that was hoping that we'd be able to forge an 8-story building, but I'm hoping that they're able to hear that that might be an unintended consequence at the OLT when it gets there.
Thank you. Okay, are we going to finish this item? Councillor Holyday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just say rubbish. I'll be supporting Councillor Sachs. And there's a couple of reasons. Number one, nobody's bothered to acknowledge that Councillor Sachs is marking down the building within the envelope of what planning has said that they're prepared to support. Number two is, if you think that making a decision now is the final word, then I can point to lots of examples where people came back, appealed it, traded it up for something bigger, and in some cases, much bigger. But here's the important thing. Sometimes at council, I see emergent themes. And today's theme has most definitely been city council versus the local councillor. It's come up over and over and over again in the discussion. And the heavy hand of city council overruled the local councillor. Here we have somebody trying to thread the needle to deal with a very, very upset number of residents, and she's made some changes, and she suggested she made some changes to the development. I have to trust her wisdom as the local councillor. I have to trust her wisdom in understanding the risks involved with doing so. But we have to remember another couple of things. We're in an impossible situation because of legislative changes, because of housing has brought this down to, is it 120 days? I don't have it with me, but I'm going to start traveling with it because I have the framed picture of the city getting the check for exceeding the housing targets last year. And I bet you we're on track again this year. But again, there's always a panic. No time, get this done. And the second thing is there's discussion now about taking third-party appeal rights away from residents. What chance do residents have in getting their voice forward if their local councillor can't get supported in this council chamber? They have none. It's almost silly to consult, although I would always consult. But what chance do they have? So it just comes down to, this is what the plan report says, and that's all we're going to take. The councillor here that's down negotiating something to try to make it work. I don't know. People will vote the way that they feel, but I think this is going to be an emergent theme going forward because of the constraints that have been put on the way that we deal with developments here, and because of the importance of the local community to be able to come out and say what they think is right. Thank you, Speaker.
We have to remember the vote that was taken in our parks, Councillor Holiday. Local councillor was not supported. Councillor Perruzza. I didn't see local councillor supporting the local council. No, you did, but others didn't. You're out of order. You're out of order. Councillor Perruzza to speak. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Can I get my time back?
Councillor Perruzza, you're up to speak.
Yeah, can I get my 32 seconds back? 34 seconds back? All right, thank you. You know, normally, I would be absolutely swayed by the argument that's been forward by Councillor Holiday. Why? Because I believe in supporting the local councillor. I do. And I've done it over and over and over again, often enough with all of you, even the ones that, you know, maybe sometimes should be passed on, right? I normally would be swayed by that, but I'll tell you why I won't be swayed by that in this particular instance. Because I think that supporting the staff recommendation on this one supports the local councillor. I understand what she's trying to do. I get it. A bunch of people came out, said, look, 11 stories is too high, we don't like it, 64 units is too much, we don't like that. Potentially 40 new cars in our neighborhood, we don't like it, we don't like it, we don't like it. I get it. I get that. There's a subway station here within a short walk. There's buildings that go up to 15 stories in the neighborhood. It's downtown, where all our planners are from, by the way, I suspect, right? The majority of our planners are from, right? No, okay. But it's downtown where, I don't know, you have all of the amenities, right? Within walking distance. all of that stuff. So amenities, subway, similar buildings, taller buildings nearby, all of that stuff. And you have a staff that basically says, look, we support the recommendations that are before you. That's the testimony, that's the evidence they're going to provide at the Ontario Land Tribunal. That's what they're going to say when they're called there. All right? So, in the absence of anything else, what else have you got? I get it. Some people in that neighborhood aren't, and she's trying her best. She's trying her best here to say, okay, look, let me do something to try to appease that. Reality is that I suspect in this instance, and I don't know the folks, I saw the list of letters here. I suspect that the majority of those won't be happy with 10 stories. They won't be happy with 55 units or 57 units. They won't be happy with 30 or 20. They won't be happy with 2 additional cars. Because we've all lived this for quite some time, right, in our own neighborhoods. I get it. Give me part victory, maybe I got some. The reality is, it is here, it is now. And I think the best thing that we could do for Councillor Sachs, given a development like this, where, by the way, I would say to our planners, that if you want to bring an 11-story building to Jane and Finch, Keel and Finch, Weston and Finch, please, by all means, right? Like, don't just drop the 50-story towers there on 15-story podiums. Big, big podiums, right? And let not that be the depository of all your height and all your density. We're still suburbia, right? And Councillor Candeval nods. I suspect that he's getting some pressure in his area as well, and we need to get some planners from the suburbs here in city planning as well, so that, I digress. I withdraw that one. Anyway, I think the motion for this development is, the staff recommendation is reasonable. I think it will be good for the councillor. I look at this and I say I think it's going to be a good development for this neighborhood. 64 units, and reason. That's what we should do. Be reasonable.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Fellow colleagues, talk about the right of people to basically be party to an appeal at the Ontario Land Tribunal. He failed to mention this is not the City Council limiting people's right to participate. Yeah, say that. This is Bill 185 that your government had just introduced last week. Bill 185. Who'd you vote for? And that is one, this is one of 20 pieces of legislation that your government introduced.
Councillor Cole.
20 pieces of legislation.
Councillor Cole, please.
Yes. Anyway, if I could put it into context
My
here.
God, this is what happens when we stay late. Like, we cannot stay late. People get grumpy. Point of privilege. See what you've started, Councillor Cole?
Speaker,
point of privilege.
This is nonsense. This is another example of council and councillors getting carried away. I don't know why this has to be some kind of personal fight.
I don't know.
And if the councillor was listening carefully to my words, I was talking about how we were put under this circumstance. I don't have to take this silliness.
Okay, thank
He's
you.
pointing at me and shouting and telling me it's my government.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Cole,
Yeah,
please.
our provincial government.
Councillor Cole, speak on the item.
I am.
No, you're not. You're talking about governments. The item. What do you think of this application?
I think that this application is a byproduct of our provincial government who has basically taken away the right of local communities like the one in Councillor Sax's area or in my area or in the City of Toronto, where they have imposed 20 pieces of legislation, Bill 108, 109, 35, 23, it goes on and on, where what they've done is they've said, we order you to build intensification at every transit station in the city. And it's not just 5, 10 stories. They've said, we want 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 stories. And if this council, like in this case here, if it says no to the 11 stories, they're going to go to our government's Ontario Land Tribunal. And I don't know of one case where our Ontario Land Tribunal has ever reduced the number of stories asked for. In every case, they've added stories. In fact, developers in my ward, who we approved at Eglinton and Duplex, we approved 28 and 37. They now have come back. I'm talking about the way the process works.
Let them go, let them go.
Just because you don't like to hear what I have to say doesn't mean you can stop me from talking. I have the right to speak on behalf of my residents. The item is, the fact is that the Ontario Land Tribunal will dictate how many stories, how many units, parking. They make the final decision. And it's no longer this council that makes the final decision. The public in Councillor Sax's area probably has been unable to keep up with the 20 pieces of legislation that have changed planning in Toronto and Ontario like never before. So therefore, if we basically say to Councillor Sax, we agree with your amendments, they're going to have to go, and the applicant will go to our government's Ontario Land Tribunal. And guess who the members of the Ontario Land Tribunal are? There are developers and all their cronies. They're going to say, what, 11? Well, we should have 20 there. That is what is happening. Because they'll say, well, you're within the PMTSA, you're within 500 meters, 10-minute walk. You can get as much density as you want. So that's what happens, is in this application, if you get, Councillor Sax gets her motion, our staff can't even go to the Ontario Land Tribunal and plead her case, because the rules of the Ontario Land Tribunal don't basically allow staff who's had a positive report to basically contradict themselves at the Ontario Land Tribunal. So that is the tragedy of this type of planning, which has been imposed upon us by our government, the provincial government, with 20 pieces of legislation, which have basically wiped out local planning, local decision-making. The provincial government is now in charge of planning with their unelected, appointed cronies who operate in the nameless Ontario Land Tribunal. So we don't want to go there without our planners. It would be a big mistake because they're going to get probably 20 stories. Thank you.
Can we put the motions on the screen, and let's talk about what's before us? Motions on the screen. Okay, motion by Councillor Sax. Everyone ring the bells. Councillor Ainsley, Mayor Chow. Recorded vote. Motion by Councillor Sax. That's on T 12.5.
Councillor Bravo, please, and Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Councillor Ainsley, please. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, are you able to vote or? Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 4 to 15.
Okay, motion by Councillor Perks. Recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, when you're seated, please. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Motion 2 carries. The vote is 18 to 1.
Okay, that's the item. So on. Okay.
Just stand by, members. We're just checking one thing.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, on your motion on TE 12.20, which is the heritage.
I move the staff recommendations in light of the decision on the previous matter.
Okay, so you're going to withdraw this?
I'm withdrawing my advanced circulated
Oh,
motion.
okay, okay.
And I'm moving the staff recommendations.
recommendation.
In order to comply with the decision on the previous item.
Okay. So on the, okay, I thought you wanted to speak, Councillor Brown. Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay, so that item is done. I believe that's it. Members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Perks, did you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
I move that committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments. And it's kind of weird that I'm moving a motion which
Show
tries
of
to
hands,
state it back.
carried. May I have a motion to introduce the bills, general bills? Councillor Cole, why don't you get up and move this one?
Move the bill.
Do you want to move this motion?
Just read this, Mike. Oh, no, I'll move it.
Oh, he's
I move that
pouting.
leave
Okay.
be granted to introduce bills 324
Councillor,
to 331, 334 to 369, and 372 to 402.
on favor? Carried. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Carried. May I have a motion to confirm the confirmatory bills? Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
Confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meetings 17 on April 17 and 18, 2024.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act? On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Everybody's gone. I'm voting by myself here. Okay, members, I want to thank all the staff here today. It was a very tough council last 2 days. Thank you to staff, and thank you to members of council, and thank you, Councillor Cole. Meeting adjourned.